Chapter 1789 Stop Making So Much Noise, Attack Together. Chapter 1789 Stop Making So Much Noise, Attack Together. Duan Qinghong's pupils constricted slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, Zhong Hanlin, what did you say just now? With the two of their strengths, they naturally disdained to team up with others. Only a proud daughter of heaven like Bailey Qingyin could make them stoop down and take the initiative to form a team. Therefore, Duan Qinghong did not know Zhong Hanlin's encounter at all. Zhong Hanlin gave a cold laugh and recounted the events that happened previously. Duan Qinghong's face gradually turned grim. You scrammed to one side. This punk, I want him, Duan Qinghong said in a cold voice. Zhong Hanlin said disdainfully, It's you who scrammed to one side. This kid is mine. Body is allowed to S. N-A-T-C-H-M. Duan Qinghong said in a solemn voice. Why? You want to attack? Attack then. Think I'm scared of you? The two people, their ninth firmament divine lords pressure released, making everyone feel shocked. The two people's auras collided fiercely in the air. Neither could do anything to the other, and they were actually evenly matched. These two people did not place Yi Yuan in their sights at all, as if the moment they made a move, Yi Yuan would submit obediently. The devil elephant lineage's disciples all had stunned looks. What was going on? Yi Yuan had not been dealt with yet, and these two people were actually going to start fighting first. Weren't they afraid of Yi Yuan running away? But when they heard Zhong Hanlin's words, they similarly felt incredulous. Bailey Qingyin, that kind of Des actually came to blow for Yi Yuan. This was simply inconceivable. Stop making so much noise. The two of you attacked together. Just as the two people were locked in entanglement, Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. The two people turned their heads at the same time, using a murderous gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Punk, you're really seeking death, you know that. Zhong Hanlin said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, the self-confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, are really good. Wonder where your confidence came from, thinking that you could take me down casually. Duan Qinghong gave a cold laugh and said, You'll know very soon where our confidence comes from. Kid, I changed my mind. I'm going to make you a mute first, then settle scores with Duan Qinghong. Swus. H. Plus Duan Qinghong was like his namesake. Movement technique as relaxed as elegant as a free swan, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. A folding fan carried horrifying power of law and swept toward Yi Yuan's neck. Zhong Hanlin was taken aback, not expecting to have the initiative taken by this guy. However, he just gave a cold snort and did not take action. A person like him was disdainful to bully with numbers. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not sufficient to have him and Duan Qinghong join forces against the enemy at all. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he exclaimed, Law's fusion. How is this possible? Not just him, all of the people looked at Yi Yuan in great shock, with looks of disbelief. Duan Qinghong was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than him. Yi Yuan's sword was drawn like a rainbow. The incomparably swift and fierce sword forced Duan Qinghong into a flus tur instead. The two people class, H-I, plussing together, Duan Qinghong was virtually suppressed by Yi Yuan in an instant. How could Duan Qinghong have thought that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, but he also fused spatial law and sword Dao law together? Those rays of sword light were akin to the scythe of the death G-O-D, making him palpitate with anxiety and fear. What are you still in a daze for? Why haven't you hurry up and come and help? Duan Qinghong was under immense pressure, but discovered that Zhong Hanlin was still in a daze and could not refrain from bellowing loudly. At this time, how was whatever dignity of an expert still needed? As long as they could take down Yi Yuan, this fellow. So what if 2-on-1? Zhong Hanlin felt like he woke up from a dream. Brandis. H-I. Plussing his long spear, he charged over toward Yi Yuan. The two people's strengths were extraordinary in the end. Fighting 2-on-1, they actually managed to block Yi Yuan's powerful sword. Zhao Zhao and brother exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock from the other person's eyes. Only then did he know how foolish their three brothers were. Yi Yuan's strength was not what they could imagine at all. Back then, Han Yong said that he was covering Yi Yuan, and then they actually ran to threaten Yi Yuan stupidly. It served OL third right to have his hands and legs crippled. Looking at it now, it was simply a joke back then. Yi Yuan not leaving, it was not because of Han Yong and Yang Fan, these two supports, but that he did not take the Zhao three brothers seriously at all. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, two people, were both middle-stage ninth firmament divine lord. Their law's comprehensions were even more peerlessly powerful. Furthermore, the weapons in the two of their hands were both celestial deity mystic treasures. The power increment was far from what divine lord mystic treasures could compare to. Now, going 2-on-1, they actually only barely managed to fight to a draw with the Yi Yuan wielding a divine lord mystic treasure. Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. In a blink, the three people fought for more than 1,000 moves. Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. Swiss H. Plus suddenly, Yi Yuan glimpsed an opening and stabbed a sword out bizarrely. Duan Qinghong turned pale with fright. It was already too late to want to dodge. But his movement technique was indeed extraordinary, avoiding his vital points. This sword of Yi Yuan's drew a cut on his arm. Arg! Duan Qinghong screamed and fell to one side. However, what everyone did not expect was that he suddenly moved, speeding into the distance. This guy actually made an expeditious retreat and ran. When Zhong Hanlin saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. Facing Yi Yuan alone, he felt tremendous pressure. Duan Qinghong, you coward! You'll die a horrible death. Zhong Hanlin bellowed. But Duan Qinghong already could not hear it anymore at this time. Losing an opponent, Yi Yuan's sword art became even sharper. Zhong Hanlin only had the ability to parry, but did not have the strength to retaliate. Yi Yuan integrated the spirit-concealing sword into his sword moves. Even though the move was not as powerful as when erupted, it came and went like a shadow when facing the enemy, impossible to guard against. Very soon, Yi Yuan found an opening in Zhong Hanlin, with a long sword poking out like a spirit snake, aiming straight for Zhong Hanlin's throat. With this sword landing, Zhong Hanlin would die without a doubt. Toward Zhong Hanlin, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of pity. Zhong Hanlin already had killing intent toward him previously. Even if they entered the sect in the future, he definitely would not let him go either. Therefore, Yi Yuan's original goal was to kill people. The surrounding people were infected by this sword, giving off a series of exclamations. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying aura rushed out between the two without any warning. Even Yi Yuan was caught off guard as well, but his reaction could be rated as fast. At once, Yi Yuan urged spatial law to the extreme, narrowly avoiding this attack. However, this aura was too powerful, and it was also a sneak attack. Yi Yuan still could not avoid it completely in the end. Puwerk! Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly, his body falling heavily to the ground, already seriously injured. A youth in blue slowly walked out of the void and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. When Zhong Hanlin saw this youth in blue, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Senior apprentice Brother Qianyi. Qianyi nodded slowly, but his gaze looked at Yi Yuan as he said coldly, "You must have tremendous bravery to actually dare kill my soaring flower sex people. Indeed have some capability, but it's just a pity that in front of a celestial deity realm, no matter how high your law's comprehension, it's also empty talk." Yi Yuan glared at the youth in blue and stood up stubbornly, even though he found it somewhat difficult to even stand currently. Chapter 1791. TB so lucky next time. Chapter 1791. TB so lucky next time, celestial deity powerhouse. This youth in blue in front of him was a genuine celestial deity powerhouse. He used a gaze that overlooked the ground below from a height, gazing at Yi Yuan apathetically. Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold, and he said with a cold smile, "An exalted celestial deity powerhouse actually sneak attacked a sixth firmament divine lord, Your esteemed self is truly awe-inspiring. Qianye's ambush could be said to be very shameless. The attack of a celestial deity powerhouse. How powerful was that? Even in a head-on cruise. H.I. Plusing, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were completely not a match too. But this Qianyi actually chose to ambush, and it was even during Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin's great battle. Qianyi said coolly, "Hanlin is my soaring flower sex genius. His future prospects are limitless. Him entering the sect is already set in stone. You want to kill him? I made a move to stop you. What's the problem?" Yi Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, "Is that so? You didn't just make a move to stop earlier, right?" Qianye's brows raised up, and he still said calmly, "A sixth firmament divine lord. If killed, then killed. It's of no importance to the sect." The moment these words came out, the other people all revealed strange expressions. Of no importance? A peerless genius who fused sword Dao laws and spatial law was actually of no importance to the sect? These words were truly shameless. "Yeah, a trash like you can even enter the sect? I can't." Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said sarcastically. Qianye's brows furrowed slightly, and he said unhappily, "You said that I'm trash?" Qianyi was an outstanding person of the young generation and had long promoted to an inner disciple. He was a pillar of the soaring flower lineage. Now, he was actually said to be trash by someone. An exalted celestial deity powerhouse sneak attacked and actually couldn't even kill a sixth firmament divine lord. I say, are you trash or not? What use does the sect want to trash like you for? Yi Yuan's sharp retort rendered Qianyi speechless. Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law and was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. Wanting to sneak attack, one must reduce the undulations of S, P, A, C to freezing point. This was still when Yi Yuan and Zhong Hanlin were currently fighting, the majority of his mind placed on Zhong Hanlin. Otherwise, if he wanted to ambush, it would be totally impossible. But even so, he still failed. Yi Yuan's sensitivity to spatial law exceeded his imagination. Qianye's expression was livid as he said in a solemn voice, "Razor-tongued brat. But it doesn't matter because you won't be able to speak anymore very soon." Finished talking, Qianye's celestial deity realm pressure suddenly erupted and was about to take action against Yi Yuan. Suddenly, a graceful figure dashed out swiftly, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Qianye's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Bailey Qingyan, you want to get in my way?" Bailey Qingyan's expression was calm as she said, "Before completing the first round assessment, he's my companion. No one is allowed to kill him." Qianye's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "With just you?" From when he saw Yi Yuan fighting Zhong Hanlin and Duan Qinghong alone, he already decided to kill Yi Yuan. Such a monstrous existence would surely break the Shadow Moon sect's current structure. Currently, the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was at hand. He would not allow such a thing to happen. The entrance examination this time, he just so happened to be picked to be in charge of supervising and protecting these disciples. But he did not expect that he encountered such a thing. Hence, he decisively made a move to ambush Yi Yuan. While talking, Qianye's aura grew even stronger. Bailey Qingyan's power improved greatly, but it was still too weak in front of Qianyi. Yi Yuan's face fell, planning on letting Dustless take action. That evil spirit was currently Yi Yuan's trump card. In this foreign sect, Yi Yuan did not wish to expose him prematurely, so he did not take action all along. As long as Dustless made a move, finest. H.I. Plussing off Qian, he was also a cinch. But that way, he would not have a backup plan anymore. The soaring flying lineages and Cloud's word lineage's strengths were definitely far beyond this. Once they knew his trump card, it would be much easier for them to want to plot against him. Looking at it now, he had no choice but to take action. Suddenly, his heart stirred and made Dustless withdraw again. Bailey can't. Then what about me? A woman in a martial arts outfit slowly stepped out of the void, making Qianye's expression choke up. That instant when this woman appeared, he knew that he could not kill Yi Yuan today. Her looks could not compare to Bailey Qingyan's. but her disposition was similarly extraordinary. The martial arts outfit added some heroism. She was not the least bit weaker than Qian Yi in terms of imposing momentum. Jiang Shuyan, I didn't have the intention of touching Bailey Qingyan. You move aside. The person that I want to kill is that kid. Qian Yi pointed at the Yi Yuan behind Bailey Qingyan and said. Jiang Shuyan sized Yi Yuan up with curiosity and said coolly, the person that Bailey wants to protect is what the person that my immortal abode sect wants to protect. If you want to kill him, S me first. You, Jiang Shuyan, are you waging war with our soaring flower lineage? Jiang Shuyan pursed her lips and said with disdain, so what if start a war? You said it as if our immortal abode sect is scared of you. Qian Yi was angered until his expression was livid. This woman was notoriously difficult to deal with. No idea why she showed up here today. But no idea what the I was wrong with this Bailey Qingyan to actually want to protect Yi Yuan no matter what. Really depressing. Jiang Shuyan saw Qian Yi being quiet, and so she said with a cold smile, Qian Yi, don't you forget your ident. One time, the sect asked you to come to protect these examinees and not to kill them. I say, if I reported this matter to the sect, would the law enforcement hall come to find trouble with you or not? Qian Yi stared fixedly at Jiang Shuyan, Nas. Plussing his teeth in hatred as he said, consider yourself ruthless. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. The next time, you won't be so lucky. Inside the Shadow Moon sect, the various major faction strifes were severe. Although Yi Yuan was talented, wanting to kill him was too easy. In short, he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to grow up. Yi Yuan did not give any impression of weakness and said through clenched teeth, you got it the other way around. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Qian Yi was taken aback when he heard and laughed in spite of himself as he said, haha, all right then, I'll wait for next time. Hanlon, let's go. After Qian Yi left, Jiang Shuyan's face fell, and she said in a cold voice, what are you all stoning for? Leave behind the heavenly demon crystals, scram. How could the devil elephant lineage's disciples still dare to stay? Each and every one scrambled away. After everyone left, Bailey Qingyan had a look of joy like a little girl who saw her big sister. Pulling Jiang Shuyan, she said, Senior apprentice sister, you really came to in time. Otherwise, this guy is dead for sure. But Jiang Shuyan's face turned cold, and she said, you lies. As to actually not even want your life anymore for a man. Are you crazy? Bailey Qingyan's pretty face turned red, and she refuted, Senior apprentice sister, where are you going with this? He's just my companion. Yi Yuan also cupped his fists and said, Senior sister Jiang, many thank for taking action to help. Senior sister is indeed mistaken. Miss Bailey and I are just teaming up in this assessment. There's nothing else. Hearing this, Bailey Qingyan's heart felt very uncomfortable. This guy really did not understand the relations. Plus P between men and women at all. Jiang Shuyan's pretty face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, best that there isn't. Punk, don't blame me for not warning you. Stay further away from Bailey. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Chapter 1791, Reading Out the Results. 1791, Reading Out the Results, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His good impression of this Jiang Shuyan immediately plummeted heavily. He did not have the intention of pestering Bailey Qingyan, but that Bailey Qingyan insisted on teaming up with him. Yi Yuan believed that with the immortal abode sect's strength, it was impossible to not know about this intel. But she still warned him. When Jiang Shuyan saw Yi Yuan's expression, she said with a cold smile, don't think that you're impressive because your talent is high. Sometimes talent is also a kind of original sin. Regardless of whether it is the Soaring Flower sect, the Cloud Word sect, or our Immortal Abode sect, wanting to kill you is as simple as Cruce. Plussing an ant. Just like earlier, if not for Bailey, if not for me, Russ. Plussing over, you would already be a dead man now. While you can only hide behind a woman, indignant but powerless. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, That trace of favorable impression towards Jiang Shuyan also vanished in a thin air along with it. These words were rather incisive. Your pride is because you have a powerful faction at the back? Then I have to say, you're very pitiful. Your lame sense of superiority isn't worth mentioning in front of me. Also, what relations? I plus P Miss Bailey and I have isn't your turn to care about yet. She only belongs to herself. Yi Yuan said coldly. Except, Jiang Shuyan did not get angry because of Yi Yuan's words, but she sneered and said, "This is that pitiful bit of self-esteem of yours? Relax, very soon, you'll see how cruel reality is. The Shadow Moon sect doesn't lack geniuses. Bailey, let's go." Senior apprentice sister. The A.S. assessment hasn't ended yet. But Bailey Qingyan was not willing to go and made an excuse. Jiang Shuyan's face fell, and she said, "The heavenly demon crystals in your hands are already sufficient to pass the ACE assessment. There's also no need to stay anymore." Finished talking, Jiang Shuyan gave no chance to explain and forcefully brought Bailey Qingyan away. After everyone left, Yi Yuan spewed out another large mouthful of blood. "Qianyi, is it? Today's grudge, I've remembered it," Yi Yuan said with a chilly gaze. How powerful was the blow of a first firmament celestial deity? That was only the case for Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would already be dead until not even dregs remained at this time. That instant just now, Yi Yuan employed spatial law, directing the vast majority of the force out. That was how he escaped death by a hair's breadth. The perils involved were hard to describe. Divine Tao realm. Each major realm was a layer of firmament. The world power of martial artists went from a quantitative change to qualitative change. From a small world, transforming into a genuine world, evolving myriad life, becoming the sovereign of a world. Celestial deity realm powerhouse was when one started giving birth to myriad life. When the small world truly consolidated, all life was about to form. It was also when one broke through to the true G-O-D realm. Hence, the celestial deity realm, even just a first firmament celestial deity, that was also an invincible existence to those in the divine lord realms. For Yi Yuan to be able to avoid this attack, it was truly incredibly dangerous. Alone by himself, Yi Yuan found a secluded place to heal up his injuries. After several days, a month's time was up, Yi Yuan walked out of the Shadow Moon mountain range. Returning to the mountain gate once more, the number of people in the plaza was clearly significantly lesser. This examination did not forbid killing. Quite a number of disciples lost their lives at the maws of fierce beasts or died at other people's hands. Those able to live were all powerhouses. Of course, if not for Qianye's forceful intervention, Zhong Hamlin, this so-called genius, would have to remain in the Shadow Moon mountain range forever. That old man in charge of the ACE assessment slowly opened his mouth and said, "Now, hand over all of your heavenly demon crystals." After verifying, this old man will naturally announce the rankings. Bailey Qingyan's and Yi Yuan, two people's heavenly demon crystals, had been under Yi Yuan's custody all this while. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly walked out of the crowd and handed the storage ring issued by the sect to a miscellaneous affairs disciple. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, soft discussions immediately started in the crowd. It's that guy senior apprentice Sister Bailey took the initiative to team up with. He's really lucky, really entered the second round lying down. One-time luck is useless. The second round is the true test. With his strength, it's totally impossible to pass. TSK, spending the night together with senior apprentice Sister Bailey in the mountain, make me die, and I'd also be willing. The news of Yi Yuan and Duan Qinghong's great battle did not spread. This concerned the Soaring Flower lineage and Cloud's Word lineage, two major forces' reputations. How could they dare to simply talk about it? Although the Devil Elephant lineage was strong, compared to the three great factions, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this also concerned the Devil Elephant lineage's own reputation. Such a powerful faction was actually defeated in Yi Yuan's hands alone. How could they have any face? The devil elephant lineage already issued a gag order that everyone was not to mention that events that happened that day. Bailey Qingyan was also in the crowd, looking at Yi Yuan's back view. Her expression was complicated. The gazes of Qian Yi, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest also kept on following Yi Yuan, full of enmity. The moment Yi Yuan took the field, he practically became the center of everyone's attention. That old man looked at Yi Yuan with a curious look on his face. What in the world did this kid do? Why would so many people pay attention to him? Very soon, everyone handed in their storage rings. After about a checking, the old man called Qian Yi to his side and said, "Qian Yi, you announced the results." Qian Yi bowed and said, "Yes, Deacon Hong." But when his gaze landed on the name list, his expression could not help becoming very ugly. The first place was shockingly Bailey Qingyan and Yi Yuan, this combo. This D.N. fellow. How did he get so many heavenly demon crystals? He and Bailey Qingyan teaming up, the heavenly demon crystal quant. One tie that they acquire in the end is actually more than the remaining top 5 added up. Qian Yi was reluctant to accept it in his heart. One had to know, under the situation of teaming up, not only did the number of heavenly demon crystals have to be greatly discounted, one even had to share equally with their teammates. This way, for teams to want to get first place, it was doubly difficult. The normal situation of teams were all those disciples whose strength were not strong, because they had to face uncertain danger. Disciples who truly had strength felt it beneath their dignity to form teams. Why? Could there be a problem? Deacon Hong asked when he saw Qian Yi keeping mum for a long time. Qian Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "And no problem." He recollected his mind and started reading out the results. First place, Bailey Qingyan, Yi Yuan, Heavenly Demon Crystal Quant. One tie, 223 pieces each. Second place, Zhong Hanlin, Heavenly Demon Crystal Quant. One tie, 83 pieces Buzz. An uproar burst out below all at once that Deacon Hong also had a stunned face, looking at Qian Yi in disbelief, suspecting whether he read wrongly or not. 223 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Furthermore, this was teaming up. This number was too much. Furthermore, this quant. 1 tie of heavenly demon crystals was converted into late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals. 10 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal could exchange for the heavenly demon crystal of a late-stage rank 4. This was also to say that these two people hunted down at least 1,000 rank 4 fierce beasts. Doing to this extent in a month's time was simply fantastical. In the past, the first place was merely 80 to 90 pieces of heavenly demon crystals. Bailey Qingyan's pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief, with an incredulous expression on her face. Suddenly, her beautiful body shuddered. Suddenly thinking of something, her pupils involuntarily constricting. Chapter 1792, Shameless Action. Chapter 1792, Shameless Action. This guy wouldn't have gone to Silk Cloud Canyon, right? Silk Cloud Canyon was a very dangerous place in the Shadow Moon sect. To Divine Lord Realm martial artists, it was equivalent to a forbidden area. That place had tens of thousands of Blackwater salamanders. Those Blackwater salamanders, the weak ones were rank 3, but those of rank 4 were absolutely no less than thousands. What was even more frightening was that there was even a rank 5 existence in there. Bailey Qingyan suddenly remembered that she and Yi Yuan had once gone to the Silk Cloud Canyon's entrance area. Back then, Yi Yuan wanted to go in and take a look, but was stopped by Bailey Qingyan. Thinking about it now, it was only there that Yi Yuan could hunt so many heavenly demon crystals. Wanting to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals, one must have encountered a beast horde. Otherwise, even if one hunted day and night, it was also impossible to obtain so many heavenly demon crystals. Except, once one fell into a beast horde, was there still hope of survival? Yi Yuan hunted so many Blackwater salamanders. Wouldn't it alarm the rank 5 Beast King? For some time, Bailey Qingyan was full of questions. Wait a minute. Deacon Hong's expression suddenly turned dark, and he stopped Qian Yi and said, How can there possibly be so many? Is there a mistake? At this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciples who counted the number hurriedly stepped out of the ranks and said in fear and trepidation, replying, Deacon Hong, this disciple absolutely didn't count wrongly. Inside this storage ring, there are a total of 321 pieces of late-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystals, 2,050 pieces of middle-stage rank 4 heavenly demon crystal. Converted to late-stage rank 4, it's a total of 526 pieces. Then splitting 50-50 between 2 people, it's 263 pieces. Deacon Hong received Yi Yuan's storage ring and counted it. Sure enough, there was not a piece more and not a piece less. But this result made him extremely shocked. Such a large quant. 1 tie of heavenly demon crystal. This was unprecedented in the history of the Shadow Moon sect. He could not help looking toward Bailey Qingyan and asked curiously, Bailey girlie, what's going on here? Bailey Qingyan was just about to open her mouth when Jiang Shuyan suddenly cut in. Deacon Hong, Qingyang encountered a beast horse in the mountains. She fought in ABLOOD. Why battle for as long as half a month by herself before slaying so many fierce beasts? And her cultivation also had a breakthrough in this battle. I believe that not long after, she'll be able to reach half-step celestial deity. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyelids twitched fiercely, including Bailey Qingyan. While in a corner, Yi Yuan was directly overlooked. No one would think that he, as 6th Firmament Divine Lord, could be of any help. However, regarding Jiang Shuyan's shameless action, Yi Yuan did not have much fluctuation. Firstly, Bailey Qingyan blocked in front of him several times, helping him out of his predicament. Although this kind of help did not have much effect on Yi Yuan, it at least protected him from showing his trump card. He, Yi Yuan, made clear distinctions between kindness and hatred. This favor, he accepted it. Secondly, Yi Yuan knew that his words carried little weight. Even if he said it, no one would believe either. Of course, they all might guess some details, but would they help him speak up? Obviously not. As for Jiang Shuyan's goal of doing this, Yi Yuan also knew in his heart. She was simply borrowing this to raise Bailey Qingyan's status and overpower the other 2 lineages, while elevating the immortal abode lineage. Although doing so had no cause for much criticism, standing on Jiang Shuyan's viewpoint, it was a little too shameless. This kind of magpie in dove's nest method made Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. However, Bailey Qingyan was very anxious and was just about to speak, but saw Jiang Shuyan turn back with a warning gaze. Bailey Qingyan immediately swallowed the words back. She was very smart. How could she not know Jiang Shuyan's goal? It was just that doing so, she had a guilty conscience. Bailey Qingyan could not help looking over in Yi Yuan's direction, but discovered that Yi Yuan was like an old well without ripples, his face not having the least bit of change, as if this had nothing to do with him at all. But she knew that Yi Yuan must be angry. Encountering this sort of thing, who would not be angry? This was not just a matter of reputation, there was also the issue of future benefits. Geniuses would naturally obtain more resources, and losing this chance to rise to prominence, Yi Yuan's road of ascent would undoubtedly be much harder. As for Qianyi, they also could not help having gloating faces when they heard this. Yi Yuan suddenly threw out a heavyweight bosh. Catching them off guard. If Yi Yuan was paid close attention to by the sect, it would be difficult for them to want to put their hands on Yi Yuan. In contrast, although Bailey Qingyan's talent was monstrous, it was not monstrous to Yi Yuan's extent yet. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel tremendous pressure. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Jiang Shuyan doing so was exactly what they wanted. Deacon Hong had a look of realization when he heard it and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Lot S. Bailey's strength was actually so strong. This matter, I have to report to the sect to know." As expected, Deacon Hong decided to report this matter to the sect. Finished talking, he even looked at Yi Yuan rather disdainfully. This kind of fellow with meager strength actually followed Bailey Qingyan, and 1 line down, Getting the strongest battle achievement of the Shadow Moon Sect's entrance examination really hit the jackpot. All right, continue reading out the results. Deacon Hong said coolly. Qianye's mood instantly became much better, but his vigilance toward Yi Yuan also grew stronger. Sixth Firmament Divine Lord, and he could do it to this step. How dreadful would it be after he grew up in the future? But he believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not live long. He could tell that Jiang Shuiyin was not aware of Yi Yuan's Astonies. Plussing achievements beforehand. Her action was equivalent to offending Yi Yuan to the core. With that kid's temperament, he absolutely would not walk closely with the immortal abode lineage. In this case, Yi Yuan had offended all three major lineages before even entering the sect, as well as the Devil Elephant lineage. The Devil Elephant lineage's strength was not weak at all. The results at the back also did not have anything to pay attention to anymore. Everyone was marveling at Bailey Qingyin's strength and lamenting at Yi Yuan's doggess. Plus T luck. All right, everybody, rest for 3 days and enter the second round assessment. Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. The moment it ended, Bailey Qinyin pulled Jiang Shuiyin to one side and complained, Senior apprentice sister, how could you do that? You're making me unjust and disloyal like this. Jiang Shuiyin smiled coldly when she heard that and said, Justice and loyalty? Can justice and loyalty make you become strong? The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave is about to arrive. You must let your strength become stronger and have to suppress your opponents ruthlessly. And this kid's appearance will make the final result very difficult to predict. If he can't break through to the celestial deity realm, it's still all right. But if he really breaks through in the 200-plus years, at that time, who can be his match? If not looking on the account of your face, I'd have killed him at the Shadow Moon Mountain range. Bailey Qinyin had an indignant look on her face, but when she recalled Master's great trust toward her and thought of the sect's ardent hopes, it was seriously hard to choose. She thought of Yi Yuan again, feeling very depressed in her heart. Why did he have to swallow his pride and endure in silence, and not argue for himself? What in the world was this guy thinking? She desperately wanted to go and apologize to Yi Yuan, but Jiang Shuin guarded her without leaving a step, making her unable to leave at all. Chapter 1793. Those who find it hard Don Tino, those who no one T find it hard. Chapter 1793. Those who find it hard Don Tino, those who no one T find it hard. After 3 days of rest and recuperation, the disciples taking part in the examination were all full of high spirits, returning to their peak states once more. Deacon Hong turned in the direction of the sect and directly bowed down. Shadow Moon Sect disciple, Hong Xiao, respectfully invites the Jade Light Drum. While talking, Deacon Hong took out a small flag, poured divine essence into it, and directly plugged it into the void. Rumble. The void immediately emitted intense tremors, rumbling sounds lingering on incessantly. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a huge drum slowly emerged from the void. Arg! My ears! I can't hear anymore. The humming sounds at the huge drum emitted shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Those slightly weaker ones even directly spewed out a mouthful of blood, their internal organs already injured. This is the melody of great Tao. Yi Yuan's brows raised up as he marveled a little. Regarding this kind of mysterious feeling, Yi Yuan was not foreign to it. Back then when he preached on Tao of the Fiend race, he had once triggered great Tao heavenly melody. The sound that this jade light drum gave off achieved the same wondrous effect with different means. It was just that the great Tao heavenly melody that Yi Yuan triggered belonged to alchemy Tao, while the jade light drum's melody of great Tao was extremely aggressive. Clearly, it was a Tao with extremely strong offensive power. Yi Yuan was secretly startled in his heart and said, "Looks like this Shadow Moon sect is indeed extraordinary. This jade light drum should be a top-level true G. Oh, D mystic treasure, its power unimaginable. Just the slight aftermath of the vibrations of the drum surface have such power. Toward this kind of great Tao melody, Yi Yuan accepted it calmly. But Bailey Qingyin and the rest secretly revolved divine essence, blocking this impact. Gradually, the jade light drum's vibration noises subsided. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Deacon Hong's gaze swept over everyone slightly and said majestically, "The people who vomited blood just now can leave." Those people who vomited blood were all incomparably depressed, but they could only leave helplessly. I've long heard that the jade light drum's power is boundless, but I didn't expect that it's actually so terrifying. If it's unleashed, probably even celestial deity powerhouses can be instantly killed too, right? Regarding the jade light drum's power, these people were all extremely shocked too. After those people left, Deacon Hong continued slowly. Now the second round assessment begins. No matter what method you all use, as long as you can make the jade light drum sound out, it's considered Pa-S. Sing the ace assessment. People who Pa-S. The A-S. Assessment will become my Shadow Moon Sex inner disciple. People who fail will become miscellaneous affairs disciples. If you aren't willing to become a miscellaneous affairs disciple, you can also leave. However, this old man warns you all first, live within your means. Your attacks, the jade light drum will return it with several times the force. It might directly collapse your physical bodies. Deacon Hong's words made the group of disciples feel slightly alarmed. This jade light drum's power was seriously too terrifying. Striking the drum without cultivation attainments was equivalent to seeking death. All right, now, you all cast spells in reverse order according to the results of the first round assessment, Deacon Hone said in a clear voice. The first one to take the field was a very lean guy, only to see him leap up, arrive in midair. Back in his hand, a metal rod came into his hands. Limitless astral cudgel. The lean man brandished the metal stick and smashed over toward the jade light drum. Bang! Only to hear a scream. The jade light drum did not sound out, but his right arm that gripped the stick directly exploded into pieces. When Duan Qinghong saw this scene, he said scornfully, "Ha, really foolish. Plus does he think it's beating an ordinary drum? Choose a metal rod and it can sound out?" When Han Yong saw this scene, his expression changed slightly too and said to the Yi Yuan beside him, "Fine lad, that kid just now, his strength wasn't weak. He's actually crippled just like that." Yi Yuan said coolly, "What this jade light drum tests isn't strength, but comprehension toward Tao. Using brute force will only accomplish the very opposite. The stronger the brute force, the greater the countershock force. He only had one arm crippled. It's considered light already. If you went up, your entire person would probably explode into nothing." Han Yong chuckled and said, "I wouldn't be as stupid as him." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "There's naturally no problem with your Pa-S. Sing the test. But it's impossible for you to want to win, Zhao Zhao." Han Yong's expression choked up, involuntarily revealing an aggrieved look. Their Thundercloud sect and the Devil Elephant sect are sworn enemies. Han Yong and Zhao Zhao were also lifetime enemies. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he kept on being unable to Serpa. Zhao Zhao. This had always been his heart knot. Yi Yuan, don't smack the face when hitting people. Don't rake up one's shortcomings when picking on people. You being like this, you made me very depressed." Han Yong said gloomily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'll teach you a move that can let you overpower Zhao Zhao. What do you think?" Han Yong's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "For real? You don't fool me. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fool you for what? This round is as easy as turning my hand over to me." The moment these words came out, not just Han Yong, even the Yang fan by the side also revealed skeptical looks. The two of them did not know Yi Yuan's stunning performance in the Shadow Moon Mountain range, and naturally did not know Yi Yuan's true strength. Yi Yuan, these words are a bit too conceited, right? Even though you got first place in the first round, this second round's Jade Light Drum, even to the first place, it's absolutely not easy too. Yang Fan said. These words were said veiledly, but actually it was saying that Yi Yuan actually took advantage of people in the first round and was not a true winner. how your strength was. Did you not have any score in your heart? Blowing your own trumpet here, why didn't you take AP, I, S, and look at your reflection as well? Yi Yuan did not refute, but said to Han Yong with a smile, if you trust me, I'll teach you. If you don't believe, then forget it. Take it as I didn't say anything. Han Yong's expression flickered incessantly. Honestly speaking, he was a little skeptical. But overpowering Zhao Zhao was also his long-cherished wish of many years. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, brother, you say, I believe you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and whispered a few words in Han Yong's ear. When Han Yong heard, his face could not help revealing a dubious look as he said, so simple. Can it work? Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, those who find it hard don't know. Those who know won't find it hard. This round's assessment isn't as difficult as you imagine. Han Yong's face revealed a strange look and could not quite make up his mind for some time. At this time, the test was also progressing in an orderly manner. But up to this point, not a single person said yet. Some people also did not dare to go all out when they saw those in front getting injured. Slam! Finally, when more than 40 people took the field, someone sounded the jade light drum for the first time. It was just that this sound was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Whether or not it was counted as sounding was also hard to say. Ding Yuan, Tier 0, S the test. At this time, Deacon Hong said in a clear voice. Clearly, Deacon Hong could decide the ranks of the people who said the test through that small flag. Tier 0 could virtually be ignored. But being able to do it to this step was also indeed not easy. The people who took part in the test at the back, those who said also gradually increased. But the vast majority were all Tier 0 or Tier 1. All the way until the top 100, only then did a Tier 2 disciple appear. Chapter 1794 Drumming Method that made people know whether to laugh or cry. 1794 Drumming Method that made people know whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Shu. Tier 3. Said the assessment. Zhao Zhao. Tier 4. Said the assessment. The moment Deacon Hong's voice fell, it immediately aroused a wave of exclamations. Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. Him being called the Devil Elephant Lineage's #1 person indeed wasn't simply boasted out. In comparison, Thundercloud Sect's Han Yong is much worse. The genius that the Thundercloud sect nurtured this time is too weak. The grudges between celestial deity level sects were not some secret here. Everyone all came from celestial deity level sections. Regarding Zhao Zhao and Han Yong's matters, everyone was very clear. Han Yong's expression was very ugly. He thought that Zhao Zhao would at most be peak Tier 3. He did not expect that Zhao Zhao actually reached Tier 4. This way, the pressure he was experiencing was very great. It did not matter if he lost, but people would say that the Thundercloud sect was inferior to the Devil Elephant sect. In reality, the two great sects each had their own merits. It was just that the Devil Elephant sect developed rapidly these few years and already faintly showed trends of overshadowing the Thundercloud sect. Therefore, Han Yong did not want to lose even more. Zhao Zhao landed from midair and deliberately said by Han Yong, and said with a sneer, Han Yong, I've already broken through to Tier 4. I know that you're not convinced, so don't get lower than this. Han Yong's expression changed and opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but he truly did not have any confidence. Putting out the big talk now, if he could not achieve it in a while, that would be even more humiliating. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. You rest assured, when Brother Han goes up a while, he'll only be higher than you and not lower than you. The Zhao three brothers and Han Yong were implacable enemies. He came down only because he wanted to show off a bit to Han Yong, so he did not notice that Yi Yuan was actually still here. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, Zhao Zhao's expression could not help changing, his eyes revealing a look of fear. With just the likes of him? Don't I know how capable he is? Zhao Zhao raised his neck and forcefully argued. He was afraid of Yi Yuan, but it did not mean that he was scared of Han Yong. after fighting for a little less than half of their lifetimes. Could he still not know Han Yong's strength? Yi Yuan said coolly, "What this jade light drum is testing is potential and not strength. Your strength is indeed greater than his, but it doesn't mean that your potential is greater than his." The moment Zhao Zhao heard, he said disdainfully, "Just him? If he can Serpa S me, I'll pluck my head off for him to kick as a ball." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need for that. If he can Serpa you yell in front of so many people that the Devil Elephant sect is no good 3 times. Do you dare or not?" When Zhao Zhao heard Yi Yuan's words, his expression could not help but become stifled. This was betting with the sect's reputation. It was not up to him to not be cautious. When Yi Yuan saw his appearance, he said coolly, "Looks like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Therefore, when people haven't appeared on the stage yet, don't posture here. There are plenty of people stronger than you." Seeing Yi Yuan stump Zhao Zhao with a few words, Han Yong could not help being greatly excited. He naturally knew that he could not beat Zhao Zhao, but being able to make him feel deflated, he was also very happy. Zhao Zhao smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "You're goading me? Do you think that I'd fall for it so easily?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Regardless whether I'm goading or not, you're a gutless loser. You don't dare to bet. Isn't it still because you don't have the confidence? I dare to say that if I lose to you, I'll commit suicide in front of the Shadow Moon Sect's mountain gates to atone for my crime. But you don't dare." Zhao Zhao's expression became incomparably ugly. "Of course you freaking dare to say so. How could a peerless genius who fused spatial law and sword Dao law possibly lose to him? This guy was even stronger than Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin. Ha ha! You're indeed a loser, to not even dare to agree to this. If you don't dare to agree, then scram to one side. Don't be an eyesore here. Is Tier 4 very impressive?" Han Yong also laughed loudly and said, being looked down upon by Yi Yuan, he felt like he had no temper. But being despised by Han Yong like this, he could not quite endure it anymore. "Han Yong, I dare to bet, then do you dare? If you lose, you'll also shout Thundercloud Sect is no good 3 times. Do you have the guts?" Zhao Zhao said with a cold smile. Han Yong's expression choked up when he heard this. It was as if he had his throat clutched. When Zhao Zhao saw the situation, he said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, "See, it's him who doesn't have the guts, not that I don't have the guts." The moment Han Yong heard this, his head heated up. He said, "Compete then. Who's scared of who?" Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he thought about it. It was impossible for him to lose to Han Yong. His face could not help turning dark as he said, "Okay, I want to see whether or not you can really turn into a phoenix from a hen. I'm going to make your Thundercloud Sect lose all of its face in front of everyone." This matter was settled like this. But Han Yong's heart was racing. He truly did not have much confidence in winning Zhao Zhao. "Yi Yuan, you went a bit too overboard. If Han Yong loses, he won't be able to even lift his head in the Shadow Moon Sect in the future. He'll become a common target for scorn." Yang Fan said in a solemn voice. Clearly, he was enraged. Yang Fan and Han Yong's relations. H.I. plus P was very close. Seeing Yi Yuan incite the wager this time, the fury in his heart blazed. If Han Yong lose, the Thundercloud lineage's people would thoroughly cast him aside and view him as the sect's traitor. In the future, he'd be alone and helpless in the Shadow Moon Sect. This was not as simple as yelling 3 times. The future implications were too great. Saying something unpleasant, this wager might directly ruin Han Yong's future. Furthermore, Yang Fan really could not see any hopes of victory for Han Yong. The method that Yi Yuan said he would teach Han Yong, Yang Fan was very pessimistic about it too. If casually teaching could defy the heavens, then wouldn't the Shadow Moon Sect's assessment become a joke? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "You turn it around and think about it. If Han Yong wins, Zhao Zhao and brothers won't be able to lift their heads in the Shadow Moon Sect in the future." Right at this time, a miscellaneous affairs disciple shouted, "Next one, Han Yong." Han Yong's expression changed, a pair of legs like they grew roots, and actually did not dare to walk out. When Zhao Zhao saw this scene, he was even more certain in his heart that Han Yong could not do it. Originally, Han Yong was already inferior to him. Yi Yuan lightly patted Han Yong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Remember, use the method that I taught you to drum the drum. You won't lose." Han Yong's heart was somewhat racing as he said, Can this really work?" Yi Yuan nodded his head with an indifferent look. Now that it was hard to dismount from a tiger's back, Han Yong was aware that he had no way out already too. Stealing his heart, he leaped and arrived up in the sky. Han Yong suddenly turned around, back facing the jade light drum, his abdomen ballooning more and more. When everyone saw this scene, their faces became extremely fascinating. Zhao Zhao's complexion flushed even redder as he let out a big laugh and said, "Ha ha, you're really killing me with laughter. This guy wouldn't be thinking of using a fart to sound the jade light drum, right?" Bailey Qingyin's face turned red, and she could not help turning away. Below, waves of ridicules also came over. Yang Fan was angered until his expression was livid, and he questioned Yi Yuan. "This is the idea that you gave him? You want to make him become the laughingstock of the world?" Puh! Yang Fan's voice had yet to face when a loud fart could be heard clearly in the entire plaza. However, everyone's smiles had yet to fade away when an even more resounding drum sound spread out. Dong! Chapter 1795 Trampled Flat in One Day. 1795 Trampled Flat in One Day Dong. An earth-shaking drum sound spread out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. Everyone who was still laughing before, after hearing the drum sound, their faces all changed drastically. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that this drum sound was the most sonorous one up to this point. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Han Yong's fart actually struck the jade light drum so resoundingly. Ouch! Han Yong let out a scream and actually could not stand steady, falling down from midair. But he did not feel pain. Scrambling to his feet, his face appeared flushed because of excitement. He ran in front of Yi Yuan and said with an excited face, "It was actually really useful. You didn't bluff me." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly when he heard this, and he said, "Turns out that you felt that I was bluffing you all along." Han Yong choked and said embarrassed, "Sedley, I didn't mean that." "Oh, suspicion is also normal. After all, this method is rather fantastical," Yi Yuan said with a smile. By the side, Yang Fan was shocked until he did not speak until now. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of incredulity. This guy's pointer was actually really useful. Deacon Hong looked at this scene with a stunned look. This was still his first time seeing someone use this kind of utterly absurd method to pass the assessment. Han Yong, Tier 5. Pass, said the test. These words were like a heavy hammer. SMAs. Plussing onto Zhao Zhao's heart. He gritted his teeth and said in a clear voice, "Deacon Hong, I'm unconvinced. How can he be considered to have said the assessment like this?" Deacon Hong's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Are you questioning this old man?" Zhao Zhao was startled inwardly, but he defended himself strongly through sophistry and said, "Deacon Hong, if letting out a fart can pass the test, then wouldn't our Shadow Moon sect become the laughingstock of the world?" Deacon Hong frowned and said, said means pass. Said, "The jade light drum won't deceive people. Keep on being long-winded, and I'll revoke your qualifications." Zhao Zhao's face changed. How could he still dare to say anymore? Han Yong said with a smug look, "Zhao Zhao, weren't you very proud of yourself earlier? Didn't you say that I can't possibly Serpa? You? Now admit defeat." Zhao Zhao's expression was grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "You beat the drum with such a ludicrous method to actually still have the nerve to mention the wager?" Han Yong seemed to have long predicted his attitude and said with a sneer, "Something that even Deacon Hong has confirmed isn't up to you to deny. Whether or not I pass the test, that small flag can naturally ascertain it. Hence, are you going to go back on your words now?" Zhao Zhao was pushed to the edge of the cliff all of a sudden. Quite a few people around all cast strange gazes, all looking at Zhao Zhao with disdainful looks. The two of them wagering that was witnessed by many people. Now, Zhao Zhao was actually going to go back on his word. Zhao Zhao gritted his teeth and said furiously, "I'm reneging, so what can you do to me?" But Han Yong smiled and said, "What can I do to you?" Heh. Everyone saw it. The people that come from the Devil Elephant sect don't keep their words. No strength, and he still dare to bet with me. He loses and doesn't acknowledge his debt. Such a sect is truly laughable. This Zhao Zhao, I didn't expect that he's so shameless. The Devil Elephant sect's face is utterly lost by him. Lost and doesn't admit it. Who would still dare to walk close with such a person in the future? Han Yong's words immediately aroused a wave of contempt. Zhao Zhao's expression was ugly to the extreme. He currently found it hard to dismount the tiger after getting on its back. Whether or not he admitted it, the sect's reputation was ruined by him. Just as he was at a loss on what to do, a figure suddenly flashed past. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Zhao Zhao's face. Song Ting looked at Zhao Zhao with a grim expression and said furiously, "You fool, are you nuts? To actually dare agree to such a wager." Zhao Zhao was full of grievances in his heart. How could he know that Han Yong actually used a fart and Serpa? Said him. Zhao Zhao was just about to defend himself with sophistry, but heard Song Ting said icily, "You what you? From now on, you're not my Devil Elephant lineage's member anymore." Zhao Zhao's expression changed, and he said in a panic, How can this be? Once rejected by the Devil Elephant lineage, he would not be able to get protection within the Shadow Moon sect in the future. Inside this sect, where geniuses were abundant like clouds, it was very hard for him to gain a foothold. Song Ting sneered and said, "Otherwise, how do you want to resolve this matter?" Zhao Zhao choked the moment he heard this. It seemed like this was the best way to resolve the problem. Zhao Zhao's expression was ashen. He suddenly discovered that his future became gloomy, and the prime culprit was actually a wager. The wager that was originally in the bag. In the end, he actually lost. Han Yong watched the show by the side, enjoying it thoroughly. For so many years, Zhao Zhao had always suppressed him, making him virtually unable to catch his breath. Did not expect that he only used one opportunity and thoroughly brought this fellow down. Without the Devil Elephant lineage as the patron, the Zhao three brothers would die very horribly. Just like the words Jiang Shuyan said when she warned Yi Yuan, even Yi Yuan's talent could not stand firm, let alone a measly little Zhao Zhao. At this time, Han Yong was jubilant in his heart. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was also filled with gratitude. Actually, the thing that Yi Yuan taught him was very simple. It was to let him continuously perform great circulatory cycles within his body with world power, finally sinking it inside the Dantian. When it ACCU, mulat to the limits of the body, then let it out in one go. Although Han Yong did not understand why, very clearly he did it. At the thought that he suspected Yi Yuan previously, he would feel very ashamed. Yi Yuan was intentionally helping him get rid of Zhao Zhao here, but he doubted Yi Yuan's intentions. Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan, "I apologize to you." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "You were worried about your bro. That's why you did that. Would I fail to make a distinction between right and wrong? There's no need for this apology." Yang Fan looked at Yi Yuan in surprise, secretly alarmed in his heart. This kid's heart was clear as a mirror. "Yi Yuan, I discovered that when Zhao Zhao was talking to you previously, he seemed to be particularly scared of you." Yang Fan found it weird just now. When Zhao Zhao was facing Yi Yuan, he became like a different person from before, as if Yi Yuan was a dreadful monster. This feeling made him feel very preposterous. Even though Yi Yuan broke through, Zhao Zhao should not reach the extent of being afraid, right? That guy was taught a fierce lesson by me and Bailey Qingyan in the Shadow Moon Mountain Range. That's why he's like this, Yi Yuan said ambiguously. Yang Fan felt enlightened in his heart, but Yi Yuan's words made him feel even more puzzled. Could it be that there was really some unclear and unknown relations? H. I. Plus P between Yi Yuan and Bailey Qingyan? The ace assessment continued. The people remaining were all strong players. Quite a number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 figures appeared. It was just that there was not even a single Tier 5. Only all the way until Duan Qinghong made a move did he firmly take Tier 5. Zhong Hamlin and Duan Qinghong were almost on par, similarly the standard of Tier 5. This way, Han Yong was actually ranked at 3rd place thus far. This was what everyone never thought of. Next, Yi Yuan. It was Yi Yuan's turn, but he did not move and said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Deacon Hong, can this disciple request to be the last to be tested?" Chapter 1796, Sudden Drumbia. Chapter 1796, Sudden Drumbia. Is there a mistake? This kid is also posturing too hard, right? To actually want to contend for the finale with Bailey Qingyan. Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Who does he think he is? Yi Yuan's request immediately caused a series of boos. What the finale represented was strength and status. Yi Yuan was a freeloader in everyone's eyes. What right did he have to be the finale? Jiang Shuiyan's brows furrowed when she heard that and said, "What does this guy want to do? He's using this method in order to fight for vindication? This kid is also too childish, right?" Bailey Qingyan was similarly a loss, not knowing what Yi Yuan was doing here. Deacon Hong frowned slightly and said, "You and Bailey loss. S are tied for 1st place as long as she has no objections. There's no problem." Finished talking. Everyone's gazes looked over toward Bailey Qingyan. Jiang Shuyan was just about to speak when Bailey Qingyan agreed without hesitation. "No problem. I'll go first." Jiang Shuyan stomped her feet angrily, secretly thinking that this girl was so worrying. Was this the time to yield out of courtesy? Bailey Qingyan took a stop out, arrived high up in the air, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the mortal world, her beauty transcendent. The disciples below all revealed wars. I plus Ping looks. Bailey Qingyan gave Yi Yuan a glance with a complicated expression, but discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at her with a smile, involuntarily making her stupefied. What medicine was this fellow selling in his gourd? This scene was another flavor when it landed in everyone's eyes. Bailey Qingyan collected her mind, divine essence surging on her body. Suddenly, she cast out a silk ribbon, which flew over toward the jade light drum like lightning. Dong! Thus far, the most sonorous drumbeat spread out. The shockwave coming of the jade light drum rippled out like breaking a dead branch from a tree, leveling the trees in the several-mile radius to the ground. Seeing such a shocking commotion, everyone's countenance also changed visibly. This strength was even above Duan Qinghong, 2 people. Deacon Hong's face revealed a look of approval as he said with a nod, "Not bad. Not bad. Bailey Qingyan, high grade, Tier 6. Pass," said the test. Jiang Shuiyan's face revealed a relieved smile. With this, their immortal abode sect suppressed the other 2 lineages until they could not even lift their heads anymore. Furthermore, Bailey Qingyan's performance also provided powerful proof for her breathtaking 1st round. Now, who would still suspect that was not done by Bailey Qingyan? Most likely, even Duan Qinghong, they all also would not suspect it, right? Her gaze looked over toward Yi Yuan away, and she could not help sneering. "Foolish fellow, think that you can S and A T C H away Bailey's limelight like this? Even though you comprehended spatial law, your realm is too low. But the jade light drum's requirement for cultivation realm is very high." Although she witnessed Yi Yuan's powerful strength, Jiang Shuyan was not optimistic about Yi Yuan. She, as the Shadow Moon sect's disciple, naturally knew the jade light drum's power. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehensions toward Tao, and the louder the drumming would be too. Although Yi Yuan's attack power was high, his realm was too low. If he used full strength to attack the jade light drum, he would only suffer an even stronger countershock force. Hence, Bailey Qingyan's 1st place was already locked in. Yi Yuan wanting to be the finale, This action was merely the laughable dignity of a man. Bailey Qingyin's performance made everyone marvel with admiration, and also made Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They had always been pursuing Bailey Qingyin previously, but her potential was more than a level stronger than theirs. Bailey Qingyin said to Deacon Hong with clasped hands, "Thank you, Deacon Hong." Deacon Hong nodded his head as he smiled and said, "Bailey Lies. S is indeed pretty good. High-grade Tier 6. Among all of the former season's A assessments, it also ranks among the best. It's just a pity that it missed by a step and didn't break through to Tier 7. Bailey Qingyin said, "Qingyang will cultivate even harder in the future and won't let the sect down." Deacon Hong smiled and said, "Amen. Cultivate well. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. Hope that you can have a place." Bailey Qingyin nodded slightly and floated down. Jiang Shuiyin went up to welcome with a smile and said, "Bailey, you indeed didn't disappoint me." But Bailey Qingyin's attitude was somewhat cold as she said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, there's still someone who hasn't taken the stage. Don't be happy too early." But Jiang Shuiyin said without a care, "Although that kid's talent is high, his realm is too low after all. Even if he's stronger than Duan Qinghong it's also impossible to Serpa. SSU." Bailey Qingyin shook her head slightly, but did not dispute. She kept feeling that Yi Yuan doing this had a deep meaning. Most likely, it would not be that simple. Furthermore, it was clearly impossible for Han Yong to Serpa. S Xiao Zhao, but he broke through to Tier 5. And Han Yong's relations. H.I. plus P with Yi Yuan was very good. Could this just be a coincidence? Last one, Yi Yuan. After repeated calls, it was finally Yi Yuan's turn to appear on the stage. However, he did not come out yet, and there was another wave of booing. Clearly, everyone was very disdainful of his finale that overestimated his own ability. This guy is really utterly without shame. This bit of strength also dare to S. T. C. H. The finale. Miss Bailey is magnanimous and doesn't haggle over it with him. This guy even went from bad to worse. 6 Firmament, Divine Lord. Don't even know whether or not he can make it sound, and he dares to us. And T. C. H. The position of the finale. Originally, Bailey Qingyin was a genius at the same level as Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin in everyone's eyes. But now, Bailey Qingyin's status in their minds already far Serpa. Said those two people. The present Bailey Qingyin outshone the others. Coupled with that kingdom-toppling looks of hers, she already became the G.O. Des in everyone's hearts. A G.O. Des that could not be profaned. But Yi Yuan, this guy, actually dared to blaspheme the G.O. Des and S. T.C. H. Her finale position. Towards these questioning voices, Yi Yuan naturally paid no attention to it. He slowly walked out of the crowd, but did not fly up high to the sky. Then, he just flicked lightly, carrying a light breeze, blowing towards the jade light drum. This movement was like Bruss. H.I. Plussing off dust, relaxed and natural. It was just that this action made everyone feel very perplexed. Even Deacon Hong's face revealed a very doubtful look. What is this guy doing again? Have to admit, he really knows how to gain notoriety by doing something sensational. What he did just now is already beating the drum. No divine essence, undulation at all. This guy knows that he's going to reveal his true colors and gave up. Dong. Just as the ridiculing voices grew higher than the previous wave, an earth-shattering drumbeat sounded out, overshadowing all of the sounds all at once. In the entire world, only the jade light drum's drumbeat was reverberating. The faces of everyone present all changed visibly. The sound of this drum was actually identical to Bailey Qingyin's. That power plowed once more within the radius of several miles. Everyone all used incomparably horrified gazes to look at Yi Yuan, but even more were confused faces. Was this drumbeat just now really done by Yi Yuan? But how could that kind of casual and light action cause such a big commotion? Chapter 1797 Old Youth. Chapter 1797 Old Youth. The drumbeat gradually subsided. Everyone was still immersed in the midst of shock, because no one could have thought that Yi Yuan could actually accomplish exactly the same as Bailey Qingyan. Among them included Jiang Shuiyin and Duan Qinghong. They all. Deacon Hong's pupils constricted as if understanding something. Yi Yuan, high grade, tier 6. Pa-S, said the test. He looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a gratified look. Deacon Hong thought in his heart, this child is different from the others and already saw through the jade light drum's reality, simplifying things by cutting out the superfluous, triggering the resonance of the jade light drum with the power of great Tao. It looked casual, but it's actually no idea how many times more profound than others. Other people saw 100 steps away, but he already saw 1,000 steps away. Except, it looked like he still held back somewhat, but don't know why is that. With Yi Yuan not displaying his full strength, he was unable to judge Yi Yuan's limits. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan was a genius too. At least, he was not beneath Bailey Qingyan. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was just a supporting character who only worked his way to first place by following Bailey Qingyan. Looking at it now, it was ridiculously wrong. As so incredible, Han Yong said in shock. Although after he reached tier 5, he had long changed his views on Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan reach high-grade tier 6 effortlessly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Bailey Qingyan, he was still extremely shocked. Yang Fan had a strange look. He previously still thought that Yi Yuan boasted without coming up with a draft, and that his behavior was flashy with substance and could not get close with. Looking at it now, he was really blind. Yi Yuan saying that it was a breeze for him to Pa-S. The A-S assessment, it was really accomplished with the greatest of ease. Too effortless. A casual flick, and it was high-grade tier 6, too relaxed and casual. Yi Yuan slowly turned around and looked over in Jiang Shuiyan's direction with a profound meaning. Jiang Shuiyan's entire body turned stiff and was actually floored by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Jiang Shuiyan's face felt fiery hot. Yi Yuan used this light flick and gave her an incomparably resounding slap. A moron could also tell that Yi Yuan seemed to have plenty left in the tank, but he got a high-grade tier 6. This move of Yi Yuan's had a deep meaning. Firstly, Yi Yuan helped Bailey Qingyan achieve the T.I. of first place, repaying Bailey Qingyan's friends. H.I. plus P and loyalty. Secondly, Yi Yuan used this flick to tell everyone that Yi Yuan, did not rely on Bailey Qingyan to get first place. He was very strong. Thirdly, Yi Yuan was telling her, Jiang Shuiyan, you cannot suppress my edge. As long as I, Yi Yuan, am willing, I can S everyone at any time. This was a blatant declaration of war. The entrance examination ends here. You all will be my Shadow Moon sect's disciples starting from now, no matter which sect or faction you all belong to in the past. Now, you all only have one item. 1. Tai. That is the Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Entering my sect, everything will be the sect's interests as the top priority. If there's any act of betraying the sect, kill without amnesty. Now, you all ascend from the mountain gate. There will naturally be someone to fetch you all in. Deacon Hong's voice reverberated in front of the mountain gate. The disciples all had fearful expressions, clearly frightened by Deacon Hong's words. Yi Yuan was very indifferent and did not have any surprised look. The Shadow Moon sect seemed to have many factions, the forces intricate and complicated. Actually, that was just tacit aloud by the sect in order to increase the compet. 1. Tie in between disciples and accelerate their strength increase. But if someone jeopardized the sect's interests, the sect would definitely annihilate them at all costs. The Shadow Moon sect would not nurture geniuses for other sections. There were 43 inner disciples who said the examination at the end, and 102 miscellaneous affairs disciples. These people officially entered the sect under Qian Ye's lead. The Shadow Moon sect's main peak towered into the clouds, unable to see any end in sight. Yi Yuan climbed up the steps along with the crowd, as if arriving at a fairyland. And the spiritual energy thickness also became increasingly stronger as the height of the mountain got taller. Just the spiritual energy concentration at the halfway point was already D knows how many times stronger than ordinary high-order imperial cities. The Shadow Moon sect had a main peak and 9 sub-peaks, presenting the appearance of 9 stars twinkling around the moon. All were majestic and grand. Yi Yuan could feel that this place was absolutely a rich land that fostered great talents. The 9 sub-peaks were under the charge of the 9 great skill-imparting elders. Disciples who entered the sect all have to be signed under the name of skill-imparting elder. Of course, it was just belonging under them. Skill-imparting elders were all true D-level existences. Ordinary disciples could not see them at all. However, each skill-imparting elder had a rank 6 cultivation method in their possession. If one could stand out in their performance, they could become the skill-imparting elder's personal disciple. At that time, they would be able to learn a true D-level cultivation method and martial techniques. This was what all of the disciples dreamed of. Of course, in a large true D-level sect, disciples ranging in the tens of missions, wanting to become a personal disciple, that was doubly difficult. This is your ident. 1 Tai token. Kid, I have to admire you. Before even entering the sect, you already offended the 3 great factions in our devil elephant lineage. Do you know how many elders and deacons the Shadow Moon sect has that all come from these 3 major factions? Song Ting threw the ident. 1. Tai token to Yi Yuan and scoffed with a look of amuse. Yi Yuan received the token and discovered that Tianning 2 words were written on the back. Presumably, he was a S signed to Tianning Peak. According to Han Yong, Tianning Peak was the weakest sub-peak. The strengths of the disciples were the weakest, resources were the most deficient, and cultivation method and martial techniques were the most scarce. Looks like he was indeed targeted. Shadow Moon sect did not lack geniuses. His performance was also not stunning enough in order to help Bailey Qingyan achieve her aim and was unable to catch the sect's attention. This was also what Yi Yuan had expected. It was just that being AS signed to whichever sub-peak did not make much difference to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the token and said coolly, "What has that got to do with me? Only second-rate disciples like you will be interested in this sort of thing, right?" Second-rate? You actually said that the Tianju Peak's disciples are second-rate? Song Ting deliberately said it very loudly. The surroundings immediately cast a series of unfriendly gazes. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "What I said was that you're doing this kind of welcoming new disciples thing. You're definitely a second-rate minor character in the sect. Don't you say so? Senior apprentice, Brother Song? You're not young anymore as well, but you can't even break through to the celestial deity realm and are still just an outer disciple. I didn't say that Tianju Peak is second-rate. I mean that you disgrace Tianju Peak." The more Yi Yuan said, the uglier Song Ting's expression became. Those unfriendly gazes also immediately became amused. Calculating it, Song Ting was indeed an old youth already. With his talents, even if he broke through to celestial deity realm, it was very hard to promote to an inner disciple too. Yi Yuan's words poked Song Ting's sore spot. Yi Yuan being AS signed to Tianning Peak, he originally came deliberately to give Yi Yuan a blow and regain face in the pious Sing. He did not expect that he suffered a huge loss of face. This kid's mouth was so venomous. Brat, you just be smug. Being remembered by the 3 great factions at the same time, I hope that you can live for a month. Song Ting gritted his teeth and said with a grim expression. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No need for senior apprentice Brother Song to worry. I'll live very well." Chapter 1798 Abode Gone. Chapter 1798 Abode Gone. The main peak was extremely far away from the sub-peaks. Yi Yuan arrived at Tianning Peak through the transmission array and immediately had a feeling of falling to the human world from heaven. Compared to the main peak's splendor, this place was clearly much shabbier. "Yi Yuan, I really feel unfair for you. With your talent, you should at least be on the top 3 sub-peaks. That bunch of fellows abuses their power to bully people and actually relegated you to Tianying Peak. Beside Yi Yuan, a short and skinny young man said with an indignant look. This young man was called Sang Yu. He came from an unknown small sect. His strength was not bad. Peak 7th Firmament Divine Lord. During the second round's AS assessment, he even reached Tier 2. Among the disciples that came out of small sects, he was already a dragon among men. Logically speaking, he should not have been relegated to Tianying Peak, but he became the only inner disciple sent to Tianying Peak. The other 41 people were all relegated to the other 8 sub-peaks. Regarding this kind of unfair treatment, Sang Yu was naturally unhappy about it in his heart. However, Sang Yu admired Yi Yuan greatly. That simple and casual flick shocked him deeply. Similarly, coming from a small sect, Yi Yuan's potential was clearly much stronger than him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If it's gold, it will S-H-I plus anywhere." I heard that Tianying Peak's skill-imparting elder came from a small sect. But didn't he also enter the ranks of true G-O-D realm, becoming the ruler of a region? Sang Yu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, "Even so, Tianying Peak is still the most run-down sub-peak, ostracized by the other 8 peaks. In the Shadow Moon sect, Tianying Peak could be said to be a land of exile. No one was willing to come to this place. Those who came here were mostly not wanted or disciples without factions. And arriving here was also basically equivalent to having one's future cut off. It would be very hard to have great accomplishments again." Yi Yuan patted Sang Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, upon entering the Shadow Moon sect, you already forgot who you are." Finished saying, Yi Yuan walked over toward Tianying Hall. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Sang Yu's entire body trembled. Yeah, his sect was just an unremarkable divine lord level sect, deficient of resources and severely lacking cultivation methods. But he relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. He thought that entering the Shadow Moon sect, with his talent, he would be able to soar to the heavens in one bound. But the current situation was too far from what he imagined. So he felt indignant, felt wronged, felt that the future was bleak and dark. However, looking back, even if he arrived at Tianying Peak, his current situation was also far better than before. Hence, what was he still not satisfied with? As long as he took out his past efforts, he would be able to stand out among his peers one day and viciously slap those SNOBs. To martial artists, while resources were important, what was more important was to have an unyielding heart that sought Tao. Losing one's true self, then the future would really be bleak. Rousing the dreamer from his sleep with a word. "Yi Yuan, thank you." Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, Sang Yu's gaze became determined once more, just as before. "Senior apprentice brother, we're new disciples here to receive cultivation abodes. This is my ident, one Tai token." Shadow Moon sect was established on a spiritual vein. The sect opened up many abodes on each sub-peak and laid down array formations, providing for disciples to cultivate. The better the apartment attitude of the disciple, the better the cultivation abode they would get, and the faster the cultivation speed will naturally be as well. Tianying Peak was where the spiritual vein was the thinnest among the 9 sub-peaks. The spiritual energy was naturally also the thinnest. That disciple took a look at the 2 people's ident. 1. Tai tokens, his brows involuntarily raising up, and he threw the tokens on the table with a thud as he said lazily, "You're called Sang Yu, right? Tianying Peak still has one last low-grade level 2 abode. This is the abode's token. Go on." Sang Yu put away the token and said joyfully, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." "Senior apprentice brother, then what about Yi Yuan?" That disciple raised his eyelids and said with a fake smile, "Him? That was Tianying Peak's last abode already. This junior apprentice brother will have to be inconvenienced and go to other stray peaks to open up an abode yourself." As he said, He took out an array flag and placed it in front of Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "This is the Spirit Gathering Formation's array flag. You go to Firecloud Peak right now. As long as you find the eye of the spiritual vein there and open up an abode, then deploy the array flag. It will naturally be able to gather spiritual energy and become your own abode." Sun Yu's expression changed when he heard that and said, "How can it be so coincidental? Senior apprentice brother, I heard that opening up an abode is very dangerous. That place is all desolate mountain peaks, fierce beasts everywhere. Quite a few disciples have been buried there." That disciple's gaze turned cold, and he said, "Dangerous? Opening up an abode is dangerous? This main peak, 9 sub-peaks, several hundred stray peaks, which one wasn't opened up by Shadow Moon sect disciples? Why is there an exception when it comes to him?" Sun Yu had just received Yi Yuan's pointers and was endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. He could not bear to see Yuan take the risk and could not refrain from saying, "Senior apprentice brother, why don't you take a look again? Perhaps there are still vacant abodes on the stray peaks in this vicinity?" The moment that disciple heard, he said in a great rage, "Insolence! Ask you to go where? That's where you go. What's with all the sea? RAP. I said, don't have means don't have. Could it be that you want to replace me on duty?" Sun Yu was merely a newcomer. How could he dare to argue? He said with a guilty conscience, "D dare not. Senior apprentice brother, how about this? Give my abode to Yi Yuan. I'll go open up an abode." That disciple's face fell, and he was just about to fly off the handle, but heard Yi Yuan pick up the array flag and say coolly, "All right, don't need to be long-winded anymore. This guy has clearly been bribed by people already, deliberately making me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode, then get killed by fierce beasts. You're just looking for a rebuff by telling him these." Sun Yu's face changed, only then coming to a realization. That disciple's expression similarly changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Punk, you dare to talk to your senior brother like this?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance scornfully and said coolly, "You already want to kill me, so could it be that I still have to speak to you politely? Moreover, who the hell do you think you are to be fit to be called as my senior brother?" That disciple, signing abodes, was merely a 9th firmament divine lord, so Yi Yuan did not take him seriously yet. That disciple's expression turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Very well, looks like it's a very proud newcomer. Then I'll let you take a look at whether I'm fit to be your senior brother or not." Within the radius of Shadow Moon sect's main peak and sub-peaks, it was forbidden for disciples to kill one another. But with a valid reason, taking action against a disciple for a bit was no issue. That disciple saw that Yi Yuan was merely 6th firmament divine lord and actually dared to be insolent in front of him. So he was also genuinely angered. No wonder senior apprentice brother Qian, you want to teach this guy a lesson. Looks like this punk was used to being condescending. While talking, that disciple's 9th firmament divine lord aura suddenly released. A slap smacked over toward Yi Yuan's face as quick as lightning. "Yi Yuan, be careful." Sun Yu did not think that this guy would attack the moment he said so. It was already too late to want to stop it. The other party was 9th firmament divine lord. His strength was more than a level stronger than him. Slap. An incomparably resounding slap transmitted over. That disciple was directly slapped flying out. Chapter 1799, Obstructed Tillage, Spiritual Eye. 1799, Obstructed Tillage, Spiritual Eye. Is there a mistake? My eyesight isn't failing, right? A 6th firmament divine lord smacked a 9th firmament divine lord flying with one slap? Even though there were only a few disciples in the hall, this scene still made them extremely shocked. That disciple held his face, his teeth already knocked out. Looking at Yi Yuan, his eyes were full of fear. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with an indifferent look, "Those people got you to do things. Didn't they tell you not to provoke me? You're the disciple signing abodes and have the authority to sign where disciples go. I originally didn't plan on refusing either. Yet, you were looking for a beating yourself. Then I can't be blamed." Done talking, Yi Yuan took the array flag, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, Yi Yuan. I'll go together with you," Sun Yu suddenly said. He turned to that disciple and said, "That whatever dog fart abode, I don't want it anymore. You give me an array flag. I'll go to Firecloud Peak too." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and said, "They're making me go to Firecloud Peak because that place is definitely very dangerous. You have no need to take the risk with me." But Sun Yu had a calm look and said smilingly, "My strength is inferior to yours, but it's more or less an assistance. Moreover, opening up an abode, I'll just take it as a trial." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he understood in his heart. Sun Yu was a smart man too. He gave a pointer or two, and he already found his original heart. Cultivating was sailing against the current to begin with. If this Sun Yu thought that he soared to the heavens in one bound after entering the Shadow Moon sect, that would be wasting his talents. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Let's go together then." Looking at the two people's departing back view, that disciple had a venomous look on his face. The Firecloud Peak is a desolate land with countless rank 4 fierce beasts. There are even quite a few rank 5 existence. There are already no fewer than several dozen people among the disciples who wanted to open up an abode. I don't believe that you guys can still return. On Firecloud Peak, it was indeed desolate and bleak, with traces of fierce beasts everywhere. The powerful undulations coming from the surroundings made Sun Yu's complexion somewhat pale. "Yi Yuan, this Firecloud Peak is truly riddled with perils. Those guys really want your life." Sun Yu immediately understood those people's intentions after arriving at Firecloud Peak. He vaguely knew that Yi Yuan had conflicts with the 3 major factions, but he did not expect that those people were actually so vicious. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As long as the ordeals that others give me can't kill me, it will all make me stronger. This will become a nightmare for them." Sun Yu's expression turned austere. He discovered that he was too far apart from Yi Yuan in terms of heart realm. Under Yi Yuan's influence, Sun Yu's mind also gradually settled down. "What should we do now?" Sun Yu asked. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Familiarize ourselves with the environment first. Let's walk toward the place with the richest spiritual energy. Since it's an undeveloped stray peak, then we naturally have to choose the best eye of the spiritual vein." Sun Yu nodded and said, "The spiritual energy in the southwest direction seems to be rather thick. Let's go over and take a look." Yi Yuan nodded his head and headed in the southwest direction together with Sun Yu. Along the way, the astonishment in Sun Yu's heart grew more and more. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed made him dare not to look straight at him. Those ordinary rank 4 fierce beasts could not take a single blow at all in front of him. Even the late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts comparable to 8 firmament divine lords were also not enemies that could last one exchange with Yi Yuan. Only those peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts could tussle with Yi Yuan for a while. But in the end, they still could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. After separating from Bailey Qingyan, Yi Yuan tempered himself in the Shadow Moon mountain range. Presently, his realm already thoroughly consolidated, his strength improving further as well. Sun Yu originally thought that Yi Yuan being able to smack a 9th firmament divine lord flying with one slap more or less had some elements of luck involved. Only now did he know that that 9th firmament divine lord was too weak. That 9th firmament divine lord was completely too weak to stand up to Compet. 1. Tying compared to these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. And these peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts were similarly finished off in one blow in front of Yi Yuan. With one comparison, the level was immediately established. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Sun Yu's mind. Recalling the scene of the entrance examination, his eyes revealed deep shock. Everyone was mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that Yi Yuan only got first place by being stained with Bailey Qingyan's light. Looking at it now, it was simply Bailey Qingyan getting stained by Yi Yuan's light. Sun Yu naturally knew Bailey Qingyan's prowess, but he believed that no matter how formidable Bailey Qingyan was, it also would not be so effortless when facing peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. During these past few days, He personally saw Yi Yuan slay 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts alone. This kind of combat power already exceeded the scope of a 9th firmament divine lord. It turned out that Yi Yuan was the #1 person in the entrance examination this time, and this glory was shamelessly usurped by the Immortal Abode sect and Bailey Qingyan. But why didn't Yi Yuan contend? Sang Yu's mind revolved like lightning, thinking of many things in an instant. The spiritual energy in front seems to be somewhat different, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Sang Yu said in surprise. Different? Yi Yuan nodded and said, the spiritual energy here should be the thickest place in the entire Fire Cloud Peak already. But in that area, spiritual energy is extremely thin. Sang Yu was startled and said, such a great distance. You can't feel it? Yi Yuan smiled and said, let's go over and take a look. There might be an unexpected find. The two people gradually approached. Sure enough, Sang Yu discovered that the spiritual energy seemed to have disappeared all at once, suddenly becoming much thinner. What's going on here? Logically speaking, this position should be the eye of the spiritual vein. Why is the spiritual energy so thin? Sang Yu said with a frown. He did not notice that Yi Yuan's gaze gradually became bright. Don't know if it's the Cloud's Word lineage or Soaring Flower lineage. They really gave us a big gift. Yi Yuan said in surprise. Sang Yu felt puzzled and said, a big gift? The spiritual energy here is so thin. Why would it be a big gift? Yi Yuan smiled and said, have you heard before of obstructed tillage spiritual eye? Sang Yu's entire body trembled when he heard that and said in panic, you're talking about the obstructed tillage spiritual eye whose spiritual energy thickness is even above level 9. Yi Yuan smiled and said, that's right. In a spiritual vein, there were numerous spiritual vein eyes. They were divided into a total of 9 levels according to the concentration of spiritual energy. But above level 9, there were still some extremely hard to come across spiritual vein terrains. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye was one of them. These spiritual vein eyes required an extremely complex environment before it could form. Furthermore, it was very hard to identify. Even if ordinary saw it, they might not be able to recognize it too. Of course, this could not stump Dustless. Obstructed tillage spiritual eye has the spiritual energy's eruption obstructed by a special terrain. In the course of time, it will produce extremely thick spiritual energy. Once opened, the spiritual energy concentration would be far above level 9. Haha, don't you think we picked up a great bargain? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Encountering an obstructed tillage spiritual eye, he was very delighted too. He was currently very eager to increase his strength too. Being able to encounter this kind of obstructed tillage spiritual, I would hasten his cultivation speed 10 times over. His luck was really not the ordinary kind of good. Chapter 1800 enough to guard the door. Chapter 1800 enough to guard the door bang. When Yi Yuan laid down the last divine essence stone, the originally thin spiritual energy suddenly spewed out frenziedly like a volcanic eruption. That violent spiritual energy was akin to materializing, visible to the naked eye. Sang Yu's face revealed a look of wild elation as he said with a big laugh, "Ha! Yi Yuan, this time it's really all thanks to you. I didn't expect that we actually ran into an obstructed tillage spiritual eye. Under such berserk spiritual energy, me breaking through to become an 8th firmament divine lord is also a matter of within these few days." He originally felt that Yi Yuan coming to open up an abode was too dangerous. That was why he came to help. In the end, he did not help much and got a great bargain for nothing. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With this spiritual energies concentration, our cultivation shouldn't have any worries within 1,000 years. However, we have to cover up the eruption of spiritual energy here. Otherwise, it will definitely attract the coveting of observant people." Sun Yu deeply felt that way too and said with a nod, "What you said is right, but wanting to block such berserk spiritual energy is probably not easy." Yi Yuan smiled and started bustling around again. After several hours, the spiritual energy in this place returned to tranquility. On the surface, it did not look any different from the other places again. But under the tranquility, that turbulent and surging spiritual energy made each of their pores relax and open up. Looking at Yi Yuan's bustling figure, the shock in Sun Yu's heart grew stronger. This guy was simply unfathomable. The two people were currently busying about when Sun Yu suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Several horrifying auras suddenly appeared from all directions. Following that, 3 fierce beasts with different forms slowly walked out of the dense woods from 3 directions. A deer-formed fierce beast said in human language, "Didn't expect that there's actually a spiritual eye with such thick spiritual energy on this fire cloud peak." Very clearly, these 3 fierce beasts had already unlocked spiritual wisdom. Yi Yuan, this 3 rank 5 fierce beasts. Sun Yu instantly turned deathly pale. The joy of encountering the obstructed tillage spiritual eye immediately evaporated into thin air. Yi Yuan was still busying about with his own things and did not seem to have the intention of paying attention to these 3 fierce beasts at all. A wild boar similarly spoke in the human tongue. "Kid, in order to reward you, your grandpa pig will personally eat you." Another giant bear said, "In fat pig, old dear, this place has nothing to do with you. Get further away." In black bear. "Who the H-E-L? How do you think you are? Do you really think that Grandpa Pig will be scared of you?" The 3 fierce beasts did not place Yi Yuan and Sun Yu in their sights at all, as if this place was already their territory. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a look of relief, "Finally done with it." That giant bear said, "This kid has some capability to actually completely conceal this spiritual eye. Completely can't see anything strange from the outside. All right, kid, quickly run. Grandpa Bear gives you 10 breaths a time. If you can escape, that's your life being tenacious." Yi Yuan ignored him and said with Sun Yu with a smile, "The remaining is opening up the abode. Stop stoning, quickly get to work." Sun Yu was about to go crazy. How could this guy's nerves be so thick? Didn't you see that rank 5 fierce beasts talking to you? That old deer laughed loudly as he said, "Ha-ha-dee. In Black Bear, you are being ignored by a rank 4 punk. Truly disgraceful." The giant bear was angered when he heard that and said, "Brat, Grandpa Bear is talking to you. Did you hear me?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "In Black Bear, you were talking to me?" The giant bear had black lines on its head. This kid completely did not know what being scared was. In Brat, to dare make fun of your Grandpa Bear, be careful that Grandpa Bear smacks you into mush with one smack. The giant bear was greatly enraged and slowly raised its enormous bear claws. Summing a posture of smacking toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The 3 of you guys took a liking to the obstructed tillage spiritual eye? If you guys want to cultivate here, can as well, but you have to protect the abode well for me. Otherwise, I'll kick you all out." Yi Yuan's words made the 3 fierce beasts thoroughly dumbfounded. Sun Yu listened until his scalp tingled. Yi Yuan was crazy, right? To actually provoke 3 great rank 5 fierce beasts. This brat actually wants us to guard his door. Looks like he's really a fool. Grandpa Bear will send you on your way. The giant bear laughed loudly, smacking a slap toward Yi Yuan. This slap was truly daunting to the extreme. The might of the celestial deity realm could not be stopped. But right at this time, an incomparably cold aura suddenly appeared. The moment this aura appeared, it was actually even stronger than the giant bear's palm. Bang! The giant bear's large body was directly sent flying out. When the other 2 fierce beasts saw this scene, their eyes were full of astonishment. How could they have thought that Yi Yuan actually still had such a powerful evil spirit following around him? Sun Yu looked at that evil spirit, a chill running down his spine. He did not think that not only was Yi Yuan's own strength powerful, but there was also actually still such a terrifying evil spirit following by his side. Roar! The giant bear roared and said angrily, Damn, brat, to actually dare sneak attack me. You're dead for sure. A mere evil spirit. You think that you can rest easy without a care? Yi Yuan grinned and said, Big stupid bear, you alone isn't enough. Get the two of them to attack together. Although the three of you are a bit weak, it's enough to guard my door for me. Yi Yuan's words made the giant bear even more infuriated. Punk, Grandpa Bear will tear you to pieces. While talking, the giant bear waved its terrifying giant paw, class H.I., plussing together with the evil spirit. This time, he brought out all of his strength. However, the giant bear discovered that he was wrong very quickly. Outrageously wrong. Yi Yuan's words just now were not a false statement. This evil spirit was too strong. In a few rounds, it beat him until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate, crying out strangely. The giant bear shouted, What are the two of you still stoning for? Don't you guys want to cultivate here anymore? When the wild boar and old deer heard this, they exchanged a glance and also joined in the fray. With three fierce beasts attacking together, the situation finally took a turn for the better. However, the evil spirit under Dustless's control was seriously too strong. His ghost Tao 100 runes was used at the highest level, forcefully raising the evil spirit's combat power several levels. 3 rank 5 fierce beasts were actually suppressed firmly by an evil spirit. By the side, Xingyu was long dumbstruck with amazement from watching. This evil spirit's aura was logically speaking not as strong as the 3 fierce beasts, but his combat power was abnormally terrifying. Sure enough, around freaks were all freaks. It was just that he could not figure out why would a rank 5 evil spirit submit itself to Yi Yuan. 3 beasts and a ghost fought intensely for a full 2 hours, fighting until the entire Firecloud Peak was thrown into chaos. On Firecloud Peak, wails of fierce beasts would transmit over from time to time. The giant bear shouted, Not fighting anymore. Not fighting anymore. We admit defeat. The 3 powerful fierce beasts had BLOOD, wide noses and swollen faces at this time, wounds all over their bodies, their auras incomparably disorderly. They were finally beaten into submission by Dustless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How is it? Agree to guard my door for me now? The 3 fierce beasts exchanged glances and actually could not make up their minds for a moment. They were Firecloud Peak's kings, but guarding the door for a human was too shameful. But they also could not resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye. How frustrating. Chapter 18:01 3 Beasts Showing Off Their Power. Chapter 18:01 3 Beasts Showing Off Their Power Outside Firecloud Peak. 3 figures stood in the air. The person in front was wearing a blue long robe. His aura was powerful. He was already a celestial deity, realm powerhouse. If Yi Yuan were here, he would be able to recognize that this person was precisely Qian Yi. And the 2 people behind him, one was the Zhong Hamlin who had entered the sect not long, while the other was that disciple who arranged for Yi Yuan to enter the Firecloud Peak to open up an abode. W.A.N.G. Quan, pretty well done this time. From today onward, you're my Soaring Flower lineage's outer member. This medicinal pill is your reward. Qian Yi casually threw a medicinal pill over, his tone full of arrogance. However, W.A.N.G. Quan did not mind at all. In fact, he was wildly ecstatic instead. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi. In the future, if Senior Apprentice Brother Qian Yi has any instruction that you want to give, W.A.N.G. Quan offers his service. Feel free to speak up. W.A.N.G. Quan will definitely brave any danger to perform my duty. Qian Yi nodded his head and said, You're certain that they entered Firecloud Peak? W.A.N.G. Quan hurriedly said, Senior Apprentice Brother, rest assured. That day, I constantly kept watch on him and saw that the 2 of them indeed entered Firecloud Peak. Qian Yi said coolly, The spiritual energy on Firecloud Peak is Spa. R.S.E. Furthermore, There are quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. That punk has high regard for himself, going along with the current, wanting to come here to train. But if he encountered rank 5 fierce beasts, that's certain death. Come, let's go take a look. Qianyu was very confident in his own strength. Even if he ran in a rank 5 fierce beasts, he also had confidence in retreating unscathed. Right at this time, several more figures flew closer from afar. There were 3 groups of people among the arrivals. They seemed to have made an appointment, arriving at this desolate firecloud peak at the same time. Qianyu's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "You guys really know how to pick up a bargain." Beside Duan Qinghong, a youth in white said, "Qianyu, don't say that. It's your movement that was too fast." This person's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Qianyu's, also a celestial deity realm powerhouse. These 2 people were the Cloud's Word lineage. There were also 2 other groups of people. One batch was the Immortal Abode lineage's Jiang Shuyan. The other batch was the Devil Elephant lineage. Who could it be if not Song Ting? Hey, you can't say that. SCREWING, a puny little Yi Yuan to death doesn't take much effort. Didn't you take his life by playing a small trick? Jiang Shuyan said with a smile. Qianyu pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "When we were at the Shadow Moon Mountain range, you insisted on doing something superfluous and stopping me. Now you're going to kill him." Jiang Shuyan smiled and said, "Times have changed. You were going to make a move against Bailey at that time." Qianyu gave a cold snort and said, "Enough CRAP. Since everybody is here, why not go to Firecloud Peak and take a look? I believe that with the few of our strengths, making a round-trip exploration shouldn't be an issue." The moment these words came out, everyone all nodded. Several mighty celestial deity realm disciples taking action. Even if there were rank 5 fierce beasts, they could also deal with it. The party went down to the Firecloud Peak and started searching for Yi Yuan 2 people's traces. The traces that Yi Yuan left behind were very obvious. There were quite a few places on the mountain that had traces of fighting. They were not hard to find. Qianyu and the rest did not spend much time and found the corpses of fierce beasts strewn all over the ground. When they saw the corpses of those 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts, the expressions on their faces became solemn. This kid's combat power is too strong. Just a 6th firmament divine lord, and he can actually kill 3 peak late-stage rank 4 fierce beasts. Furthermore, it looks like the battle didn't last long. Qianyu said with a solemn face. But Jiang Shuyan said coolly, "What's so strange about it? How do you think he got first place in the first round's AS assessment? Therefore, he must die." Everyone all nodded when they heard it. The appearance of such a genius would break the balance of the 3 major factions. This kind of situation was absolutely not allowed to happen. Yi Yuan being assigned to Tianying Peak, the 3 major factions clearly contributed to it. Otherwise, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, even if he did not have a powerful faction behind him, it was also absolutely impossible to be assigned to Tianying Peak. The Cloud Word Sect Celestial Deity Realm Disciple, I Ching Xiang, said with a smile that was not a smile, "The spiritual energy ahead is getting richer and richer. Looks like the abode he chose lies not far ahead. But this kind of place is also very close to rank 5 fierce beast territories already, right?" Hearing I Ching Xiang's words, everyone also revealed knowing smiles. Even if Yi Yuan had a Stonies HI plussing talent, encountering rank 5 fierce beasts were also certain death. Everyone followed Yi Yuan's footprints and gradually closed in on the place where the obstructed tillage spiritual eye was at. This Firecloud Peak is really a remote hinterland. The place with the thickest spiritual energy also can't compare to a level 3 abode. Feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, Qianyu said with a disdainful look. The other people's faces also revealed expressions that deeply felt that way too. The abodes that they cultivated in, those were all very high-grade spiritual eyes. Toward the Firecloud Peak, this sort of place, they naturally looked down on it. Tianying Peak was originally the spiritual vein with the most impoverished spiritual energy, and Firecloud Peak was even a stray peak with very spiritual energy within the radius of Tianying Peak. The spiritual energy here could be imagined. Roar, roar, roar. All of a sudden, a series of beast roars echoed out. Countless powerful auras instantly rang from all directions. When a few people heard, their scalps immediately tingled. The aura of each fierce beast was extremely powerful. Among them, there were several which were clearly rank 5 fierce beasts. Not good. Why would so many fierce beasts suddenly appear? Quickly go. I can't stay in this place. Jiang Shuiyan's expression changed greatly as she said. However, her voice had yet to fade when 3 fierce beasts directly scurried out of the dense woods, surrounding the few people in the center. Desolate Cloud, Ancient Bear, Gold Rainbow, Sky Fiend Deer, Dragon, Thunder Mystic Hog. When Qianyi saw these 3 rank 5 fierce beasts, he was frightened out of his wits. Although these 3 fierce beasts were only initial stage rank 5, their strengths were definitely much stronger than them, these first firmament celestial deities. If it was only one, the few of them could still barely manage to deal with it. 3 appearing all at once. This was simply fatal. These 3 fierce beasts were naturally those 3 that Yi Yuan subdued. They were finally still unable to resist the temptation of the obstructed tillage spiritual eye and chose to submit. After all, Firecloud Peak's spiritual energy was still, relatively speaking, a little too impoverished. Reckless and blind things, to actually dare interrupt Grandpa Bear's cultivation, deserve to die. The Dragon Thunder Mystic Hog said, "Damn. And Black Bear, talk what nonsense with them? Just directly kill them." The Gold Rainbow Sky Fiend Deer also said, "Kill. Grandpa Deer, I still have to cultivate." The 3 people did not take nonsense either, directly charging over towards Qianyi and the rest. In an instant, the few people were forced until they were in a FLUS, by 3 incomparably powerful fierce beasts. These few fellows already unlocked spiritual wisdom. Were not their match. Quickly run. Jiang Shuiyan yelled. How could the few people dare to linger, frantically wanting to break out of the encirclement? However, how could these 3 fierce beasts be easy to get along with? Wanting to run was not that easy too. For some time, Qianyi and the rest fell into a bitter fight. That G Quan was only a 9th firmament divine lord. Being hit by a slap from the desolate Cloud, Ancient Bear, he directly died until not even dregs remained. It was a pity that he joined the soaring flower lineage for less than a day and ended up Paris. Plus-ing, with his Tao disappearing. The group of people retreated as they fought, wanting to fly out of the boundary of Firecloud Peak. At that time, no matter how strong these 3 fierce beasts were, they also did not dare to chase after anymore. Chapter 1802, A Zither Melody. 1802, A Zither Melody, several figures flew out of Firecloud Peak. Each and every one of them was in a hurry. Qianyi, Yi Qingxiang, Jiang Shuiyan, and the rest were all in tattered clothing currently, as if they were beggars. Song Ting, Duan Qinghong, Zhong Hanlin, and the rest, their appearances were even more miserable. They were seriously injured and already on the verge of death. Under the 3 great fierce beasts' encirclement, this group of people narrowly broke out of the heavy encirclement. But the price paid was also extremely heavy. Qianyi's expression was livid as he gritted his teeth and said, "Really, D? Ain't it to H-E-L-L? Rank 5 fierce beasts are all extremely proud. So how could they possibly join hands with each other?" How did Jiang Shuiyan still have any hint of the appearance of a fairy maiden at this time? She was like a crazy woman instead. Hearing Qianyi's words, she panted and said, "These 3 fierce beasts must be Firecloud Peak's Overlord CLA's existences. Why would they appear in the same area at the same time?" Qianyi gave a cold snort and said, "Ignore that. Since even those 3 fierce beasts appeared in the same area, That punk is definitely dead until not even dregs remain already. The rest all nodded their heads in agreement when they heard that. Although very puzzled in their hearts, they did not want to come to this fire cloud peak anymore. Either way, judging from the traces, Yi Yuan definitely entered that area. Then the outcome that awaited him could only be one. Confirming that Yi Yuan was already dead, they naturally did not have the mind to care about whatever oddity in this remote hinterlands anymore. Yi Qingxiang scolded angrily. If this kid died, then he's died. To actually cause us to be injured like this truly deserved death. Jiang Shuiyin said coldly. All right, enough C.R.A.P. If that kid doesn't die, his threat would be immense to us three great factions. You guys hurry up and bring those two back. Otherwise, they would really die. Qian Yi and Yi Qingxiang's faces changed, gave a cold snort, and flew over in the direction of Tianying Peak. After several years, an elegant and ethereal figure arrived at Tianying Peak, immediately attracting a series of sidelong glances. Isn't that the Bailey Qingyan of Canopy Peak? Why would she come to our Tianying Peak? Truly beautiful. What's even more Nabel is that her talent is even extremely terrifying. I heard that she just entered the sect for a few years, and she already broke through to half-step celestial deity. Truly monstrous. Right now, the sect is already grooming her with all their power, planning on having her take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. These few years, Bailey Qingyan could be said to have no equal in the limelight in the Shadow Moon sect. Her talent utterly crushed her peers. Even some veteran genius disciples were also firmly suppressed by her. The requirements of Partik 1. P. Aiding in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was extremely stringent. Skeletal age could not exceed 2,000 years, and one must even be a celestial deity realm powerhouse. In the entire Shadow Moon sect, there were few who satisfied this condition. The likes of Jiang Shuiyin and Qian Yi were all strong contenders for this Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave slots. It was just that their talent compared to Bailey Qingyan was still not enough to look at. Bailey Qingyan's startling performance during the entrance examination, coupled with the immortal abode lineage's powerful strength, the sect had large 1. Ties of resources biased towards her currently. Having talent in addition to resources, Bailey Qingyan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, with a trend of catching up from behind. In just a few years, Bailey Qingyan was already almost breaking through to the celestial deity realm. To ordinary disciples, although this step was not considered a heavenly chasm, it absolutely could not be achieved in such a short time. This junior apprentice brother, I wonder where Yi Yuan is at. Bailey Qingyan stopped the ninth firmament divine lord disciple. That disciple immediately felt lightheaded, his chest instantly filled with happiness. Except, about this question, he clearly did not know. Asking several people in a row, no one knew Yi Yuan this person. This made Bailey Qingyan puzzled. Impossible. With his talent, how can he possibly be unknown in Tianying Peak? Carrying this doubt, Bailey Qingyan found the abode Ace signing disciple again. This junior apprentice brother, I'm Canopy Peak's Bailey Qingyan. I want to check Yi Yuan's residence. The present Bailey Qingyan already gradually developed the aura of a sovereign. When talking to ordinary disciples, she was akin to a fairy maiden high above the clouds, making people not dare to look her in the eyes. But only toward Yi Yuan, she could not quite let it go all along. G. Quan already died, so the disciple here naturally as a different person. But even if Bailey Qingyan did not introduce herself, he also recognized her, and naturally would not refuse. He checked, and saw Yi Yuan's name very soon. His expression could not help changing as he said, Junior apprentice brother Yi was sent to Firecloud Peak. Most likely, Bailey Qingyan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition, and she said anxiously, most likely what? That disciple said, Firecloud Peak isn't developed yet. There are fierce beasts everywhere, and also quite a few rank 5 existences. The disciples who went to open up an abode there have never returned alive before. About junior apprentice brother Yi, there have already been no news for several years. Most likely, he's already buried in Firecloud Peak. Bailey Qingyin's face changed, and she said in a cold voice, "Nonsense. With Yi Yuan's strength, how can he possibly die at the hands of fierce beasts?" She knew what place Yi Yuan had gone before. How could he possibly have died? That disciple saw Bailey Qingyin fly off the handle and immediately did not even dare to breathe loudly, faltering and unable to speak. At the same time, he was also very curious in his heart. Who in the world was this Yi Yuan to actually be able to make the G? Oh, Des so concerned. Seeing the disciple not speak, Bailey Qingyin bit her lips gently, turned around, and left Tunying Peak, going to find Jiang Shuyin. Senior apprentice sister, was Yi Yuan's matters arranged by you? Bailey Qingyin's face was cold as frost as she questioned. Jiang Shuyin knew that she could not hide for long and said smilingly, "It has nothing to do with me. It was all arranged by Qianyi. If you want to take revenge, you can go find him." Bailey Qingyin's expression changed, and she said in shock, "Take revenge? Yi Yuan, he really died?" Jiang Shuyin recounted the events on that day with a smile. Bailey Qingyin immediately turned ashen pale, a sorrowful emotion welling up in her heart. What's with me? I clearly hate him very much. But why do I have a feeling of wanting to cry?" When Jiang Shuyin saw this scene, she could not help heaving a sigh as she said, "That kid was too arrogant and insolent on the account of his ability. He didn't know how to restrain himself. He'd die sooner or later in the Shadow Moon sect. Now, isn't it great that he's dead? You can focus on cultivating and strive to break through to the celestial deity realm as soon as possible, and then you can prepare for the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave." Bailey Qingyin ignored her and left in low spirits. After several days, a Bailey Qingyin in white clothes appeared at the top of Firecloud Peak. The Bailey Qingyin without any makeup, clad in white, seemed like an otherworldly fairy maiden. In front of her, a zither was placed. "You frivolous scoundrel. My, Bailey Qingyin's zither will only be played for the person I love. But you blackmailed with this and followed me into the Shadow Moon Mountain range. I hate you. Now, you and I are separated by death. The promise of that day can no longer be fulfilled. Today, I'll play a melody on my zither. I hope that you can hear my zither sound in the underworld." 10 fingers moving lightly, the sounds of the zither lingered sweetly, spilling throughout the entire Firecloud Peak. 1,000-mile, lonely grave, nowhere to speak dreary words. In the zither sound, tenderness and saddened pain exuded everywhere. With the song ending, Bailey Qingyin already had tears covering her face. "Turned out that my zither strings have already been stirred by you." Bailey Qingyin choked. Chapter 1803 Rage. 1803 Rage. There were no years inside the abode. Time flew. 200 years said in a flash. On Firecloud Peak, it was still so desolate and barren. But on this day, there were several additional figures on the peak. One of them looked around in a panic and said fearfully, "I heard that this Firecloud Peak has quite a few rank 5 fierce beasts. I hope we won't run into them." The person in the lead said, "Scared of what? Firecloud Peak is so big. There are only that few rank 5 fierce beasts. They will just happen to be encountered by us. As long as we pluck the Crimson Tail, GRAS, we'll be able to complete the sex mission." Another person complained, "Really, D? In it, why did this Crimson Tail, GRAS, have to grow on Firecloud Peak? Firecloud Peak is more dangerous compared to most of the other places in the Shadow Moon Mountain range." Suddenly, the eyes of that person leading lit up, and he said in great joy, "Crimson Tail, GRAS." Everyone looked. There was indeed a small tuft of spirit medicine not far away. The crimson-colored leaves trailed very long, like a tail. The few people were overjoyed and hurriedly dashed over. But right at this time, an aura that almost made them suffocate suddenly appeared. Then, an enormous bear appeared in front of them. Desolate Cloud, Ancient Bear. R rank 5 fierce beast. W wouldn't be so coincidental, right? When that person in the lead saw the old bear, his face immediately turned deathly pale, his pair of legs quaking. He was a ninth firmament divine lord powerhouse too, but in front of the old bear, his strength was completely not enough to look at. The desolate cloud, ancient bear's eyes revealed a murderous gleam and said angrily, "A few in bugs came to interrupt your grandpa bear's cultivation again. You guys really deserve to die." As he said, he swung a big slap over. Under this horrifying pressure, those few Shadow Moon sect disciples could not muster up any desire to resist at all, closing their eyes and waiting for death. "Old bear, don't harm their lives." Suddenly, a voice came out of the dense woods. The old bear's expressions turned solemn, his aura immediately dissipating with the wind. Those few disciples let out a long sigh in relief, feeling joyful from surviving a disaster. Disciple Lin Fan, thanks Senior for your life-saving grace. That disciple in the lead bowed down in the direction of the voice. The others also followed suit one after another. In Lin Fan's view, to be able to stop a rank 5 fierce beast with a word, that must be a deacon-level existence. Otherwise, with the ferocious nature of fierce beasts, how could it possibly listen obediently? The old bear said with a disgruntled look, "Ye brat, you finally came out of seclusion." In the dense woods, a youth in white slowly walked out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When that group of disciples saw Yi Yuan, their eye, that's almost popped out. They even thought about which senior or expert he was. Messing around for half a day, he was actually the same as them, all Divine Lord Realm martial artists. Except, why would a rank 5 fierce beast be so obedient? Yi Yuan looked at the desolate cloud ancient bear and said with a smile, "Old bear, you don't need to show an appearance like you suffered bitterly and have a deep hatred. In these 200 years, your strength also increased considerably. So shouldn't you thank me?" Yi Yuan's seclusion took 200 years' time. The obstructed tillage spirit eyes, abundant energy, also made Yi Yuan's realm rise rapidly within the 200 years, breaking through to 9th firmament divine lord in one stroke. The 3 fierce beasts naturally also had a great increase in strength under such berserk spiritual energy. Presently, their strength was already comparable to a human 2nd firmament celestial deity. Seeing Yi Yuan mention it, the old bear smiled sadly and said, "Haha, isn't it still all thanks to you?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Good that you know." When those few disciples heard Yi Yuan and the desolate cloud ancient bear chatting, each and every one of them was shocked until it could not be greater. When could a human chat so peacefully with fierce beasts? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 9th firmament divine lord. Hearing them talk, Yi Yuan seemed to live in this fire cloud peak. Wasn't it said that Fire Cloud Peak was still a barren land? People who opened up abodes all died here? Then what was going on here? Yi Yuan glanced at the Crimson Tail, GRAS, not far away, and said coolly, "You guys are here to look for the Crimson Tail GRAS." Lin Fan drew a deep breath and said with clasped hands, "Yes. Junior apprentice brother, could this place be your abode?" Yi Yuan slowly nodded, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it, and responded with a question, "Which sub-peak are you all from?" Lin Fan did not dare to dawdle and answered, "The few of us are from Heavenly Heart Peak, because we received the sect's missions and need to use the Crimson Tail GRAS. That's why we came to Fire Cloud Peak. We didn't expect to disturb Junior Apprentice Brothers' quiet cultivation." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that I exited seclusion today. Otherwise, Old Bear probably won't let you guys off." His words made everyone's hearts clench, secretly thinking that they got lucky. That slap of Old Bear smacking down earlier, none of them could escape. But what surprised them even more was that this rank 5 fierce beast was actually guarding Yi Yuan's door. Who in the world was this guy? Opening up an abode on Fire Cloud Peak. This young man should be Tianying Peak's disciple. But when did Tianying Peak produce such a monstrous existence? Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked Lin Fan, "Oh, right, I have a good brother called Han Yong, also at your Heavenly Heart Peak. Not seeing him for 200 years. I wonder how he's been doing recently. After the entrance examination back then, Yi Yuan, Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest were signed to different subpeaks. Han Yong, Yang Fan, and the rest had their own lineages as backers. The subpeaks that they were signed to naturally would not be too lousy as well. Heavenly Heart Peak was already considered average level among the 9 peaks. The resources were still rather abundant. Mentioning Han Yong, Lin Fan's face could not help changing. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, immediately having a foreboding premonition. His expression turned cold. A terrifying aura crept out from his body. What's wrong with him? Feeling Yi Yuan's powerful aura, Lin Fan felt like he was almost suffocating. That was the aura of death. Only now did he know that similarly 9th firmament divine lords, but Yi Yuan was D knows how many times stronger than him. After Han Yong entered the sect, he improved very quickly and became an outer sect elite very fast. But in the last 9 peaks compet, 1. Tian, Han Yong ran into Heavenly Bud Peak's Zhong Hanlin. In the end, he was dealt a deadly blow by Zhong Hanlin on the stage. Now, he's already a cripple, being relegated as a miscellaneous affairs disciple. When Lin Fong said finish, he discovered that a layer of frost already hung on Yi Yuan's face, and his heart could not help pounding. He seemed to have seen a blazing fury on Yi Yuan's body. This was bristling with anger, right? You guys pick the Crimson Tail GRAS, and leave, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Lin Fan was akin to being granted amnesty, being endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Only then did he bid farewell and left. After the few people left, Yi Yuan's face was cold as frost as he gritted his teeth and said, Chinyi, Zhong Hanlin, you guys are really Swy enough. Yi Yuan naturally understood in his heart. Han Yong was remembered by Zhong Hanlin, and hence, he was being implicated by him. His feud with the Soaring Flower lineage grew deeper and deeper. Han Yong, this person, was very crude, but he was very straightforward and also very loyal. He was deserving of being a good brother. Old Bear, you guys help me watch over the abode well. I have some matters and need to go somewhere, Yi Yuan said to the Old Bear. Old Bear nodded and said, Relax with the 3 of us around, unless it's the Shadow Moon Sect's deacon powerhouses that come. Otherwise, no one can touch this place. Yi Yuan nodded his head, feet striding out, his figure disappearing from Firecloud Peak. Chapter 1804 Avenging Grievances if there are. Taking Revenge if there's grudge. 1804 Avenging Grievances if there are. Taking Revenge if there's grudge smack. Made you transport a few pieces of heavy gold stones, and you took your own sweet time. You didn't eat rice? I say, you good for nothing, what use do you have? Why don't you go and die? A 7th firmament divine Lord Supervisor held a whip in his hands, landing it viciously on a burly man. That loss. Plussing was deep until bone could be seen. Bang! He still did not vent his anger like this, and followed up with a kick onto that burly man's body, directly kicking him flying. When the burly man landed on the ground, he immediately vomited out a large mouthful of fresh blood. A dozen over miscellaneous affairs disciples stood in front of that supervisor, each and every one incomparably respectful. No one dared to come forward. The supervisor was wearing the outfit of Heavenly Heart Peak's disciples. He was very eye-catching. Han Yong struggled to stand up, gaze looking at the supervisor coldly, clenching his jaws tightly. You temper isn't small. Still dare to glare at me? I'll make you stare. Smack! Another whip lashed over. The flesh on Han Yong's face was taken out, looking gruesome and savage. That supervisor's technique was clearly extremely accomplished. The divine essence used was just right. This whip landing would not kill people, but it would absolutely flay apart skin and flesh, with the pain penetrating into the marrows. Han Yong had a dark expression as he gritted his teeth and said, Du Zichuan, I went up the mountain to deliver heavy gold stones, but I just happened to run into Li Jinyao. Then he made me go do stuff. You dare say that this wasn't arranged by you? Du Zichuan said angrily when he heard that insolent thing A mere miscellaneous affairs disciple actually dares to slander an outer sect disciple. Have you eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Smack! Finish talking, it was another whipping. Du Zichuan said disdainfully. Do you think that you're still that high and mighty genius disciple? You're merely a good-for-nothing now. A complete and utter tross. H. Plus ha-ha. With Han Yong being seriously injured by Zhong Hamlin that time, even though he went through a period of healing, he was already unable to return to his peak state. The current Han Yong's realm fell drastically and only had third firmament divine lord cultivation. So in front of Du Zichuan, he did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Han Yong had a dark look on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, You lackey, if you have the capabilities, kill me. Otherwise, there will come a day where you'll regret it. He had a stubborn temper. Although he was humiliated in all kinds of ways, he never gave in. Du Zichuan laughed loudly and said, Kill you? Why do I have to kill you? I'm currently happy every day. Wouldn't killing you miss out on a lot of fun? Moreover, senior apprentice Brother Zhong made me entertain you well. But this time, I'm really not happy anymore. So you suffer my wrath then. Finish talking. Du Zichuan's whip landed on Han Yong's body like a venomous snake's tongue flash. Plussing out. This guy was clearly a master of torturing people. Each lash landing, the flesh and skin on Han Yong's body would be taken out. This was not fatal, but it was even more horrible than death. Han Yong was beaten until he kept rolling on the ground, but refused to make any bit of sound, forcefully enduring it. Smack! The whip sounded out, but did not land this time. Du Zichuan's expression changed. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a person suddenly appeared in front of him. That person grabbed the whip firmly in his hand. No matter how Du Zichuan tried to move his whip, he was unable to pull it out. Du Zichuan's face flushed red from exertion as he said, I'll let go. A cold light glinted in Yi Yuan's eyes, his wrist lightly shaking, and the whip slipped out of his hand. Du Zichuan was startled inwardly and said with a grim expression, Who are you, to dare act wildly on my heavenly heart peak? Do you know who I am? Yi Yuan said coolly, I know. You're Zhong Hanlin's lackey. Du Zichuan's face changed. How could he still not know that Yi Yuan was here to find trouble? But he was used to running amok every single day by relying on the fact that he was a member of the soaring flower lineage. Hence, he did not take Yi Yuan seriously. Merely an outer sect disciple that he had not seen before. Did he still dare to challenge the soaring flower lineage? I'm warning you. I'm a member of the soaring flower lineage. If you dare to touch me, you won't have a good end. Du Zichuan appeared tough outward, but was timid inward as he threatened Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he smiled. If you didn't say that you're a member of the soaring flower lineage, I might still pull my punches with you. But now you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan and the soaring flower lineage's conflict had a long history. This guy actually used this to threaten him. Truly, the evil that we bring upon ourselves was the hardest to bear. However, Yi Yuan did not immediately do anything to him, but bent over and inspected Han Yong. Han Yong already fainted from the pain. Currently, his body seemed to have blossomed, skin flayed open and flesh torn, not an intact spot on his body from head to toe. The fury in Yi Yuan's heart had long already burst through the fence. Fis. Plussing out a medicinal pill, he stuffed it into Han Yong's mouth and used divine essence to help him process it. When Du Zichuan saw this scene, he took the chance when Yi Yuan was not paying attention, wanting to slip away. However, the moment his figure moved, a force already arrived through the air. Bang! The back of Du Zichuan's legs were struck, causing him to directly kneel down. Yi Yuan grasped it very accurately. Du Zichuan's legs already completely lost feeling now. He was completely unable to run anymore. Don't be in a hurry. It hasn't started yet. Run for what? Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice seemed to have come from the underworld, making him feel a chill run down his spine. He wanted to run, but he could not run. Very soon, Han Yong slowly woke up. The injuries on his body were already recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was all some flesh wound, while it was painful, it was not a big deal. Of course, it was also that Yi Yuan came in the nick of time. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Why Yi Yuan? You actually didn't die? When Han Yong opened his eyes and saw Yi Yuan, he could not help looking shocked. Ever since 200 years ago, with Bailey Qingyan playing a melody on the zither on Firecloud Peak, everyone already knew that Yi Yuan died. But Yi Yuan was actually standing in front of him alive now. No, wait, 200 years' time, breaking through from a 6th Firmament Divine Lord to becoming a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. What was this speed? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Some things, talk again later. Right now, we will be avenging grievances if there are, taking revenge if there's grudge." As he said, "Yi Yuan Pa-S," said the whip to Han Yong. Han Yong was taken aback and immediately understood. These few years, he was tormented by Du Zichuan till the verge of death. Many times, he wished to commit suicide but endured it. He was someone with a very tough and tenacious personality. He still pulled through in the end. Even though he knew that it was difficult to recover to his peak again, he always held onto that glimmer of hope. Han Yong received the whip and said through gnashed teeth, "Yi Yuan, thank you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We're brothers. Thanking me for what? This is merely a small fry. So hurry up and finish him off. Do you dare to make a scene with me?" Han Yong's expression changed, immediately guessing what Yi Yuan wanted to do. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm already like this, what's not to dare? Even if I can't return to the peak, this grudge, I have to avenge it too. It's just that it will drag you down like this." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Drag me down? Ha ha! My enmity with the soaring flower lineage has long been irreconcilable hatred already." Han Yong was stunned and suddenly nodded and said, "You're not even scared. What am I afraid of? But this Du Zichuan, I must vent this frustration properly today." Finished talking, Han Yong slowly walked over toward Du Zichuan. Du Zichuan's expression changed, and he threatened, "Han Yong, you good for nothing. Do you dare to hit me?" Han Yong smiled coldly and said, "Are you stupid? Not hitting you these few years was because I couldn't beat you. Otherwise, you'd have long died 10,000 times. Now, my brother is here, so you just savor it well." Chapter 1805 Kowtow and Apologize. 1805 Kowtow and Apologize. Are you all a bunch of pigs? Can't even handle such a small matter. This time, you let Duan Qinghong that N thing gets off cheap again. Inside a small room on Heavenly Bud Peak, Zhong Hamlin was currently bellowing at the soaring flower lineage's disciples. Clearly, he was very upset. After 200 years of cultivation, Zhong Hamlin, who had talent Serpa seeing others already broke through to become a half-step celestial deity. Just one more step, and he could reach celestial deity realm. And he would also become the soaring flower lineage's outer sect number 1 person officially. Duan Qinghong and he were running neck to neck, similarly becoming the Clouds Word lineage's outer sect number 1 person. These two people had also been secretly competing all along. Zhong Hamlin scolded the disciples fiercely. Suddenly, someone came to report, saying that someone outside was looking for him. He gave a cold snort and said angrily, "You all just wait, you will all get it." The moment he went out the door, Zhong Hamlin saw Du Zichuan, whose skin was flayed open, his flesh torn. His face fell, and he said, "Du Zichuan, who beat you until like this?" Although Du Zichuan's talent wasn't much, he knew how to ingratiate himself to people very well and was also very reliable when doing things. So Zhong Hamlin liked him a lot. One had to look at the master when beating a dog too. This Shadow Moon sect actually still had someone who dared to touch his, Zhong Hamlin's people. "It's me." Behind Du Zichuan, a figure appeared. Zhong Hamlin was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly jumped up like he saw a ghost and said stammeringly, "Why aren't you dead? You didn't die. How could I dare die?" Smack! His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan raised his hand like lightning and gave a slap. Clear and resonant. Caught off guard, Zhong Hamlin was directly slapped by Yi Yuan until he looked for teeth on the ground. Of course, even if he was prepared, it was also impossible to dodge this strike of Yi Yuan's. This scene immediately attracted a large group of disciples to surround and watch. Who is this person to actually dare hit Zhong Hanlin? He doesn't want to live anymore? Never seen before. When did such a powerful existence appear among the outer sect disciples? Just now is just a sneak attack, right? With Zhong Hanlin's strength, it's impossible for him, a ninth firmament divine lord, to be Zhong Hanlin's match. Zhong Hanlin crawled to his feet and only felt the world spinning around, unable to find his bearing at all. Only after swaying for a long time did he vaguely see Yi Yuan's figure. He roared angrily, "You actually dare to hit me? I'll tell you very clearly. You'll die very miserably." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "These words, regardless whether it's you, or Qian Yi, or Jiang Xuan, you've said it many times already. But I'm still perfectly fine right now." Zhong Hanlin's expression changed, his eyes swiveling around. He knew that he was definitely not Yi Yuan's match, so he could not muster up the thought to resist at all. Back then, when Yi Yuan was 6th Firmament Divine Lord, he, a 9th Firmament Divine Lord, was already not a match. The current Yi Yuan already skyrocketed, directly breaking through to become a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. He, this half-step celestial deity, was not totally not enough to look at. This bit, Zhong Hanlin was aware in his heart. What he had to do right now was inform Qian Yi. At this time, the Soaring Flower lineage's disciples also all came out. He secretly made a hand gesture to one of his confidants. That disciple understood and turned around and left. How could this scene escape Yi Yuan's eyes? However, he did not stop him, but allowed him to leave. Today, Yi Yuan was hell-bent on blowing the matter up. "Go, kowtow, and apologize to my brother," Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhong Hanlin was taken aback. Looking over in the direction Yi Yuan pointed, his expression could not help changing. "Han Yong, you want me to kowtow and apologize to this trash? No way in H-E-L-L. If you have the capabilities, kill me." Zhong Hanlin stuck his neck out, revealing an appearance of the situation being so bad that making it worse made no real difference. Except his words made everyone's jaws H-I-T the ground. People around them were all outer sect disciples. They naturally knew Zhong Hanlin's might and also knew that he normally acted like a tyrant. Today, being given a slap by someone, he actually did not even dare to resist. Everyone used extremely shocked gazes to look at Yi Yuan. What kind of G-O-D was this unknown guy? Smack. Another slap. The last time, it was the left side of the face. This time, it was the right side of the face. 2 slaps smacked out half of Zhong Hanlin's teeth. On his face, 10 fingerprints could be seen clearly. "Not going. Slap until you go," Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhong Hanlin gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not going. F***King H. Oh, hell, do you really think that I'm scared of you?" Yi Yuan looked at Zhong Hanlin and smiled until his hair stood on ends, and he said, "If you feel that you can dodge, feel free and try." Finished talking, his hand raised up unhurriedly. Zhong Hanlin immediately went on full alert. Then, Yi Yuan's hand took his time to slap over. Zhong Hanlin wanted to dodge, his movement technique swift as lightning. At this moment, his half-step celestial deity strength was displayed in its entirety. However, smack! Another incomparably clear, slapping sound sounded out. Zhong Hanlin was smacked until he flew out horizontally. "Going or not?" Yi Yuan asked again. Not far away, Han Yong's entire person was dumbfounded from watching. Only all the way until today did he know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was. In front of him, the Zhong Hanlin who was as powerful as a heavenly G-O-D actually did not have the slightest strength to retaliate under Yi Yuan's hands. He could not even dodge a slap from Yi Yuan. These two people were not on the same order of magnitude at all. That was a half-step celestial deity. Even though half-step celestial deities were not as good as real celestial deity powerhouses, compared to ninth firmament divine lords, they were powerhouses from a totally different world. But he was still like a fragile paper in front of Yi Yuan. Not talking, Then I'll take it, as you're not going. Yi Yuan said coolly and slapped again fiercely. Zhong Hanlin was slapped until he saw stars, his entire head giddy. Yi Yuan did not speak either, just smacking slap after slap like this. Finally, Zhong Hanlin could not take it anymore. He could not distinguish north, south, east, west at the moment. He quickly shouted, "Go! I'll go!" Zhong Hanlin knew that he could not hold out until Qianyi arrived at all. Now, there was only buying time. When Qianyi arrived, he would return it to Yi Yuan 1,000 times over. Being slapped 4 times in a row by Yi Yuan, Zhong Hanlin's face swelled, turning into a pig's head. Only to see him stall for time step by step, practically S-H-I, plus fting in front of Han Yong. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp as he said in a cold voice, "Kneel down." Zhong Hanlin was beaten silly by Yi Yuan. Hearing these words, he could not hold on anymore and kneeled down with a thud. "What you should do? Don't need me to teach you, right?" Yi Yuan said coldly. Zhong Hanlin hurriedly said, "No need, no need. Han Yong, I'm sorry." As he said, Zhong Hanlin apologized as he kowtowed. Yi Yuan said coldly, "If I don't make you stop, you're not allowed to stop. Kowtow all the way until my brother is satisfied." How could Zhong Hanlin dare to stop? He kept on kowtowing just like that and kept apologizing. When everyone saw this scene, all of them opened their mouths wide, eyes full of disbelief. Since Zhong Hanlin entered the sect for over 200 years, it had always been him SCREWING with people. When was it other people's turn to humiliate him like this? But they also secretly broke into a sweat with fright for Yi Yuan. This was offending the soaring flower lineage's people to the core. Chapter 1806, Not Giving Face to Anybody. Chapter 1806, Not Giving Face to Anybody on Heavenly Bud Peak. The people surrounding and watching got more and more. Sweat gradually seeped out on Han Yong's forehead. This commotion was a little too big. Carry on stirring up trouble like this. It would alarm the sect. The matters between disciples. As long as it did not get too overboard and did not violate the sect's rules, the sect would not care too much. But this incident today was blown out a little too big. Yi Yuan, it's really heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. The person had yet to arrive, and the voice arrived first. Clearly, it was Qianyi who came. The moment Zhong Hanlin heard this voice, he was immediately overjoyed. Scrambling to his feet, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! Yi Yuan, you're dead for sure this time. To dare offend my soaring flower lineage. You're really tired of living." Yi Yuan looked at him like looking at a fool and directly kicked a foot over. Zhong Hanlin wanted to dodge, but how could he dodge? He took a hit solidly and could not get up for quite a while. "All right, now that my brother's scores are squared, we should settle ours." Yi Yuan stomped on his chest and said coldly. Qianyi rushed over and just happened to see this scene and immediately burned with fury. "Yi Yuan, let Zhong Hanlin go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly," Qianyi said in a great rage. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Are your soaring flower lineage all idiots? You're already making me die very horribly. Why would I still let him go?" When everyone heard Yi Yuan's arrogant words, they all had shocked faces. That was Qianyi. This guy actually dared to speak to Qianyi like this. He really did not know how the word death was written. As he said, Yi Yuan even stomped on Zhong Hanlin's chest viciously. Zhong Hanlin vomited out a large mouthful of blood with a cough. Zhong Hanlin went utterly mad. Holding blood in his mouth, he laughed angrily and said, "Yi Yuan, you just hit. The harder you hit, the more terrifying senior apprentice brother Qian Ye's revenge. Could you even dare to kill me? Bring it on. Kill me. Ha." Qian had a dark look as he closed in on Yi Yuan step by step, aura growing stronger and stronger. What Hanlin said is right. Even if lend you a few galls, do you dare to kill him? Using a person you don't dare to kill to come and threaten me. How foolish are you? Each step he took, Qianye's aura climbed up a great deal. The pressure of celestial deity realm forced everyone to fall back repeatedly. while Yi Yuan was bearing the brunt of it. He wanted to use his aura to make Yi Yuan submit. Crack! Right at this time, the sound of bone breaking sounded out. Zhong Hamlin spewed out another large mouthful of blood, his injuries already extremely severe. Yi Yuan stomped down without the least bit of mercy. He looked at Qian Yi and said with a faint smile, "You said that. I don't dare to kill him. You try saying it one more time." The force under Yi Yuan's foot grew heavier and heavier. Zhong Hamlin's eyes rolled back, the blood in his mouth dribbling out. It was evident he could not survive anymore. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his eyes could not help turning intent, the imposing momentum on his body immediately dissipating into thin air. He thought that with his imposing momentum coupled with the sect's rules, he could break Yi Yuan's will. But who knew that Yi Yuan was not moved at all? "Yi Yuan, you mad? You dare to kill your fellow apprentice within the sect?" Qian Ye's voice was grim to the extreme. "Fellow apprentice? Heh, these two words coming out of your mouth is really satire. During the entrance examination, Zhong Hamlin already wanted to kill me, but his strength was lacking. When it was evident that he was going to be killed by me, you ambushed me with celestial deity, realm, cultivation. Later, I entered the sect. You used despicable means to make me go to Firecloud Peak to open up an abode. You dare say that you didn't do it in order to kill me? If it's merely these, forget it too. Han Yong had no grudge nor enmity with you guys, but just because of our relations. I plus P. Zhong Hamlin crippled his cultivation and even had his subordinates humiliate him. Today you guys must die." Yi Yuan's words were cast loudly, making everyone get a big shock. They had never heard before that among the disciples who entered the sect this season, there was actually still such a monstrous existence. The key point was that Qian Yi went to ambush Yi Yuan with first firmament celestial deity strength, and Yi Yuan actually survived safe and sound. This kind of thing was simply inconceivable. Qian Yi's methods also indeed made people feel contempt. Entrance examination, to actually deal a deadly blow toward a disciple who had not officially entered the sect, too shameless. Qian Yi looked at the Zhong Hamlin spasming on the ground and said in a solemn voice, "You quickly let him go. If Zhong Hamlin dies, you have to die too." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? That doesn't need you to worry about it." Qian Yi's expression was gloomy, his gaze also flickering waveringly. Suddenly, several figures flew over from the horizon. Qian Yi's eyes lit up. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became gloating. "Impudent thing, to actually dare harm your fellow apprentice in broad daylight. How do you plead?" A middle-aged man landed from the sky. His aura was extraordinary. He was clearly a high-level celestial deity realm. Looking at the Zhong Hamlin, who was already heavily injured on the verge of death under Yi Yuan's foot, the middle-aged man was greatly enraged. Qian Yi cupped his fists and said, "Deacon Zheng, this boy is very cruel and savage. He beat Zhong Hamlin until like this without a word after coming up Heavenly Bud Peak. Not eliminating this fiend, our Shadow Moon sect disciples will be bitterly disappointed." Deacon Zheng glared at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "This seat is the law enforcement hall's Deacon Zheng Yinjia. Now, I order you to let Zhong Hamlin go and surrender without resisting, and accept the sect's punishment." Yi Yuan looked at Deacon Zheng and suddenly grinned and said, "Deacon Zheng, if I didn't guess wrongly, you're also a member of the Soaring Flower lineage, right?" Deacon Zheng's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Insolence. Upon entering the sect, all of us are Shadow Moon sect's disciples. Little animal, still not letting him go. Don't blame me for not being courteous anymore." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Come on, I want to see how you won't be courteous." As he said, the force under his foot grew a little heavier again. The pitiful Zhong Hamlin was already only breathing in and not breathing out anymore. This guy wanted to kill him time and again. How could Yi Yuan possibly let him off? When Deacon Zheng saw this scene, his face turned grim to the extreme. This Yi Yuan did not give any face to him at all. Zhong Hamlin was a cornerstone talent of the Soaring Flower lineage. Even though he could not compare to Bailey Qing Yan, His position was also irreplaceable. Therefore, he cannot die. It was also precisely because of this that Deacon Zheng and Qian Yu would hold back from taking action for fear of repercussions. Just as both parties were at a standoff, more and more people swarmed over. The news spread throughout the entire Shadow Moon sect very quickly. On Canopy Peak, when Bailey Qingyan heard this news, her lovely body could not help trembling, and she disappeared from where she stood with a flash. On Tianying Peak, a woodcutter who was currently chopping firewood suddenly had his thoughts stir, and he said with a smile, "This kid indeed didn't disappoint this old man. It's just that this old man wants to know how you're planning on clearing this hurdle." Done talking, his body gradually dissipated in place, finally turning into nothing. While at this time, an old man slowly walked out, arrived in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "I'm Heavenly Bud Peak's Anti-Hall Head Elder. Young man, show mercy whenever possible. Give this old man some face and let Zhong Hanlin go." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Sorry about it. Today, I'm not giving anybody face. He must die." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly stomped down. Zhong Hanlin's chest was directly caved in. Chapter 1807. You are afraid. 1807. You are afraid. You actually really killed him? Qian Yi looked at the Zhong Hanlin, who was already thoroughly dead. His eyes was full of disbelief. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Yi Yuan actually really killed a person. That Heavenly Bud Peak's Anti-Hall Head Elder's expression was even ugly to the extreme. He thought that his prestige was big enough, his status high enough, but Yi Yuan completely ignored him. It was still fine if he did not say. The moment he said, Yi Yuan directly trampled Zhong Hanlin to death. This poked a big hole in the basket. Is this guy crazy? There has never been anyone who dared to kill people within the boundaries of sub-peaks. This guy is seeking death. He might be thinking of mutual destruction. After all, the soaring flower lineage is too much. Regarding this kind of suicide-style murder, everyone was full of puzzlement too. It could only be thought that Yi Yuan lost his mind in his hatred and wanted to perish together with Zhong Hanlin. Deacon Zheng's expression was sullen to the extreme, and he roared furiously, "What audacity! Take him down for me." Behind him, two celestial deity realm powerhouses had long ACCU, mulat their power, awaiting release. Under the word of command, they sped towards Yi Yuan like lightning. "Stop!" A delicate voice came over. Bailey Qingyan's figure appeared in the nick of time, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. This sudden change made Yi Yuan rather surprised. Bailey Qingyan turned around and glanced at Yi Yuan, her eyes full of complicatedness, seeming to have thousands of words that she wanted to say. However, now was clearly not the time to speak. Bailey Qingyan's sudden appearance caught everyone by surprise. Deacon Zheng, although Yi Yuan violated the sect rules, this matter was incited by Qian Yi and Zhong Hanlin to begin with. They wanted to kill Yi Yuan time and again. I saw it with my own eyes. The present Bailey Qingyan was different from when she just entered the sect. The person she was back then still appeared somewhat inexperienced, being impeded by Jiang Shuyan in all respects like a little sister. But now, her aura was already totally different. When she spoke, she radiated awe without being angry, with the dignified manner of sovereign. With over 200 years Pa-S, said, Bailey Qingyan had long broken through to the celestial deity realm already. Her current aura was not the slightest bit weaker compared to Qian Yi as well. Prodigies were prodigies. Their rising trend was not what anyone could stop. The moment she spoke, the weight was different. Even Deacon Zheng also did not dare to casually say to take him down. At this time, that anti-hall head elder snorted coldly and said in anger, "Humph, Bailey Law S. This kid is too overweening to actually kill my Heavenly Bud Peak's disciple with the most potential in front of this elder. If I don't kill him today, how will I still be this anti-hall head elder in the future?" Here, his strength was the greatest, his position also the highest. But Yi Yuan did not give any face at all. Now, he could not quite maintain his dignity anymore. Bailey Qingyan said to him with clasped hands, Elder Tao, Yi Yuan was indeed improper in doing this, but he's in the heat of anger right now. Doing unwise actions is also within reason. Bailey Qingyan apologizes to you on his behalf. But this matter, Bailey will bring Yi Yuan up to the law enforcement hall and confront with Qian Yi. Yi Yuan's crime doesn't deserve death. Qian Yi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "So many years have passed. Said you're still so useless. You can forever only hide behind a woman's back." Bailey Qingyan's expression turned cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Qian Yi, you shut up for me." Qian Yi laughed loudly and said, "Why? Could it be that I said wrongly?" Bailey Qingyan was just about to say something, but Yi Yuan walked in front of her and said coolly, "Qian Yi, you self-righteous fool. This time, you won't have such good luck anymore. Today, our score should be settled properly." The moment these words came out, everyone looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. "Bro, you can hardly fend for yourself right now, all right? Posturing can change time and venue. To also be able to utter this kind of big talk, really don't know what you're talking about." Sure enough, Qian Yi burst out laughing when he heard it and said, "I won't be so lucky? Punk, you're soft in the head, right? What's the situation currently? Can't you see clearly yet?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I came today to take Zhong Hanlin's life and yours. Now, he's already gone first. Very soon, I'll send you to go see him." Qian Yi sneered when he heard that and said, "With just you?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "With just me. Do you dare to have a fight with me?" Bailey Qingyan's pupils constricted and she cried out in shock, "Yi Yuan, are you mad? He's a celestial deity realm powerhouse." Qian Yi laughed wildly when he heard that and said, "Ha, you, the ninth firmament divine lord, want to challenge me? What qualifications do you have?" Yi Yuan looked at Qian Yi with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You are scared." Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, "I'm scared? Haha, brat, goading techniques are useless. You, a measly outer sect disciple. What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" What Yi Yuan said was right. Qian Yi was really a little lacking in self-confidence. It was not that he was scared of Yi Yuan, but it was just that he felt that Yi Yuan's unpredictability was too great. When Yi Yuan was its second firmament divine lord, he could cross 3 minor realms to battle. Furthermore, it was even 1 versus 2. Furthermore, it was even with Duan Qinghong and Zhong Hanlin, this kind of elite. Not seeing for 200 years how Yi Yuan's combat strength was, Qian Yi really could not be sure. Right now, Yi Yuan was in a certain death situation. He had no need to fight to the bitter end with Yi Yuan. Win, he had no benefits at all. Lose, he would not be able to raise his head in the future. Although Qian Yi was very confident, Bailey Qingyan still perceived a trace of Qian Yi's lack of confidence. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. These 200 years' time, she obtained a sex-heavy grooming. Her strength had long soared to the sky in one bound already, leaving her peers behind. Could it be that Yi Yuan's present strength was actually not worse than hers? Was this possible? The present Yi Yuan was merely 9th firmament divine lord. Humph! Does this brat want to fish in troubled waters? A 9th firmament divine lord challenging a celestial deity realm? Overestimating his own ability. In my view, there's no need to compete. What Qian Yi said was right. You're a criminal and have no right to compete. Bailey La S, move aside. Elder Tao said with a cold snort. Bailey Qingyan's expression changed, and she said, "Not moving. Even if Yi Yuan made a mistake, it also needs to be up to the law enforcement hall, to Punies. H. Plus Yi Yuan, follow me to the law enforcement hall." Bailey Qingyan pulled Yi Yuan and was about to leave. Everyone's faces changed. With Bailey Qingyan's present ident. 1. Tai. No one really dared to do anything to her. Yi Yuan's protective talisman was very emboldened. Bailey La S. Do you want to rebel? With Elder Tao having his face rebuffed time and again, he was already almost losing himself in rage. Right at this time, a horrifying aura descended from the sky. A figure slowly walked out of the void. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his heart palpitate. He felt like the whole world was about to collapse. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. At this moment, it was like someone used their hand to clutch his heart, making him unable to even breathe. True G. Oh, D-Realm Powerhouse. This was the first thought that flashed through Yi Yuan's mind. That person's gaze was like lightning. Staring at Yi Yuan coldly, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Sect Decree. Those who kill fellow apprentices, kill without amnesty. Now you can go and die. Done talking, that person did not give Yi Yuan the slightest chance to argue too, pointing a finger out casually. Chapter 1808, Not One Who Appreciate Goods. 1808, Not One Who Appreciate Goods, the finger of a true G. Oh, D-Realm, even a casual finger, was also extremely horrifying. Yi Yuan just felt that the surrounding S, P, A, C was completely locked down. He was unable to mobilize spatial law at all. True G. Oh, D-Realm powerhouses, even if they did not know spatial law, their application of spatial law already reached a level where it makes one's hair stand on end too. This was completely the cruise. H, I, plusing of realm. And this finger directly ignored the Bailey Qinyan in front of Yi Yuan, falling straight onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, when Bailey Qinyan saw this scene, she could not help turning pale with fright. When she learned the news that Yi Yuan was not dead, she had no idea how happy in her heart. But now, they had just reunited and were going to become separated by death. She was unwilling. Qian Yi and the rest all had gloating faces. This guy was finally going to die this time, right? But right then, a layer of ripple suddenly emerged in the S, P, A, C in front of Yi Yuan. A rusty axe poked out of the void. That finger dissipated into thin air. That true G. Oh, D-Realm Powerhouse's gaze turned sullen, and he said in a cold voice, Lumberjack, you're not chopping wood on your Tanying Peak. What did you run to my heavenly Bud Peak for? While talking, a woodcutter in shabby clothes walked out of the void and said with a chuckle, This place isn't Tianying Peak, but Yi Yuan is my Tianying Peaks member. Jiang Hong, you want to kill my Tianying Peaks people. How can I take it as I didn't see it? Jiang Hong's face fell, and he said, He violated the sect rules and deserves to be executed. That woodcutter rolled his sleeves up and also rolled his trousers up. Hemp garment and sackcloths. He did not look like an expert at all. But that attack earlier, it was still vivid in everyone's mind. This person was absolutely a powerhouse on the same level as Jiang Hong. Hearing Jiang Hong's words, the woodcutter chortled and said, Sect rules? Hoo-hoo! Are my Shadow Moon sect's rules to let disciples with talent die with hatred? Jiang Hong's face fell, and he said, Lumberjack, watch your ident. One tie, pay attention to your words. But the woodcutter was indifferent. Waving his hand grandly, he said, Don't talk about whatever ident. One, tie with this father of yours. I am a woodcutter. If you want to kill my Tianying Peaks people, ask the axe in my hand first. Jiang Hong snorted coldly and said, Boorish people can't be reasoned with. No matter what, that kid must die today. Otherwise, where will my heavenly Bud Peaks face go? The woodcutter completely ignored Jiang Hong's threat and said with a laugh, Didn't Yi Yuan look for that kid called Qian Yi to cross swords? Young people's matter. Let them settle it themselves. Us old fellows shouldn't get involved. The woodcutter's words made everyone's faces change. Was this coming to save Yi Yuan, or coming to make Yi Yuan seek his doom? Having Yi Yuan face off with a celestial deity realm powerhouse. Wasn't this courting death? Jiang Hong snorted coldly and said, Since you want to make him seek his doom, I'm naturally not stopping it. Qian Yi, I'll leave him to you. Qian Yi's expression flickered waveringly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Yes, Elder Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong gave Qian Yi a glance rather surprisedly and started becoming uncertain in his heart. This Qian Yi seemed to be somewhat lacking in confidence against Yi Yuan. Could it be that there was really something plussing about this Yi Yuan? But he did not say much either. Questioning Qian Yi at this time was clearly not some wise action. At this point, everyone naturally had some surmises about these two mighty true G. Oh, D powerhouses ident. What ties? 9 great sub-peak skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. But the matter today was stirred up so big, it clearly alarmed these 2 great skill-imparting elders. This Tuning Peak skill-imparting elder of the 9 great sub-peaks was the most mysterious, because, concerning Tuning Peak's matters, he had never cared about it before. No one could have thought that today, for Yi Yuan, he actually revealed his true self. Everyone similarly also did not expect that Tianning Peak's skill-imparting elder was actually a woodcutter. Even Jiang Hong clearly looked down on this woodcutter, feeling that he was too boorish. In reality, if not for neutralizing Jiang Hong's skill previously, no one could think that this woodcutter in front of them was actually a true D-realm powerhouse. This guy was too ordinary. Ordinary until when dropped into a pile of people, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him. But Yi Yuan saw power from this woodcutter. That Jiang Hong was clearly very wary toward the woodcutter. At this time, the woodcutter suddenly turned his head and looked at Yi Yuan cheerfully. There was completely no difference from those lumberjacks chopping wood in the mountains. This kind of woodcutter gave people an extremely absurd misconception, making people truly unable to regard him as an expert. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter, incomparably shocked in his heart. This kind of feeling was absolutely not because the woodcutter was too ordinary, but because he was too unordinary. This was a boundary of returning to one's original simplicity, a realm that most people could not imagine. Haha, kid, don't lose face for our Tianning Peak. Pummel him fiercely for me. The woodcutter said to Yi Yuan gaily. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Many thanks to Elder for taking action. Yi Yuan won't bring shame upon you. The woodcutter patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile, from that moment you, kid, stepped on a Tianning Peak, I already noticed you. That bunch of fools only know how to form factions, not one who appreciates goods. Powerhouses ultimately need themselves to be powerful. No matter how strong one's faction is, that's also not theirs. Exhibit your talent, and let those fools regret away. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. He did not expect that the woodcutter had actually paid attention to him so long ago. It seemed like he was well aware of each and every one of Yi Yuan's actions. Hence, that was why he would be so confident in him. Furthermore, the words that the woodcutter said happened to coincide with Yi Yuan's views. A faction being powerful indeed had many conveniences, but also had many shortcomings. To really talk about who was better and who was worse off, it was hard to say. But there was one thing martial artists ultimately still had to rely on themselves. There would always come a day when others could not be trusted. Stepping into the ring, Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving like a pine tree. Qian Yi smiled coldly and said, "Foolish fellow, you think that by breaking through to become 9th Firmament Divine Lord, you can deal with celestial deity realm powerhouses? I'll tell you today how great the disparity between the Divine Lord realm and the celestial deity realms are." The present Qian Yi was already not that Qian Yi back then. Although he did not break through to become a 2nd Firmament celestial deity, his strength was much stronger compared to 200 years ago. Even though Qian Yi's talent could not compare to Bailey Qin Yin, this kind of freak, but it was also absolutely not what any random Tom, DSCK, and Harry could compare to. In reality, this generation's representative figure of Heavenly Bud Peak was him. Hence, Yi Yuan's behavior was undoubtedly like a moth flying into the fire in everyone's view. Even if the woodcutter seemed to feel very optimistic about Yi Yuan. The difference between the celestial deity realm and the Divine Lord realm was known to everyone. Even for a genius like Bailey Qin Yin, it was also impossible to jump realms in battle. Forget about a 9th Firmament Divine Lord. Even if Bailey Qin Yin was a half-step celestial deity, she could not do it too. Celestial deity realm powerhouses, their inner worlds already started to give birth to myriad life. Their world power was more than 100 times of Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Coupled with the horrifying divine essence reserves, even if it was a casual strike, it was also not what Divine Lord realm martial artists could resist. On what basis could Yi Yuan win? Chapter 1809 Battling Qian Yi. Chapter 1809, Battling Qianyi. The gap between celestial deity realm and divine lord realm. I don't need you to remind me. I'm very clear about what I'm doing. The more you talk, the more it displays the hesitation in your heart. Yi Yuan looked at Qianyi and said coolly. Qianyi's faltering confidence. Yi Yuan naturally saw through it with one glance. Divine Lord realm challenging celestial deity realm. This kind of courting death action. If Qianyi was G with confidence, he would not have the least bit of hesitation. However, he hesitated. This showed that the strength he exhibited previously already left behind an indelible impression in Qianyi's heart. Following the increase in his realm, the uncertainty in Qianyi's heart grew even greater. Hence, that was why he did not dare to answer the challenge. Because Puni's plussing Yuan through the sect rules was much safer. Qianyi smiled coldly and said, with just the likes of you? I'm just disdainful to take action. Since you're courting death yourself, then I'll personally avenge Hanlin and redress his hatred. Yi Yuan smiled scornfully and said, really so much C-R-A-P, something that can be settled with a slap. What are you hesitating for? Jiang Hong's brows furrowed, and he could not help scrutinizing Yi Yuan anew. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Qian Yu was really faltering. Although the two people's realms were far apart from start to end, it was all Yi Yuan grasping the initiative. If it was an opponent of similar strength, this bit of flaw was enough to be fatal. Did Yi Yuan really have this strength, or was he making an empty show of strength? Woodcutter, you're so optimistic about this, Brad. Jiang Hong could not resist asking. The woodcutter smiled simply and said, I know what you want to ask, but I don't know. Maybe the one who loses is Yi Yuan. But I know that even if Yi Yuan can't win, it absolutely won't be easy for Qianyi to want to take him down too. A hint of strange expression revealed on Jiang Hong's face. Thinking to himself that this guy did not even have confidence himself, and yet let that kid take the field? This guy was indeed a lunatic that cannot be explained by reason. Jinyi's sword entering the hand. Yi Yuan said coolly, since you're not making a move, then I'll make a move. Finished talking. Yi Yuan raised his long sword and stepped forward. The swift and fierce sword energy made everyone's faces change. Sword Dao rank 5. This is his reliance? Foolies. Plus, when Elder Tao saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. But his words were full of contempt. Divine Lord Realm, comprehending Sword Dao rank 5. This was absolutely a genius among geniuses. Except, dealing with Celestial Deity Realm with this was clearly still not enough. But Qianyi behaved akin to facing a great enemy, and gritted his teeth, and said, who cares about your loss? I'll just use Realm to crush you. Done talking, Qianyi's aura climbed frenziedly. The ring teemed with his world power. At this moment, the entire arena seemed to have become Qianyi's world. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and had a direct understanding of the might of Celestial Deity Realm. If the world power of the Divine Lord Realm was just a trickle, then the world power of the Celestial Deity Realm was a great river. World power was the martial artist's control of a region of the world. Celestial Deity Realms already reached a subtle and meticulous degree regarding this control of a region of the world. Those able to contend with Celestial Deity Realms were only Celestial Deity Realms. Of course, Yi Yuan was not subjected to the rules. His figures started becoming erratic. The S.P. AC around also emitted strange undulations. If Qianyi's world power was an impervious S.H.I. plus ELD, then Yi Yuan was a sharp blade. This was the showdown between the spear and the S.H.I. plus ELD. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Yi Yuan broke through the heavy barrier of world power and rushed in front of Qianyi. When Qianyi saw this scene, his pupils constricted. A divine lord could actually break through the world power of the Celestial Deity Realm? One had to know, The world power of a celestial deity was more than 100 times stronger than a divine lord. This guy's spatial law also became much stronger. Like this, how could Qian Yi still dare to be careless? He immediately went up to receive it and clashed together with Yi Yuan, saber lights and sword shadows. The two people's moves were inconceivably swift and were actually hard, evenly matched. The surrounding audience, each and every one of them, felt a chill, being dumbfounded with amazement by this scene in front of them. Jiang Hong opened his mouth wide and had disbelief written all over his face as he muttered, Rank 5 Sword Dao Law fused with Rank 3 Spatial Law. How in the world did Brad achieve it? At this moment, he finally knew where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Such monstrous talent entered the sect for more than 200 years. He was actually unknown to the public. This was simply a joke. In front of Yi Yuan, Bailey Qinyan was merely thus as well. Such a prodigy was actually relegated to Tianying Peak. Which pig did it? Jiang Hong's inner heart was practically roaring. These skill-imparting elders, did not belong to any faction. If even this position was monopolized by the respective factions, then the Shadow Moon sect would also not be far from decline. Hence, when he saw Yi Yuan's terrifying strength, Jiang Hong's first thought was to curse and swear. Looking at it now, Yi Yuan was hated by others for being more talented and deliberately ostracized to Tianying Peak. No wonder Yi Yuan had such great resentment. Anyone would also not be reconciled to it. These 200 years, Yi Yuan did not only break through realm. He also constantly fought with himself in the Death Cultivation S.P.A.C. His Sword Dao Law already broke through to rank 5. Spatial Law also broke through to the level of Grand Completion rank 3. The two fusing together, Yi Yuan's combat power was no idea how many times stronger than before close seclusion. While celestial deity realms were strong, Yi Yuan's cultivation method was powerful. Similarly, Ninth Firmament Divine Lord, he was much stronger than those in the same rank. Powerful cultivation method coupled with powerful laws fusion, the disparity between Yi Yuan and a First Firmament celestial deity was not as great as others imagined. Of course, it was also absolutely not that easy. Qian Yi was not an ordinary First Firmament celestial deity. His law comprehension was likewise very high. In addition, his ubiquitous world power formed an absolute suppress against Yi Yuan. Except, this did not impede the people's surprise at Yi Yuan's strength. So what even if you can jump realms to battle? Aren't you still suppressed firmly by me? Foolish thing. Do you really think that you can defy the heavens? Not wasting time with you anymore. Now, I'll let you take a look at my true strength and send you on your way. Qian Ye's long spear moved. The terrifying aura locked Yi Yuan down firmly. Heavenly Dragon Howling Fong Spear. The berserk world power rushed to the tip of the spear frenziedly. It was as if that in this entire world, there was only this spear left. At this moment, the people felt Qian Ye's might. That spear seemingly transformed into an enormous dragon, exhaling a breath that made people shudder. Not good. This spear is too powerful. Yi Yuan is in danger. When Bailey Qinyan saw this spear, her beautiful face could not refrain from turning pale with fright. But the woodcutter chuckled and said, Don't need to worry. Qian Yi has an ultimate move, but Yi Yuan's ultimate move isn't out yet. Sure enough, his voice had yet to fade, and the aura on Yi Yuan's body became stronger. The surging chaos power poured out without any reservations. The swift and fierce sword energy surged to the sky. At the same time, the surrounding S.P.C. also became illusory. Spirit Concealing Sword. Two peerlessly powerful auras collided together violently. At this moment, the void shattered, divine essence surging wildly. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. Crack! Suddenly, the Jinyi sword in Yi Yuan's hand could not withstand that terrifying pressure and actually fell apart. Chapter 1810 Big Dipper 7 Stars Drum. Chapter 1810 Big Dipper 7 Stars Drum. Not good. Yi Yuan's weapon is at too much of a disadvantage. Celestial deity martial technique versus divine lord martial technique. Furthermore, the two people's martial techniques are both too strong. Yi Yuan's weapon can't withstand it anymore. Jin Yi Sword's collapse made everyone worry about Yi Yuan, especially Bailey Qingyan. Her pretty face was already ashen pale. Ha! See if you still don't die. When Qian Yi saw this scene, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Raising his long spear, his strength increased a bit more. For some time, the long spear's momentum was akin to a startled flock of ducks, thoroughly overwhelming Yi Yuan. That violent spear momentum already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan withstood the tremendous pressure, his expression very ugly. But he gave a cold snort and said, "You're happy too early." As he said, a sword intent that was faintly discernible spread out from Yi Yuan's body. In virtually an instant, those shattered Jin Yi sword fragments seemed to have been activated. In midair, the pieces of fragments seemed to be stars that filled the sky, incomparably dazzling. Sword intent akin to silk. Jiang Hong and the woodcutter both blurted out, extremely surprised. Clearly, this scene exceeded their expectations. Kill! Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Those countless stars turned into flowing streams of light. Russ. Plussing over toward Qianyi. Qianyi's expression suddenly changed. His world power could not stop the salt of those fragments at all. For a moment, Qianyi felt as if there were tens of millions of swords Russ. Plussing over towards him from all directions. Although his long spear was sharp, its momentum was already formed and could not be withdrawn at all anymore. Qianyi clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Want to kill me? You have to die too." Arg! This sudden change exceeded everyone's expectations. It naturally also included Qianyi. He was aware that he could not withstand it and planned to perish together with Yi Yuan. Bang! Chi! Qianyi's long spear shook, shocking away countless fragments. But there were still many fragments and punctured right into his body, turning his entire person into a sieve. However, Yi Yuan was not any better either. This spear was too domineering. Yi Yuan still could not block it completely in the end. Golden light flickered on Yi Yuan's body, blue pattern swimming, but he flew out backward under the tremendous impact. After the intense showdown, both people fell to the ground, life and death unknown. Sword intent akin to silk. This kid actually reached such a realm. Jiang Hong looked at the Yi Yuan on the ground, eyes full of shock. Sword intent akin to silk was not some specially designated realm, but it was a sublimation of sword intent application. After Sword Da law reached a transcendent realm, it did not reach the end. When a martial artist's application of sword intent was sublimated once more, it could reach the realm of sword intent akin to silk. Legends had it that when Sword Dao law was cultivated to the extreme, GRAS and vegetation could be used as swords, one did not need any mystic treasure at all. With a wave of a hand, it was all sword intent. Yi Yuan, reaching the realm of sword intent akin to silk, was already taking a solid step towards the great Tao of sword. The woodcutter's shock was no less than Jiang Hong's. He also did not think that not seeing for 200 years, Yi Yuan's strength was actually already so daunting. This kind of talent was truly rare in the world. On the stage, Qianyi's entire person was convulsing. His body was already riddled full of holes. But with the might of celestial deity realms, it was naturally not so easy to die. While at this time, Yi Yuan's finger moved, and he actually slowly got up and walked over toward Qianyi. Jiang Hong's expression changed. Yi Yuan was going to kill people. Jiang Hong's figure moved, blocked in front of Yi Yuan, and said in a solemn voice, "Enough, you've already enjoyed all the limelight today. Leave it that. The crime of you killing Zhong Hanlin. I'll ask the sect for leniency. I believe that with your talent, the sect won't do anything to you." Qianyi was Heavenly Bud Peak's top genius, an existence who even had hopes of breaking through to the true D realm. He could not allow Qianyi to be killed. A Zhong Hanlin already died today. If Qianyi died too, Heavenly Bud Peak's young generation would surely have a missing generation. Although Yi Yuan's talent made Jiang Hong covet endlessly, Jiang Hong also understood that wanting to let Yi Yuan belong under Heavenly Bud Peak was already impossible. If Yi Yuan was really willing to come, forget about 1 Qian Yi. Even 10 Qian Yi, he would not bat an eyelid to. Yi Yuan was full of injuries all over his body. Even lifting his arm was difficult. But he stood stubbornly and said coldly, "I said before, he must die today." Jiang Hong's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Kid, don't go too far. This seat's patience has a limit." Yi Yuan did not show any weakness. Looking straight into Jiang Hong's eyes, he said with a cold smile, "Elder Jiang is a skill-imparting elder. Then pray tell, what kind of crime is it to do harm to fellow disciples during the entrance examination? Also, sending me to Fire Cloud Peak to die with despicable means, what crime is that?" Jiang Hong's expression could not help choking, and he said with a frown, "But you're still standing here perfectly fine now. Furthermore, Zhong Hanlin was already killed by you. This matter can stop here already." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Zhong Hanlin was merely a clown jumping around. If not for Qian Yi stopping me, I'd have killed him at Shadow Moon Mountain Range. The real culprit is Qian Yi." Jiang Hong felt that Yi Yuan was somewhat pestering unreasonably already, and said angrily, "Enough. This seat is here today. Could it be that you still want to kill people with the likes of you?" Yi Yuan smiled miserably and said, "If I hadn't exhibited my strength, it serves me right to be toyed to death by Qian Yi. Is that it? Their lives are more valuable than others?" Jiang Hong said coolly, "Otherwise? This is a world where the strong reign supreme. Without strength, you can only be eliminated. Withdraw. It's impossible for you to kill him today." The woodcutter gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a sigh, "Yi Yuan, forget it. Qian Yi is Heavenly Bud Peak's lifeblood. Jiang Hong won't let you kill him." The woodcutter could naturally tell that Jiang Hong was unshakable in his resolve to protect Qian Yi. Even if he acted, it would not work too. Moreover, even if this matter was escalated up the sect, it was also Yi Yuan's fault. Yi Yuan killing a Zhong Hanlin was already unjustifiable. Killing another Qian Yi would be too much. Yi Yuan looked at Jiang Hong and suddenly smiled. When Jiang Hong saw Yi Yuan smile, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent as he said, "Hoo-hoo, Yi Yuan, will definitely carry out what I said. If I want him to die, he must die." Jiang Hong's brows furrowed, feeling that Yi Yuan was rather unreasonable. He flicked his sleeves grandly. Qian Yi's body flew towards Elder Tao involuntarily, who said lightly, "Bring him to go treat his wounds." Everyone looked at Yi Yuan, revealing rather reluctant looks. He had done so much, but in the end, he still could not kill Qian Yi. It can't be helped. There was a true G.O.D. powerhouse taking action. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also unable to change the outcome. Jiang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Killing Qian Yi, you can give up on this. Just for your ATTI. Dude, if Woodcutter wasn't here today, no matter how great your talent is, this seat will also kill you." Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly became sharp, and he said coldly, "I heard that as long as someone sounds the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, they can request the sect to do one thing. Elder Jiang, I wonder if it can make the sect kill him like this?" Chapter 18:11-9 Great Skill Imparting Elders. Chapter 18:11-9 Great Skill Imparting Elders. Yi Yuan's words stunned everyone. Jiang Hong reacted very quickly and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Big Dipper 7 Stars drum? Ha! Do you think that the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum is the same as the Jade Light drum you sounded during the entrance examination? Let me tell you, that Jade Light drum only had restrictions added. That's why you all could sound it. Otherwise, these people who entered the sect, none of you can think about sounding it." Yi Yuan heard after entering the sect that the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum was the Shadow Moon sect's ultimate treasure. 7 drums emerging together could practically exterminate Empyrean-level powerhouses. This treasure was not a true G.O.D. mystic treasure, but a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. These 7 drums, each article was a peak true G.O.D. mystic treasure, but combined together, it would become a genuine Empyrean spirit treasure. Of course, the prerequisite was that someone could sound all of them. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum was left behind by the Shadow Moon sect's founding ancestor who set a rule. Anyone who could sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, the entire sect had to do their sect to help him fulfill one wish. But ever since the founding father, no one had accomplished it before for millions of years. Now, Yi Yuan actually shot his mouth off, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Wasn't this turning himself into a laughingstock? This guy prides himself on having his stonies. Plussing talent, truly overestimating his ability too much. Since time immemorial, how many overwhelmingly talented people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum? But no one could do it. What right does he have? Ignorant fool, doesn't know what kind of existence the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum is at all, and he dares to talk wildly. The moment Yi Yuan's words came out of his mouth, it immediately attracted a series of ridicules. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum was the Shadow Moon sect's holy artifact. In the course of time, no one wanted to overestimate their ability to go and beat it already. But now, there's actually a guy who talked wildly, saying that he was going to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. The woodcutter leaped and arrived on the ring, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Kid, stop messing around. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, even Sect Master can't sound it too. It's impossible for you to sound it. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. This enmity, let's avenge it again in the future." Bailey Qingyan also went up to the stage and urged, "Yeah, Yi Yuan, you've displayed your talent now. The sect will definitely view you in a different light. With your talent, taking revenge won't need very long. Moreover, sounding the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum to kill him is really using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." Even he also thought that Yi Yuan saying this was merely words said in anger. Once the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum sounded, that was to have the power of the entire sect from top to bottom help him fulfill one wish. Such a civ favor. Using it to kill Qian, you was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. This was wasting fine material for petty use. Who knew that? Yi Yuan said sternly. "I'm not messing around. I said that I'm going to kill him. It means that I must kill. Benevolence toward enemies is cruelty to yourself. This drum, I'm definitely sounding it." Everyone did not think that Yi Yuan's attitude was actually so resolute. 7 Stars Valley, the Shadow Moon sect's forbidden land, also the place holding the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. At this time, the 9 great skill-imparting elders were gathered in one hall. Quite a few people used unfriendly gazes to look at that figure in front of them. Nonsensical brat, to actually want to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. Heavenly Heart Peak's skill-imparting elder said unhappily, "A brat still wet behind his ears is actually going to trouble us 9 great skill-imparting elders to gather together. What haughty airs." Heavenly Rush Peak's skill-imparting elder similarly said unhappily, "Woodcutter, you're sure that you want to accompany this kid and go nuts? If this kid can't even sound 3 times, not only will he have to be exiled to Remorse Cliff, you'll also have to suffer heavy punishment." Tianju Peak's skill-imparting elder looked at the woodcutter deeply and said, "Opening up the 7 Stars Valley required 9 great skill-imparting elders to gather. They each controlled a part of the spell. Only 9 stars gathering together could open the 7 Stars Valley. Being so troublesome was naturally in order to prevent outsiders from intruding. But in order to prevent disciples from having malicious fun, the sect naturally set strict rules too. If the disciple beating the drum was unable to sound it 3 times, not only did they have to be punished severely, even their peak's skill-imparting elder would also have to suffer heavy punishment. Hence, before disciples entered the 7 Stars Valley, they must get their own peak's skill-imparting elder's approval. Yi Yuan's talent naturally went without saying. The woodcutter had long approved of him already. It was just that these 3 drum beats were also not that easy to achieve. The woodcutter said coolly, "Don't you worry. With Yi Yuan's talent, even if he can't sound 7 drum beats, 3 drum beats are absolutely not a problem." Tianju Peak's skill-imparting elder laughed mockingly and said, "You're also too confident in this brat. For so many years, not one disciple could sound 3 drum beats." The woodcutter chuckled and said, "Yi Yuan is different from them. Enough nonsense. Open up the 7 Stars Valley." The moment 9 great true G-O-D powerhouses released their auras, just that pressure made Yi Yuan's complexion turn pale. True G-O-D realm was too powerful. 9 beams of light rose from the ground up and shot straight into 9 points. Rumble. The 7 Stars Valley's restrictions slowly opened under these 9 beams of light. Yi Yuan looked at the woodcutter's figure, eyes full of gratitude. The incident this time somewhat deviated from his expectations. If not for the woodcutter's words, he would really die very horribly this time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and slowly walked into the 7 Stars Valley. The 9 great skill-imparting elders also followed closely behind. Upon entering the 7 Stars Valley, a piercing cold gale blew over. Yi Yuan was caught by surprise and was nearly blown away. This scene landing in the eyes of several skill-imparting elders, they naturally felt even more disdain. An outer sect disciple beating the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. It's really the first time in the sect's history. To talk about overestimating one's own ability, this seat will yield to this brat. Jiang Hong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a scornful look, Yi Yuan's goal was drumming the drum. It was in order to kill Qian Yi. Among these 9 great skill-imparting elders, the sight of Yi Yuan naturally turned him off the most, while Yi Yuan's talent was astonish. Plusing, he could not wait for Yi Yuan to be shocked to death by the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum right now. The woodcutter said coolly, "Jiang Hong, I know that you're very covetous of Yi Yuan right now. You all, these guys who came from large sects, all look down on those who came from small sects, all look down on my Tianying Peak. But you all don't know, true geniuses tend to come out of small sects, just like myself. Back then, I chopped those so-called proud children of heaven dazed and confused with an axe. That's how I have today. While today, Yi Yuan similarly used his strength to make you all regret your actions back then." Woodcutter's words made the other 8 great skill-imparting elders' faces turn black. The woodcutter back then was indeed a legend of the Shadow Moon sect. He came out of an unknown small sect, carried an axe, and swept across the so-called proud children of heaven back then. Later, the woodcutter was the same as Yi Yuan, being squeezed out to Tianying Peak. But he did not grumble about anything, carrying an axe and chopped wood every single day. Chopping day in and day out, chopping year in and year out. He was laughed at by G.O.D. knows how many people, spurned by no idea how many. All the way until one day, a powerful aura burst through the horizon. He, the woodcutter, broke through to true G.O.D. Chapter 1812, 5 Drumbeats. Chapter 1812, 5 Drumbeats. High up in the sky, 7 enormous drums spanned above the clouds, faintly discernible. Auspicious clouds intertwined between the drums, portraying an enormous ladle shape. It was precisely the shape of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. 7 huge drums combined together. The might of that aura made Yi Yuan shudder with fear. The jade light drum that was drummed when entering the sect, compared to now, simply paled in comparison. Yi Yuan had a feeling that if one's prowess was up to par, the power of the 7 drums sounding together could probably level a sub-peak to the ground. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing an attack-type Empyrean Spirit treasure. The power of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum also made him secretly astonished. Regardless of whether it was the world-suppressing steel or the soul-suppressing pearl, they were both very gentle. But this Big Dipper 7 Stars drum was filled with an offensive aura, making people palpitate with anxiety and fear. Scared silly, right, kid? However, the 7 Stars Valley has already opened. You already have no regret medicine that you can eat, Tianju Peak's skill-imparting elder said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "There has never been the word regret in my dictionary." Yi Yuan leaped and flew toward the Big Dipper's 7 stars drum. Arriving in front of it, Yi Yuan felt as if he arrived inside a vortex of laws. The power of laws from all directions were all sailing him. For a moment, Yi Yuan seemed to have walked into a turbulent flow and could not even stabilize his figure, teetering on his feet. Ha! That kid doesn't know anything, and he dares to challenge the Big Dipper's 7 stars drum. "Woodcutter, I think that you probably suffered a big loss this time," said an elder with a big laugh when he saw Yi Yuan's distressed state. The woodcutter gave a cold snort but did not refute. If Yi Yuan was in this state, it was likely really hard to complete 3 drum beats. He was also faintly worried. But right at this time, a profound aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually spread. The moment this aura emerged, those violent, turbulent flows immediately calmed down. Yi Yuan's figure also immediately stabilized. When the group of elders saw this scene, all of them had strange expressions, clearly being quite surprised. No matter how high one's talent was, without corresponding strength, it was also pointless. For example, a Heaven Glimpse realm martial artist was incredibly talented and even had the possibility of reaching the true D realm in the future. But without the support of strength, when facing the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, it was very dangerous. These skill-imparting elders had all before drummed the Big Dipper 7 stars drum and were deeply aware of its might. They clearly did not expect that Yi Yuan could get acclimatized to it so quickly. However, Yi Yuan's next move gave them an even bigger scare that they turned pale. It was only to see Yi Yuan form his fingers as a sword and directly pointed toward the jade light drum. Dong! The jade light drum was sounded without any hindrance. The drumbeat shook the heavens, instantly sweeping throughout the entire 7 stars valley. However, Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. He pointed a finger out again. Dong! The second sun opening drum was also sounded. Dong! Yi Yuan pointed a third finger out. The jade scale drum was sounded. 3 drum beats in a row made all of the skill-imparting elders' faces change. How did this kid do it? Even if it's me, it's also impossible to do it as effortlessly as him. This old man sounded 3 drum beats back then, but I only barely managed to do it after failing several dozen times. He did on the first try. When the woodcutter saw everyone's astonished expressions, he could not resist laughing loudly and said, "Your father said that Yi Yuan is different from the others. How is it? Are you surprised?" Ha! The woodcutter had always been a maverick and did not get along with the other skill-imparting elders. Now, seeing them get deflated, he could not help feeling immensely pleased. Right at this time, Yi Yuan pointed a 4th finger out, but this time he did not succeed. It was only to see his mouth spray blood wildly, figure flying out backward, already injured by the heavenly authority drum. The woodcutter's face changed, directly firing out a stream of world power, catching Yi Yuan. When the other elders saw this scene, each and every one of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, Yi Yuan amazed the world with a single brilliant feat really gave them a big scare. The main reason was that Yi Yuan beat the drums too casually. It was as if these drums were like Yi Yuan's toys. There was that instant where they virtually thought that Yi Yuan could really sound the 7 drums. Only all the way until Yi Yuan was injured did they suddenly realize that beating the drums was not that easy for Yi Yuan. Although these skill-imparting elders were high above the SES, their strength no idea how many times stronger than Yi Yuan, they still did not escape the boundary of humans and still had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They were all once peerless geniuses, presently top experts. Everyone was all unable to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. They were all very at peace in their hearts. But now, someone wanted to break this balance and ride above them. They could not quite accept it in the depths of their hearts. The woodcutter asked rather worriedly, "Are you all right, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Looks like I underestimated the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Ha ha, indeed well deserving of being an Empyrean spirit treasure." strong enough? Yi Yuan discovered that these 7 drums were completely not independent. 1. Ties, being able to sound one means being able to sound the next. When Yi Yuan sounded the sun opening drum, he discovered that the great Tao aura coming from it grew more than 10 times stronger than before, while the jade scale drum was also more than 10 times stronger than the sun opening drum. This was also to say that when Yi Yuan sounded the jade scale drum, the countershock force was already 100 times stronger than the jade light drum. That 4th heavenly authority drum was 1,000 times. Moreover, the power of this jade light drum was completely overwhelming. This terrifying increment was not what ordinary people could withstand at all. The woodcutter urged and said, "Looks like you felt it too. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum is a whole. The more you drum, the stronger it gets and the greater the amplitude too. Reaching the last heavenly pivot drum, that backlash force is not what the average person can imagine at all. Yi Yuan, don't push it. You've already proven your talent now. Even if you withdraw, no one will look down on you too." He was optimistic about Yi Yuan's future, but did not look well on Yi Yuan being able to sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. This kind of thing was not what human strength could accomplish at all. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really do it in the future, but right now, he definitely could not. Yi Yuan struggled to get up and shook his head as he said, "No matter how difficult this drum is to sound, I'll also sound it today." Finished talking, he leaped and arrived high up in the sky once more. After preparing for a while, Yi Yuan attacked once more. Dong, dong, dong. After 3 drums, Yi Yuan was knocked flying again. But he was not discouraged. After a period of adjustment, he made his move once more. Attempting, failed. Trying again, failed again, rinse and repeat. Yi Yuan's stubbornness did not cause the elders to be moved. On the contrary, they mocked Yi Yuan's overestimation of his ability even more. This brat's physical body is also strong. If it were others, they would have long died several times over. Some things can't be done by relying on effort. Reckless and blind fool, really wasting time. Best that it shocks him to death. This kid only has the strength of 3 drums. Still not conceding to it is also a waste of time. Dong, 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 dong. That elder's voice had just faded when the 4th and 5 drum beats sounded in a row after several dozen attempts. Chapter 18:13 Enlightening the Benighted. Chapter 18:13 Enlightening the Benighted. On the couch, Qianyi opened his eyes with difficulty. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. I didn't die. I didn't die. The feeling of those countless fragments piercing into the body was still vivid in his mind until now. At that moment, he thought that he was dead for sure. Except, he did not expect that he was actually saved. By the side, Elder Tao said in a solemn voice, "Relax, Elder Jianghong, personally moving out this time. No one can kill you." A hint of surprise flashed in Qianye's eyes. For his sake, and skill-imparting elder actually personally took action. This showed that his standing in the skill-imparting elder's eyes and heart was still very high. Skill-imparting elders normally came and went like shadows. These disciples, could not get in contact with them at all and also did not know what the main peak's intentions were. The matters normally were all handled by Elder Tao, this any hall elder. There's actually such a thing. When this matter's limelight blows over, I want to thank Elder Jianghong. I wonder if I'll have the luck, Qianyi said excitedly. Elder Tao's expression was slightly grim as he said, "You'd better not be happy too early. Today, our heavenly Bud Peak's face was utterly lost. It was all caused by the soaring flower lineage. Elder Jianghong taking action to save you was merely being forced against his will. In the future, you have to cultivate hard and earn back our heavenly Bud Peak's face. His elderly self will naturally be happy." The moment Qianyi heard, the excitement from earlier immediately dissipated into thin air. "Yi Yuan, that punk, he didn't die?" Qianyi said with a baleful look. "Die? Heh. Your business isn't over yet." Elder Tao laughed as he said with a sardonic face. Qianyi was taken aback when he heard that and said, "Not over yet?" Elder Yao recounted the matter of Yi Yuan beating the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Qianyi could not help bursting into laughter when he heard it. Haha, this kid is also really a genius to actually think of using this method to make me die. I admit that his talent is very high, but no matter how high, he's also merely a divine lord realm. He can sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. When Qianyi heard Yi Yuan's foolish actions, disdain was written all over his face. How could someone possibly accomplish this kind of thing? Elder Tao chuckled and said, "This kid is also a stubborn mule who can't be pulled back by 8 horses. You don't know, but everyone's gazes when looking at him back then was like looking at a fool." Elder Tao also disliked Yi Yuan, this incredibly stubborn fellow, very much. He and Qianyi exchanged a glance, and both started laughing loudly. Dong! All of a sudden, a drumbeat that reverberated throughout the clouds shot up to the sky. Elder Tao and Qianyi were currently laughing away. When they heard this drumbeat, their faces suddenly changed. Especially Qianyi. The panic in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Elder Tao, what drumbeat is this? In Qianyi's voice was a tremor that could not be concealed. Elder Tao's expression was also very ugly. His gaze revealed a look of shock, and he said, "No idea how many people have sounded the drums in Shadow Moon Sect, but I've heard of someone who could transmit the drumbeat out of the 7 Stars Valley." Qianyi's experience and knowledge were inferior to Elder Tao's after all. Hearing Elder Tao's words, he immediately turned ashen pale. Then he wouldn't. Qianyi felt his mouth and throat turn parched. That smug appearance, just now, could not be found at all. Dong! His voice had yet to fade when another earth-shaking drumbeat sounded out. This sound was even louder than the one before. At the same time, the entire Shadow Moon sect was shocked. It was still their first time hearing such a terrifying drum sound outside of the 7 Stars Valley. This drum sound was like the M.U.F. fled thunder in the sky, as if it was heaven's furious roar. The sound of it could be heard clearly in every corner of the Shadow Moon sect. Everyone at the main peak, the 9 great sub-peaks, the several hundred stray peaks, including every inch of Shadow Moon Mountain Range's earth, could hear this drumbeat. People slowly walked out of the halls, walked out of the abodes, gazes looking over in the direction of the 7 Stars Valley. As Shadow Moon sect disciples, they naturally knew what this drumbeat signified. They were only concerned just how many times this drumbeat could sound out. At this moment, each of their divine essence was seething, becoming incessantly surging along with this drumbeat. This drumbeat seemed to have activated their bloodlines. Quite a number of people actually started breaking through in the midst of this drumbeat. Dong! The third drumbeat sounded out. The expression on Bailey Qingyin's face could not hide the pleasant surprise and idolization. "Senior apprentice sister, I've long told you that his edge can't be stopped. Yet you didn't believe it." Bailey Qingyin did not turn around. She knew that Jiang Shuiyin already arrived behind her. Jiang Shuiyin's gaze revealed an extremely complicated look. Finally, she let out a sigh and said, "Silly Laius. If he goes to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, he'll be your #1 enemy." Bailey Qingyin's face revealed an extremely relieved look as she smiled and said, "So what? In this life, my zither strings are stirred by him." Jiang Shuiyin's gaze flickered incessantly. Finally, she still turned around and left. Walking a few steps, she said softly, "Silly girl, can your affection really be rewarded?" Finished talking, she turned around and left. Dong! The 4th drumbeat sounded out without a surprise. Inside an area of void at the main peak, an old man slowly opened both eyes, his gaze incomparably deep. "I didn't expect that in this world, there's actually really someone who can sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum." Dong! Dong! The 5th and 6th drumbeats sounded out. Inside the 7 Stars Valley, the 9 great skill-imparting elders looked at this scene incomparably shocked, their surging emotions unable to calm down for a long time. They were the closest to the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. The shock of these drumbeats, they felt it the strongest. That wave after wave of great Tao aura made them feel as if heavenly Tao descended. That shock simply could not use words to describe. This is the true power of the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. I really can't imagine just how terrifying the attack power will be once a true G.O.D. realm sounds this drumbeat. How on earth did this kid do it? He released all of the great Tao power inside the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. That's how it triggered the entire Shadow Moon sex resonance. After going out this time, this old man will be going into seclusion. This drumbeat enlightens the benighted. This drumbeat seemed to have magical power, making their entire person have a feeling of being reborn anew. The woodcutter's shock was not the slightest bit less than the rest. He looked at Yi Yuan's back view, feeling that it was infinitely tall and big. He knew that Yi Yuan's talent was extremely strong, with his potential being immense. But he did not think that Yi Yuan was actually strong to this extent, strong to the point where it made him somewhat afraid. The Big Dipper 7 Stars drum that had never sounded in the Shadow Moon sect echoed above the Shadow Moon sect at this moment. The first drumbeat dissipated after the drumbeats at the back appeared. The second was similarly like so. At this moment, 6 drumbeats could be heard clearly and distinguished clearly. Dong! Finally, the last drumbeat fell. The entire Shadow Moon sect started trembling. 7 drumbeats, like 7 thunderclaps, they reverberated in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect continuously. Not only were there no signs of dissipating, but there was also a trend of becoming louder and louder instead. Everyone was listening attentively. Everyone was using their hearts to feel, and everyone was devoting their full attention to understanding it. This drumbeat was extraordinary. Chapter 1814, Entire Sect, Gaining Enlightenment on Tao. Chapter 1814, Entire Sect, Gaining Enlightenment on Tao. Qian Ye's complexion was deathly pale, whole body lying limp there. His gaze revealed a look of despair. This drumbeat to others was endless benefits, but to him, it was the final death knell. Elder Tao, save me. Qian Yi pulled Elder Tao's arm with a look of despair. Just now, everyone was still waiting to see Yi Yuan make a fool of himself. No one would take Yi Yuan's obsession seriously. Who knew that in a twinkle, the Big Dipper 7 Stars drumbeat echoed in the sky above the Shadow Moon sect. Elder Tao was still in the midst of shock currently and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Qian Yi shook repeatedly before he suddenly snapped back to reality. What did you say? Elder Tao asked like he woke up from a dream. Qian Yi directly knelt in front of Elder Tao and cried, save me. Elder Tao, I don't want to die. When the 7 drumbeat sounded out, his entire person broke down. There was only a thought in his mind right now. That was to keep living. Elder Tao's face suddenly fell, and he kicked Qian Yi to the ground and said in a cold voice, You fool! What kind of existence did you provoke? Qian Yi had tears strewn all over his face as he said weepingly, How could I have known that he could actually sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum? Currently, he regretted it until his intestines turned green. If he had long known that it would be like this, he would not go and rear his head, even if beaten to death back then. The ones who fell out with Yi Yuan were not just him. Qian Yi, there was also the Cloud Word lineage and Immortal Abode lineage. But only he was the bird who took the lead, wanting to kill Yi Yuan several times. Especially the first ambush, it nearly almost killed Yi Yuan. And this also thoroughly enraged Yi Yuan. Qian Yi naturally did not think that Yi Yuan could do anything to him. Just a mere 6 firmament divine lord, even if a genius who knew how long it would take to grow up too. But how could he have thought that Yi Yuan only used 200 years and possessed the strength to kill him? What was even more ning was that after Jiang Hong made a move, Yi Yuan still stubbornly wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum. As a result, he succeeded. He actually succeeded. How did the current Elder Tao still have that doting look? Rage was all over his face. He pointed at Qian Ye's nose and cursed. You pig, you provoked a colossal leviathan for the entire soaring flower lineage. Do you know what this Big Dipper 7 Stars drum being sounded signifies? It means that he's the Shadow Moon sect's #1 genius since ancient times. It signifies that he'll surmount everyone in the future. Wanting to kill you is merely a matter of casually saying a word. At this time, who would dare protect you? And men, who dares to protect you? Elder Tao's current mentality was already totally different from before. Previously, he only took Yi Yuan's stubbornness as a joke and waited to watch the show. But now, Yi Yuan proved his terrifying talent. This was equivalent to provoking an incredibly powerful foe for the soaring flower lineage. The soaring flower lineage might very likely be suppressed in the sect because of this in the future. The situation of three lineages in a tripart. 1. Balance of forces will be broken very soon. Originally, a Bailey Qingyan emerging from the immortal abode lineage already put a lot of pressure on the soaring flower lineage. Now, things were good. One disaster piled on after another. Qianyi collapsed to the ground with a thud. His entire person seemed to have been drained. Elder Tao gave him a pitiful glance. Suddenly, his tone eased up and he said coolly, "Relax, the temptation of sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum is too great. That's the entire sect from top to bottom owing him a favor. Using such great favor to kill people. I believe that kid won't be so foolish." After 7 drum beats, it did not dissipate right away. The sound reverberated above the sky of the Shadow Moon sect, lingering on. The Shadow Moon sect disciples practically all entered cultivation states under this drumbeat. The great Tao this drum sound contained complemented that cultivation method and was greatly beneficial to them. One had to know, the Shadow Moon sect had already established the sect for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. This was the first time the Big Dipper 7 stars drum was sounded. "Pot S," said this village, and there would be no such shop anymore. Even the 9 great skill-imparting elders also all entered a state of comprehension at this time. The Big Dipper 7 stars drum was an Empyrean spirit treasure. The great Tao contained inside could be said to be a supreme treasure to them. Rather, Yi Yuan seemed a little bored at this time. His entire body was already drenched in sweat. Beating the drums was not so easy. Empyrean spirit treasure, even a true D powerhouse could not beat it. If not for Yi Yuan being in possession of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, he absolutely could not sound it too. Even so, Yi Yuan also expended tremendous effort before sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. After recovering for a while, Yi Yuan felt a little bored. He reckoned that right now, the entire Shadow Moon sect was in the midst of comprehension. It was impossible for anyone to come and acknowledge him. As for Qianyi, he was not worried. He knew that under this situation currently, no matter how foolish the soaring flower lineage's people were, they also did not dare to let Qianyi go anymore. Hence, he simply started cultivating on the spot. This drumbeat reverberated for an entire month's time. During this 1 month's time, the Shadow Moon sect was in great jubilation from top to bottom. Quite a few people directly broke through realms after hearing the drumbeat. Finally, the drumbeat gradually dissipated. The skill-imparting elders also woke up from meditation. Their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was already totally different. They knew that the entire Shadow Moon sect from top to bottom owed Yi Yuan's civ favor. This favor was because of the ancestors' ancestral teachings. The significance of this drumbeat to the Shadow Moon sect was too great. Jiang Hong's gaze suddenly turned intent, and he cried out in shock, "Woodcutter, you gained enlightenment again?" When everyone heard this, they all looked over toward the woodcutter, each and every one of them turning pale with fright. The woodcutter's aura was much stronger than it was a month ago. Clearly, the benefits that he obtained from this drum sound was much more than the others. One had to know, reaching their boundary, even a tiny bit of improvement was extremely hard to come by. The woodcutter chuckled and said, "Such a great opportunity. How can your father let it go easily? Comparing talent, your father isn't as talented as Yi Yuan. But compared to the few of you, it's still more than sufficient." When the other few people heard the woodcutter's arrogant words, each and every one of their faces became black like the bottom of a pot. Right at this time, a middle-aged man in azure Tao robes slowly walked out of the void. Seeing the arrival, The 9 great skill-imparting elders immediately adjusted their clothing and went forward to welcome. Paying respects to a sect master, the 9 people said in unison. The middle-aged man slowly nodded and said, Amen. The few of you have worked hard. The 9 people hurriedly said, Dare not. The middle-aged man's gaze went past the 9 people and looked at the Yi Yuan in the distance. Yi Yuan also bowed and said respectfully, Yi Yuan pays respect to sect master. Yi Yuan could feel that this middle-aged man's aura was even more unfathomable than the 9 great skill-imparting elders. It seemed like this Shadow Moon sect's foundation was really deep. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, Since my Shadow Moon sect was established, I can't tell how many people wanted to sound the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum, but no one has ever succeeded before. I really didn't expect that it was actually sounded by a Divine Lord Realm youngster. Yi Yuan, the ancestors' last order, we dare not defy. Now, you can say out your wish. Of course, if you haven't thought of it yet, you can say again later. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No need, I've thought about it long ago. Yi Yuan has no other request and only wants to kill Qian Yi. Chapter 1815 TIT for Ta. Chapter 1815 T. T for Ta. Yi Yuan's words made the sect master stunned. The other 9 people all used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan. This guy was really stubborn. Yi Yuan, do you know what sounding this Big Dipper 7 Star drum means? The entire sect from top to bottom, regardless of which cultivation method, martial technique, medicinal pill you want, even if you want this sect master to personally take action, it's not a problem. As long as it's something that the sect can do, this sect master won't refuse. The sect master thought that Yi Yuan did not know what sounding the Big Dipper 7 Stars drum signified and deliberately reminded Yi Yuan. The 9 great skill-imparting elders also all looked toward Yi Yuan. They felt that the sect master's explanation was already detailed enough. They felt that Yi Yuan would not use such a big favor to do this sort of silly thing. However, Yi Yuan said firmly, Thank you, sect master, for the reminder. Yi Yuan only has one request. That's to take Qian Ye's life. The sect master frowned and looked at Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong understood the sect master's meaning. His expression was also very ugly, and he briefly recounted the conflict between Yi Yuan and Qian Yi. After the sect master listened, he could not help falling silent. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry either, quietly waiting for the sect master's reply. After a moment, the sect master slowly opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, why not you reconsider it? This is a one-in-a-blue-moon opportunity for you. A measly little Qian Yi is just a pas-South Serbi on your road to greatness. Using such a big favor to exchange for his life, it's not worth it. Finished talking, the sect master looked at Yi Yuan calmly. He felt that Yi Yuan was a clever person and should know how to make his choice. However, Yi Yuan's performance disappointed him. It was only to see the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth reveal a hint of a sneering expression as he said coolly, Sect Master, don't use this kind of high-sounding words to dodge it. Putting it bluntly, you merely can't bear to part with Qian Yi, this genius disciple, that's all. Lord Sect Master, you cannot have the best of both worlds. The moment these words came out, the 9 great elders' faces all changed. Jiang Hong even reproached him, saying, Insolence. Boy, how do you speak to the sect master? Yi Yuan said coolly, I'm just telling the truth. The sect master's expression was also a little unsightly. While this boy's talent was great, he was also too arrogant. But he had to admit that Yi Yuan, this kid, was not easy to hoodwink. Just as Yi Yuan said, he could not bear to kill Qian Yi. Standing from his perspective, naturally the more geniuses, the better for the sect. While Yi Yuan, this prodigy throughout the ages, held extraordinary significance to the sect, Qian Yi was similarly a rare genius. Every genius concerned the sect's future, so he wanted to have the best of both worlds. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan was even harder to deal with than he imagined, seeing through his intentions at a glance. For some time, the scene was somewhat awkward. The sect master's face fell, and he said, If I say no, Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected and shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "The sect talks like letting out a fart. This kind of sect, I feel that there isn't anything left for me." The sect master's aura turned heavy, and he said in a cold voice, "So if I don't agree, you're planning on betraying the sect?" It was not that he definitely could not kill Qianyi, but Yi Yuan's words put him somewhat on the spot. In the Shadow Moon sect, he could control everything, but Yi Yuan's appearance made him have a feeling of not being able to control. This feeling made him very displeased. Even so, Yi Yuan sounded the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Sect Master's words aren't appropriate. It's not that I want to betray the sect, but it's the sect that abandoned me. Qianyi wanted to kill me several times, but the sect refused to deal with it. I had a fair fight with him and won, and was stopped by the skill-imparting elder. I sounded the Big Dipper 7 stars drum for this, and in the end, I still can't get a fair result. Pray tell, Sect Master, what does such a sect have for me to stay on?" Yi Yuan spoke righteously, rendering the sect master speechless. The woodcutter saw that the sect master's expression became uglier and uglier. He could not resist to reprimand Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, don't talk nonsense. Lord Sect Master is also thinking of the sect's long-term future." Yi Yuan said, being neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "Elder's life-saving grace. Yi Yuan will never forget it. But this Yi touches his own heart and feel that this Ye's contributions to the sect far exceed Qian Ye's. I only ask for the sect to give a chance to be treated fairly." Yi Yuan knows that the words of the lowly carry little weight. If Sect Master doesn't allow it, you can very well kill this Yi. The 9 great elders were all dumbfounded listening to Yi Yuan's words. This kid was also too lawless. The sect master's expression became increasingly uglier, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think that your talent is exceptional and this sect master doesn't dare to kill you?" Yi Yuan did not speak and met the sect master's gaze, not backing down in the slightest. Clearly, he expressed his standpoint. The sect master gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. My Shadow Moon sect really produced a disciple with backbone. This sect master wants to see how tough your bones are." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. A horrifying pressure descended upon his body, making him unable to even breathe. However, Yi Yuan stood firm, clenched his jaws tight, eyes staring firmly at the sect master. Feeling Yi Yuan's gaze, the sect master became even angrier. He was just about to increase the power when suddenly darkness descended. The sect master's horrifying pressure seemed to have fallen into darkness. Yi Yuan felt the pressure on his body lighten, his entire person seemingly hauled out of the water. The sect master's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Martial uncle." A cold snort came out of the void and said, "Zhou Qing, this sect master, is really declining with each pa-s. Sing day. Are you trying to disrespect your forefathers?" The sect master's face changed, and he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Zhou Qing dare not. Humph! You even dare to defy the ancestors' ancestral instructions. What do you still not dare to do?" Another cold snort came out of the void, clearly very displeased with Zhou Qing's way of doing things. Zhou Qing's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not think that this matter actually startled martial uncle. His elderly self was the Shadow Moon sect's last trump card. Normally, he stayed in close seclusion and did not come out, and had never asked about the sect's matters. This time, for Yi Yuan's sake, he actually acted. The 9 great skill-imparting elders exchanged glances. They did not know that there was actually still such an existence in the sect. Zhou Qing was deeply aware of this martial uncle's terrifyingness and naturally did not dare to defy. He could only explain himself. Zhou Qing is also looking out for the sect. A cold laugh came out of the void and said, "Zhou Qing, you're really declining with each pa-s. Sing day. You think about yourself back then. How many geniuses' corpses did you step on to walk over? The sect's supreme powerhouse. The sect only needs one, and that's enough. A genius who can sound the Big Dipper 7 stars drum. You actually wanted to murder him for your face?" Are you mad? Zhou Qing's expression changed again and again. Finally, he lowered his head and said respectfully, "Yes, Martial Uncle, Zhou Qing knows that I was wrong. Zhou Qing knows what should be done. Although this old man doesn't ask about worldly affairs, I also know a thing or two about the sex matters. Originally, struggles between factions is a good thing. But now, the sect from top to bottom has already been befouled with a foul atmosphere by the struggle of factions. And you actually even gave the green light for it. Zhou Qing, all the best to you." Done talking, there was no more sound in the void. Chapter 1816 Breakthrough. Chapter 1816 Breakthrough. Yi Yuan really used this opportunity and killed Qianyi. My G. OD, such a waste. Isn't that so? If requesting the sect master to take action, one can probably even kill a true G. O. D powerhouse. He actually used it to kill a first firmament celestial deity. Really capricious. The thoughts of a genius are really not what we mortals can understand. Qianyi finally still died. Under Zhou Qing's word of command, Qianyi's head hit the ground. It was just that this matter was simply incomprehensible to the sect's disciples. Just like a mortal suddenly had a chance to request 10 carts of gold one day, but he only asked for a copper coin. Just a civ opportunity everyone yearned for in their sleep, but it was cast aside by Yi Yuan like an old shoe. Except they did not know that the wish they sought after assiduously was no big deal in Yi Yuan's eyes. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, medicinal pills, all did not have much attraction to Yi Yuan. And after that day, the Shadow Moon sect returned to tranquility once more. Sect Master Zhou Qing and the 9 great skill-imparting elders collectively entered a retreat. The drum sound this time held extraordinary significance to them. They needed close seclusion to slowly digest their gains. Quite a few disciples also chose to enter a retreat. For some time, the Shadow Moon sect appeared much more deserted. A melodious zither sound echoed in the sky above Firecloud Peak, gentle and melodious. Deep love flowed within this zither sound. It was completely different from the beauty and poignance the last time. The zither followed the heart. If the mood of the person playing the zither was different, the music played would naturally be completely different too. A figure seemed to have been attracted by the zither sound and slowly walked up to the summit. With a song ending, Bailey Qingyan said with faint resentment, "This song was owed to you. Now, I paid it back to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Miss Bailey is indeed unparalleled in zither skills. Looks like this condition raised back then was still really worth it." Bailey Qingyan nibbled her lips lightly. Her face slightly red as she opened her mouth and said, "You scoundrel, still exactly as hateful." Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard it and said baffledly, "Why does praising you become hateful? Could it be that I should say that Miss Bailey's zither skills are awful?" Bailey Qingyan spat and said, "You dare." Yi Yuan was speechless. Waving his hand, he said, all right, I didn't say anything. Since I've already heard the zither sound, then the two of us are squared." A hint of disappointment flashed across Bailey Qingyan's face, and she said gloomily, sounding the Big Dipper 7 stars drum, "Why did you have to use it to kill Qianyi? Do you know how great this favor was?" Yi Yuan smiled and said coolly, "The sect has nothing that they can give me. So to me, this favor's only function was to be used to kill Qianyi." Bailey Qingyan was taken back when she heard that and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous face. This guy really bragged without coming up with a draft. The Shadow Moon sect was a true G. Oh, D-level sect, no idea how many people wanted to enter the sect but could not. But Yi Yuan said that the sect had nothing they could give him. Since the sect has nothing to give you, then why did you enter the sect? Bailey Qingyan said with a contemptuous look. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I entered the sect naturally for the bamboo groove martial conclave spot." Bailey Qingyan's brows raised up, and she said, "This Bailey Qingyan must be in the celestial deity realm to take part. You're merely a 9th firmament divine lord right now. You definitely can't catch up this time." Actually, Bailey Qingyan also felt that it was somewhat a pity for Yi Yuan. His strength was clearly already qualified enough to take part, but with his realm not reaching the requirement, he could not partake. 1p ate it all. In 10 years' time, wanting to break through to the celestial deity realm was simply a fool's talk. If Yi Yuan was a half-step celestial deity right now, then everything could naturally be discussed. It was just too bad that he was only a 9th firmament divine lord. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, breaking through to the celestial deity realm is very easy to me. Bailey Qingyan was speechless. This guy was simply an egomaniac. Okay, then I'll wait and see if you can break through to the celestial deity realm within 10 years' time. Bailey Qingyan could not be bothered to argue and just waited to see the joke. She admitted that Yi Yuan's talent was outstanding, but Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was not considered fast. In front of her, Yi Yuan's speed was pretty much the same as ordinary geniuses. Even she, Bailey Qingyan, also could not break through to become a 1st firmament celestial deity from a 9th firmament divine lord in 10 years. It was naturally even more impossible for Yi Yuan. After Bailey Qingyan left, Yi Yuan started close seclusion to A.S., Sale, celestial deity realm. These 200 years' time, Yi Yuan did many things. Among them included creating the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 5th level cultivation method. Actually, ever since breaking through to Divine Lord Realm, Yi Yuan already started deducing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's follow-up cultivation method and finally created it during the last 200 years. Having Pa-S said the 4th level cultivation method, this great hurdle, this 5th level cultivation method was relatively much easier. Creating the 5th level cultivation method showed that Yi Yuan was already very clear about the celestial deity realm. Breaking through was merely a matter of water flowing when the channel formed. The celestial deity realm that was as difficult as ascending to heaven to others. It was not that complicated to Yi Yuan. With the obstructed tillage spirit vein around, Yi Yuan did not worry about the lack of spiritual energy at all and did not even need to borrow the power of medicinal pills. 10 years Pa-S, said in a twinkle. On this day, the 3 great fierce beasts were currently cultivating when suddenly a powerful aura came over from the direction of Yi Yuan's abode. Here to make trouble again? This time, it's a 1st firmament celestial deity again. Go, let's go take good care of this fellow, the old bear said. Thanks to this kid, our strengths have improved greatly now. Gotta watch this gate well. Otherwise, if this kid chases us away someday, it wouldn't be good, the old deer said. The 3 people talked for a moment, figures Russ. I, plussing away. Swuz. Plus swuz. Plus swuz. Plus the 3 beasts, figures landed, and they were immediately incomparably shocked. They felt the aura of a 1st firmament celestial deity and even thought that it was an outsider intruding. They did not expect that this person was actually Yi Yuan. Kid, you actually broke through to celestial deity realm. The old bear opened its eyes wide, eyes full of disbelief. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan was still only a 9th firmament divine lord. 10 years later, he was actually already 1st firmament celestial deity. Celestial deity realm seemed to be too worthless, right? Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Amen, just broke through not long ago. I see that you all have been very attentive and watchful these few years. So I took the time to refine a few medicinal pills. Take them as your reward. The old bear waved its bear claw and said, No need, your humans' medicinal pills. We can't use them. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, It's demon divine pills. The old bear said in surprise, You, a human, actually know how to refine demon divine pills? Yi Yuan casually threw out a few pills. The 3 beasts caught them and took a look and nearly dropped them onto the ground with a tremble of their hands. The old bear cried out in surprise, 10-heart pill. Divine grade. This medicinal pill was refined by you? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Not refined by me. Then could it be refined by you? I just happened to have some 10-heart pills spirit medicines on hand and refined it for you guys. When at the Tyrant Origin Imperial City back then, Yi Yuan practically got everything he asked for. So he also casually picked up some rank 5 spirit medicines. Although they were not some rare spirit medicines, refining a few 10 heart pills could still be done. Chapter 1817 SPO. 1817 SPO. Ha! Song Ting's luck is really good. Qianyu was finished off by Yi Yuan. That's how he covered his position without a hitch and obtained the qualifications to partic. 1. P. 8 in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. His strength is too weak. He's also playing a supporting role by going. In my view, might as well let Yi Yuan go. What a pity. Yi Yuan's strength can absolutely go to the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, but he's unable to break through to the Celestial Deity realm. On the plaza in front of the main Peak's Great Hall, the entire sect was sending off the disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. There were a total of 4 disciples taking part in the Bailey Qingyan. They were respectively Bailey Qingyan, Jiang Shuyan, Yi Qingxiang, and Song Ting. Originally, Song Ting had no chance to partic. 1. P. 8 in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. But Qianye's death gave him chance. Within the scope of the age allowed, picking the best person available, there was only Song Ting remaining. Song Ting broke through and became a first firmament celestial deity more than 100 years ago. Presently, his strength already could not be compared to what it used to be. The current Song Ting appeared to be in high and vigorous spirits. No matter what, being able to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was also a very glorious thing. At least, the Devil Elephant lineage would benefit along with him. So what if Yi Yuan's talent is outstanding? At least in this season, he has no hopes of partic. 1. P. Aiding in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Song Ting was pleased with himself inwardly. He knew that in partic. 1. P. Aiding in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave was hard to convince the SES. But with Yi Yuan failing to live up to expectations, who could be blamed? Over there, Bailey Qingyan's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd, as if searching for something. Jiang Shuyan smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Stop looking. It's impossible for that kid to appear. Breaking through to the celestial deity realm in 10 years, body can do this sort of thing. Or is it that you feel that he'll come to see you off?" Bailey Qingyan said quietly. He said before that he'll break through. No idea why. Even though Bailey Qingyan herself did not believe it, she still looked forward to Yi Yuan succeeding. Sometimes human psychology was so wondrous. Jiang Shuyan pursed her lips and said scornfully, "Although that kid's law comprehensions is formidable, his cultivation speed isn't considered fast. With his cultivation speed, it's simply impossible to cultivate to become a first firmament celestial deity from a 9th firmament divine lord. Don't you know about this?" But Bailey Qingyan insisted and said, "Others can't. Maybe he really can?" Jiang Shuyan could not resist rolling her eyes and said, "Ulias, you're really silly. Partic. 1. P. Aiding in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. The one leading the team was the Canopy Peak's skill-imparting elder, Su Yan. This time, Canopy Peak had 2 disciples taking part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. He, as the skill-imparting elder, naturally felt proud. He gave a few words of encouragement on the plaza, flicked his sleeves grandly, and said, "Set off." Bailey Qingyan's expression turned dim, and she let out a soft sigh. He still didn't come in the end. Finished talking. She followed Su Yin and flew high into the sky. Wait a minute. Right at this time, a figure leaped into the air, blocking the few people's path. It's Yi Yuan. He actually broke through to the celestial deity realm. Truly inconceivable. In just 10 years' time, he broke through 2 realms in a row, reaching the celestial deity realm. With this, Song Ting is probably feeling awful in his heart, right? The cooked duck suddenly flew. Serve him right. This guy looks like a scoundrel who realized his ambitions all day long ever since obtaining the qualifications of the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. Song Ting's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually broke through at the final juncture. This way, his bamboo groove martial conclave qualifications would definitely be revoked. This kind of thing, he really found it a little hard to accept. Jiang Shuyan's expression was also not much better than Song Ting's. She was still mocking Yi Yuan just now, saying that there was no way he could break through to celestial deity realm. In the end, her voice had yet to fade, and Yi Yuan appeared in front of her in the manner of a celestial deity realm. Bailey Qingyan had a surprised expression on her face. She did not expect that Yi Yuan really did it. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan said that he could break through to the celestial deity realm. She did not believe it at all. This guy was simply a freak. From the Divine Lord realm to the celestial deity realm, this hurdle, many people spent several tens of thousands of years and found it difficult to break through. Yi Yuan was exceptional. He did it in 10 years. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yin and said, "Elder Su, I want to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave." Su Yin looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look and said with a nod, "I didn't expect that you actually broke through at the last juncture. You really surprised this old man. Since you already broke through to the celestial deity realm, then everything can naturally be discussed. With your strength, you should naturally obtain a spot." Hearing this, the expression on Song Ting's face was incomparably ugly. He went through numerous fights and eliminated many powerhouses of the same generation before obtaining this spot. In the end, a word from Su Yin revoked him. Now, he already rose into the sky, but had to return to the main peak again. Those people below were probably all watching the joke, right? What a big loss of face. Yi Yuan smiled and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, Elder Su, but this disciple has long broken through. It's just that I made a trip to the medicine refining hall. That's why it took some time." Su Yin was rather surprised as he said, "You just broke through and shouldn't need medicinal pills. What did you go to the medicine refining hall for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I heard that geniuses gather at the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. There are even some sect disciples who already broke through to second firmament celestial deity. So I specially went to refine a medicinal pill for senior apprentice Sister Bailey." Bailey Qingyan was extremely surprised when she heard that. Yi Yuan actually refined a pill for her. Su Yin said in surprise, "You even know how to refine pills?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Know a thing or two." As he said, Yi Yuan Pa S. set a small bottle to Bailey Qingyan and said, "With senior apprentice sister's apartment eye, Tude, swallow this jade thaw purple heart pill, and you should be able to break through to second firmament celestial deity." When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Even though Bailey Qingyan's talent was outstanding, after breaking through to the celestial deity realm, the speed of her realm improvement also clearly slowed down. These 200 years' time, she only barely managed to cultivate to late-stage first firmament celestial deity. There was still a way off from the peak. But Yi Yuan said that this medicinal pill could make Bailey Qingyan directly break through to become a second firmament celestial deity. Was this medicinal pill so magical? Bailey Qingyan opened the small bottle puzzledly. A burst of medicinal fragrance rose into the sky. She opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "D divine grade, jade thaw, purple heart, pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat. Keep staring blankly and the medicinal effect will weaken." Bailey Qingyan was slightly startled and hurriedly swallowed the medicinal pill. Su Yin looked at Yi Yuan in incomparable shock. He already could not use words to describe his feelings at this time. Not only did this boy's strength surpa S others his talent outstanding, but his pill refining skill was also impressive too. Not long after Bailey Qingyan consumed the medicinal pill, the aura on her body started climbing frenziedly. Russ. H.I. Plussing towards second firmament, celestial deity. Broke through. Really broke through. My G. O. D. The medicinal effect of this medicinal pill is also too strong, right? With this, senior apprentice Sister Bailey's strength is going to soar a great deal. The hopes of our Shadow Moon sect seizing a spot also greatly increased. This Yi Yuan brought us pleasant surprises time after time. This guy is really remarkable. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Bailey Qingyin's really broke through to become a second firmament celestial deity, just like that. Chapter 1818, Whatever You Say. Chapter 1818, Whatever You Say, 100 days later. The party landed in front of a vast ocean. Su Yin took out a token and threw into the ocean. When that token fell into the water, it immediately turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. Not long after, a small rowboat was faintly discernible, traveling over from the surface of the sea. On the small boat, a youth in white stood on the bow, suave and elegant. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. This youth in white was not old, but he was already a fourth firmament celestial deity. It seemed like this bamboo groove divine temple indeed lived up to its reputation. But, thinking about it, Yi Yuan also felt relieved. The bamboo groove divine temple gathered the entire bamboo groove void realm's most talented figures. Those able to enter, their talents were probably not beneath Bailey Qingyin's. They might even be stronger. This kind of powerful talent, coupled with the bamboo groove void realm's top-notch resources, cultivation speed being fast, was also within reason. Zhu Wen pays respect to Elder Su. The youth in white clasped his hands at Su Yin and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. But Su Yin greeted with a smile as he said, "Ho, turns out that it's Honorable Nephew Zhu. Not seeing for 1,000 years, Honorable Nephew Zhu's cultivation advances with each pas sing day." Zhu Wen smiled faintly and said, "The cultivation of the divine temple, outsiders can't imagine it at all. Zhu Wen's bit of improvement is nothing." Between the lines of Zhu Wen's words exuded arrogance everywhere, as if the martial artists outside of the divine temple were all lice. Su Yan's expression was somewhat awkward as he smiled and said, "That's of course. Our bamboo groove void realm hails the divine temple with veneration. This place is a holy land. A genius like Honorable Nephew Zhu is 1 in 10,000. Zhu Wen had a smug look on his face. Sweeping a glance behind Su Yin, he said with disdain, "You even brought a guy who just broke through to the celestial deity realm. Looks like your Shadow Moon sect really has no successors." These words, Zhu Wen said them looking at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just broke through not long ago. His aura was much weaker compared to the others. With one glance, one would know that he just broke through not long. Celestial deity realm. The disparity of each minor realm was tremendous. In order to facilitate the distinction, each minor realm would have initial stage, middle stage, late stage, as well as peak for stages. And Yi Yuan's aura. One look, and it was initial stage, first firmament celestial deity realm. So Zhu Wen was very disdainful. Those coming to take part in the bamboo groove martial conclave, even if they were first firmament celestial deity, they were mostly late-stage or peak first firmament celestial deity powerhouses too. They were very make sense, let alone talk about initial stage. Except, as soon as these words came out, the few people, including Su Yin, all revealed strange looks. When Zhu Wen saw the few people's reactions, he could not help getting a little annoyed. At this time, shouldn't they be indignant, but dare not speak up? His face could not help turning dark and said, "Why? Could it be that I said wrongly?" Su Yin appeared slightly awkward as he smiled and said, "Right. What Honorable Nephew Zhu said is correct." Although he said so, how could Zhu Wen not hear the mockery in Su Yan's words? Su Yin was implying, "You came from the divine temple. Whatever you say then." Rather, it was Bailey Qinyin who pursed her lips and said, "Senior apprentice brother, Zhu had best not be too confident. When Yi Yuan enters the divine temple, Serpa S. Sing, you shouldn't take too long." The moment Zhu Wen heard, he immediately flew off the handle and said with a cold smile, "Ha! This junior apprentice sister has such high-sounding sentiments. It's just that your Shadow Moon sect seems to not have anyone enter the divine temple for 10 consecutive seasons already, right? Where in the world did your confidence come from?" For close to 10,000 years, the Shadow Moon sect's performance in the bamboo groove martial conclave got worse and worse. Among bamboo groove void realms, 14 true D-level powerful sects, only 5 people could enter the divine temple in the end. This struggle was very fierce. Among these 14 true D-level sects, the Shadow Moon sect was only in the middle to lower reaches. Some major sects prospered with each Sing Day. Each season, there would be someone entering the divine temple. But sects like the Shadow Moon sect would naturally be looked down upon. This Zhu one was obviously very disdainful of the Shadow Moon sect. This kind of sect, each time they came to take part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, they were all supporting castes. Without strength, it was very hard to gain other people's respect. This rule was the same everywhere. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The confidence of martial artists comes from powerful strength and not an unduly high opinion of oneself. After your esteemed self came, you've been constantly reproving the Shadow Moon sect. Presumably, you aren't living very well in the divine temple, right?" Yi Yuan's words made Zhu Wen's expression change. Yi Yuan really hit the mark. To the outside world, the divine temple was a holy land. Entering the divine temple represented resplendent glory. But in reality, the time within the temple was extremely cruel too. Naturally, they could not dispense with the survival of the fittest. For Zhu Wen to be able to enter the Bamboo Groove Divine Temple, his talent naturally went without saying. It was just that after entering the Divine Temple, everyone was similarly geniuses. His previous advantages were gone too. You were talented, but others were more talented than you. Zhu Wen discovered that after entering the Divine Temple, although he improved with amazing speed, other people's improvements were even faster than him and could obtain the temple's high regard even more. His days naturally became more and more difficult. Insolence. Who the H.E.L. How do you think you are to dare speak to me like this? Zhu Wen's face fell and said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan looked at Zhu Wen pitifully and shook his head as he laughed in spite of himself and said, "Your esteemed self's feelings, I can understand, so I won't stoop to your level." Zhu Wen's face became black as the bottom of a pot. This Yi Yuan really rubbed his nose in it. Each sentence caused a 10,000-point critical hit to him. Suyin also felt his anger vented in his heart. These few years, every time they took part in the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave, the Shadow Moon sect will be treated differently. Regardless of whether it was the temple's disciples or other sects, few thought highly of the Shadow Moon sect. But no choice, the temple was sublime. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Seeing Zhu Wen get deflated, he was naturally secretly pleased in his heart. However, he was also secretly startled by Yi Yuan's observational power. Very clearly, Yi Yuan guessed Zhu Wen's situation correctly. The temple was incomparably mysterious and never opened up to the outside world. The people outside never knew what was happening inside. Even the heads of true D-level sects also did not know anything about the temple. But body doubted the temple's power. So the divine temple's disciples, even if only celestial deity realm, had always been high and lofty too. Being critiqued by them a little, these skill-imparting elders, could only endure it too. But Yi Yuan could perceive so many things through only a few sentences. It was truly remarkable. All shut up for me. Honorable nephew Zhu is a temple disciple. How can it be your turn to teach him what to do? Suyin suddenly glared and scolded. It was just that the expression on his face not only did not have any anger at all, instead had some approval. When Yi Yuan and the rest saw, they could not help secretly finding it funny. They knew that Su Yin was giving Zhu Wen a way out. All of them shut their mouths sensibly. Su Yin had his back to Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen could not see his expression. Seeing Su Yin fly off the handle, his expression indeed became much better. However, he still gave a cold snort and said, "Ignorant thing, is the temple what you all are qualified to appraise?" Yi Yuan and the rest exchanged glances and said in unison, "Yes, yes, yes, whatever senior apprentice brother Zhu says goes." Zhu Wen's face virtually almost turned into a horse's face. One pulled a long face. Chapter 1819 Treading on the Waves. Chapter 1819 Treading on the Waves on the vast expanse of water. a small rowboat slowly advanced. All around was a stretch of white fog lingering, unable to see one's fingers when the hands were stretched out. Powerful restriction powers came from all around, making Yi Yuan and the rest secretly startled. The bamboo-grooved divine temple was indeed incomparably powerful. It actually turned such a vast ocean into their forbidden land. Body urged the small boat, but it just drifted on the ocean just like that. Rumble. Suddenly, the small boat rocked violently. The bow of the boat swayed and actually plunged into a cloud of mist. Even if it was face to face, one could not see their companions clearly too. Everyone be careful. We are entering the restriction storm. The undulations of the power of laws are incredible. Everybody needs to avoid the power of restrictions. Otherwise, if you fall into the spirit nether sea, no one can save you. From a bow came Zhu Wen's warning. Everyone's hearts went slightly cold, each carefully avoiding the power of restrictions. No idea how long had Pa-S said either. The party finally Pa-S set out of the fog and returned to the normal sea. Suddenly, Bailey Qingyin's face changed, and she said, "Where's Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan is gone. Everyone looked sideways and discovered that the Yi Yuan who was originally at the stern of the boat was really gone. Su Yan's face fell, and he said, "Zhu Wen, this kind of thing had never happened before in the past. What's going on here?" How could Su Yan still not understand? Zhu Wen had resentment arise in his heart and deliberately set up a stumble, sending Yi Yuan down. Unknowingly, Su Yan even changed his term of address. Yi Yuan was this bamboo groove martial conclave's latent growth stock. Su Yan thought very highly of him. Now that he was gone, how could he not be angry? When Yi Yuan was a ninth firmament divine lord, he could only fight with the first firmament celestial deity, Realm Qianyi, until neither could gain the upper hand. Now that he broke through to the celestial deity realm, his strength would really be hard to gauge. But Su Yan felt that Yi Yuan should have no problem matching up against second firmament celestial deities. As for how far he could go, it was really hard to tell. Such a great black horse was actually gone now. Su Yan's entire person felt dreadful. Zhu Wen sneered in his heart, but feigned ignorance on the surface as he said, "Didn't encounter in the past doesn't mean that the spirit nether sea is without dangers. The power of restrictions here will often undergo changes. A single misstep and even true D powerhouses will fall inside. Just now, that was just a minor restriction undulation. That's how we could be safe and sound. Elder Su, not that I'm saying you, but your disciple's strength is too weak, right? You look, aren't the rest fine? He naturally did it on purpose. This spirit nether sea, outsiders did not know, but he was very familiar with it. Zhu Wen deliberately went off course and had a small contact with the restriction. And the place of contact was precisely the stern of the boat where Yi Yuan was at. The stern was naturally also the place where the law undulations were the strongest. Bailey Qingyin's eyes turned red, and she said angrily, "You're despicable and shameless. Turn around right now for me. I'm going to look for Yi Yuan." But Zhu Wen shook his head and said, "Can't find any more. This spirit nether sea changes myriad of times in a twinkle. Dropping into the sea, he would definitely trigger the power of restrictions. It's already impossible to come back." Bailey Qingyin's eyes turned red, and she said angrily, "I'll fight it out with you." Zhu Wen said coolly, "If you want to make everyone be buried together with you, then feel free to give it a try." Su Yan grabbed hold of Bailey Qingyin and said in a cold voice, "Don't be rash. Wait until we get Ash. O-R-E before talking." Bailey Qingyin's tears rolled down, but she was unable to resist the powerful Su Yan and could only give up. But her gaze when looking at Zhu Wen was icy cold. But Zhu Wen smiled coldly in his heart. Toward Bailey Qingyin's threat, he did not take it to heart at all. Although Bailey Qingyin's strength was decent, one in a pass, the bamboo groove martial conclave was still a little forceful. As long as she could not enter the temple, there was nothing to discuss. Before long, an island appeared in everyone's eyes. Stepping onto the island, Bailey Qingyin immediately turned into a stream of flowing light and rushed over toward Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen seemed to have long expected it and casually pointed a finger out. Break for me. Zhu Wen gave a cold cry. Bailey Qingyan only felt a tremendous force transmit over, directly being knocked flying back. The disparity between Zhu Wen and her was too great. Humph. Overestimating your own ability. If not looking on the account of Elder Su's face, I'd have killed you just now. Zhu Wen said with a cold snort. Bailey Qingyan looked at Zhu Wen coldly and said in a chilly voice, "Just you wait. There will come a day where I'll take revenge for Yi Yuan." Zhu Wen pursed his lips and said disdainfully, "That will have to depend on whether you can pass the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave or not. But in my view, the hope isn't big." Su Yin also felt a wave of anger well up in his heart, and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhu Wen, you're too much. Today's matter, I'll definitely report it to Lord Envoy and request him to uphold justice." But Zhu Wen did not care at all and just said with a faint smile, "Go ahead." Seeing Zhu Wen's attitude, Su Yan's heart also sunk. In front of the temple, these true D powerhouses, really did not have any right to speak at all. You guys look, there seems to be someone on the spirit nether sea. Yi Qingxiang suddenly said. Everyone's face changed. Looking over in the direction Yi Qingxiang pointed at. Sure enough, they discovered that a small black that was currently closing in on here. Although everyone's eyesight was excellent, the sea was foggy, they could not see the actual situation too. Could it be Yi Yuan? Su Yin said in surprise. Zhu Wen's expression similarly changed, both eyes narrowing into a line, seemingly wanting to see through the fog. But there was indeed a black figure swaying about inside the fog, currently coming towards the SH. This? How is this possible? Zhu Wen said with an astonished look. When Bailey Qingyan saw the flickering figure, she was immediately overjoyed. It's definitely Yi Yuan. It must be Yi Yuan. Bailey Qingyan said excitedly. That figure got closer and closer. The outline also became clearer and clearer. In the end, everyone could see a slightly thin figure currently speeding like the wind over to this side, sweeping up waves. And he came treading on the waves. It's real. He didn't die. He really didn't die. The agitated Bailey Qingyan was somewhat incoherent in speech. But at this time, no one paid attention to these. All the people, including Su Yin, were all inexplicably in shock. This is impossible. Apart from the temple's disciples, no one has ever been able to pass through the spirit nether sea. How'd he do it? Zhu Wen had a look of disbelief. The scene in front of him was seriously too fantastical. Yi Yuan stepped on Ma's sieve waves and walked over leisurely like he was a surfer. You can't doesn't mean Yi Yuan can't. Now, you must be very disappointed, right? Bailey Qingyan smiled coldly. Her gaze looking at Zhu Wen was full of disdain. Seeing Zhu Wen's expression, she was also incomparably delighted in her heart. In her heart, the temple had always been an extremely sacred place, incomparably holy. But now, seeing Zhu Wen's performance, she had a trace of wavering in her heart. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan took a step and flew to the SH. Bailey Qingyan burst into tears of joy. She immediately pounced forward and started sobbing. Yi Yuan was also struck dumb with amazement by this scene. But he still lightly patted Bailey Qingyan's shoulder and consoled. It's fine, it's all over. Chapter 1820 Exposing. 1820 Exposing. Seeing Zhu Wen's incomparably shocked expression, Yi Yuan said with an amused look, "Looks like you're very disappointed." The corners of Zhu Wen's mouth twitched, finally recovering with the shock. He seemed slightly awkward as he laughed dryly twice and said, "I already said that was just an accident." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "You're really very weak. So what if it was deliberate? Your gaze is flickered all over the place, and you don't even dare to look straight in my eyes. A person like you doesn't even have the qualifications to be a bad guy. No wonder you're depressed and failed to achieve your ambition at the temple." A cold aura crept out when Yi Yuan was saying this. Zhu Wen looked at Yi Yuan angrily, somewhat turning angry from the initial embarrassment. Zhu Wen gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Punk, you're challenging my bottom line." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Challenging your bottom line? Then you come and kill me. Want to kill me? Come openly and above board. With your strength, I'm not a match. See, you don't dare again. You have no status in the temple. If you kill the disciples who came to partake. 1. P. 8 in the bamboo groove martial conclave, the temple will hold you accountable. In the end, it's still that you're too weak. Enough. Shut up for me." Zhu Wen said with an angry roar. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart one by one, virtually about to shatter his mind. Su Yin looked at the crazed Zhu Wen, incomparably shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan made a fourth firmament celestial deity powerhouse's Dao heart almost collapse with a few words. This was really killing people without seeing blood. With Su Yan's eyesight, he could naturally tell that Zhu Wen's Dao heart already reached the verge of collapse. This could inevitably cause tremendous hindrance to his future cultivation. Zhu Wen, who was originally already struggling to stride forward in the temple. After this, it was probably hard for him to stand up again this time. Yi Yuan shook his head as he smiled and said, "Entering the temple doesn't mean getting it over with once and for all. One would instead enter an even more cruel environment. Even if I don't say it out loud, your weakness cannot be changed too. A person like you doesn't even have the qualifications to become my opponent. Elder Su, let's go." Done talking, Yi Yuan walked over toward the building on Island first. This place had powerful restrictions everywhere. Even true D powerhouses were unable to fly in the air too. For Yi Yuan to be able to come over from the spirit nether sea by treading on the waves, it was not because Yi Yuan could ignore these powerful restrictions, but that the place Zhu Wen threw him at, the restrictions were too weak. In those places with powerful restrictions, Zhu Wen did not dare to act carelessly too. Otherwise, it would not be throwing Yi Yuan down, but it would be him being buried with Yi Yuan. And along the way, Yi Yuan had pretty much grasped the spirit nether sea's restrictions long ago. Coupled with that, there was Zhu Wen himself guiding in front. It was not that surprising for Yi Yuan to be able to come out. The party walked onto the island. A bunch of well-arranged palaces appeared in front of everyone. Bamboo, Groove Holy Realm. There was an enormous archway ahead with 4 big characters written on it. Bamboo, Groove Holy Realm. It said that this place is just the tip of the iceberg of the Bamboo, Groove Holy Realm, the only place in the Bamboo, Groove Holy Realm that's opened up to the public, and also where the Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave is at, Su Yin explained. Yi Yuan came to a realization and was just about to enter the Bamboo, Groove Holy Realm when he heard a loud noise coming from the island. Bang! Back of the mountain, a building was directly blown up, the entire roof blown off, looking spectacular. Su Yan's face changed, and he said, "What happened? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the Bamboo, Groove Holy Realm?" Yi Yuan said, "It's fine. That should be a furnace explosion. But being able to produce such great power, the alchemist's standards shouldn't be weak." Jiang Shuyan was suddenly very curious and asked, "How is he compared to you?" Ever since Yi Yuan stepped into Celestial Deity Realm, Jiang Shuyan never had the idea of making things difficult for him anymore. She knew that Yi Yuan's rise was already unstoppable. The Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave this time. Yi Yuan's hopes were even greater than Bailey Qingyan's. As for how great, no one knew right now. All in all, he was definitely very strong. The Yi Qingxiang by the side also had the same thought as Jiang Shuyan. He did not wish to become a second Qianyi. Opposing Yi Yuan, that was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan gave Jiang Shuyan a glance and said, smilingly, "I've never blown up my furnace before. Of course, if I insist on doing it, it will at least be 100 times more powerful than this." Including Su Yin, the few people's pupils constricted. They had never seen before Yi Yuan's pill refining strength. But from the medicinal pill he gave Bailey Qingyan, they could tell that his strength was definitely very formidable. But 100 times stronger than the explosion just now, they felt that it was somewhat fantastical. One had to know, inside pill refining rooms all had protective arrays. To be able to directly blow off that building's roof was already very horrifying. 100 times stronger than this. What kind of concept was that? TCH. Ignorant fool. Who do you think you are? 100 times more powerful than that just now. Do you know what it means? When the Zhuan who had been silent all along heard this, he finally could not resist jeering. But Yi Yuan did not seem to hear it at all, lifting his leg and leaving. Along the way, Zhuan finally managed to make his state of mind calm down a bit. Yi Yuan's ATT. 1. Tude made the evil fire in his heart flare up with a whoosh. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Zhuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly. Are you talking to me? I only hear a dog, anyhow barking. Zhuan's face changed, and he was just about to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan continue coolly saying, I said it before, if you don't dare to kill me, then keep your mouth shut, so as to avoid asking for trouble. Zhu Wen's eyes seemingly spewed fire, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Punk, let's wait and see. You'll regret it one day. Yi Yuan pursed his lips, a disdainful look on his face as he continued walking ahead. Under Zhu Wen's lead, the Shadow Moon Sect party arrived at a bunch of thatched houses at the borders of the Bamboo Groove Holy Realm. This is your residence, Zhu Wen said lightly. Su Yan's face fell, and he said, Zhu Wen, you're really too outrageous. If I didn't remember wrongly, this should be the woodshed, right? Zhu Wen pursed his lips and said, supporting roll sex like you all still want to have any good treatment? I reckon that you guys can't stay too long either and will be sent packing back home very soon. The Shadow Moon Sect's few people were all filled with righteous indignation. This guy was clearly using his position to get even with a personal grudge. Yi Yuan did not care and said coolly, Woodshed then. Cultivators take the world to be their homes. Why will we care about this? Su Yan's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. This boy could have such talent, yet remain indifferent when granted favors or be subjected to humiliation. To be able to say these words showed that he already saw through the secular world, his heart realm reaching no idea what kind of realm already. Even Su Yin was also ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's words made Zhu Wen's face turn black. He originally vented his pent-up feelings on some pretext. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not fall for it, and even said these words. Swaz. H. Plus suddenly, a pink object turned into a stream of light and bored right into Yi Yuan's embrace. Even Yi Yuan had a baffled look too. Treasure Pig. Where did you run to, Treasure Pig? Very soon, a childish voice was heard. Chapter 1821 Blissful Treasure Pig. 1821 Blissful Treasure Pig. Yi Yuan lowered his head and took a look at his bosom. A pink piggy was currently desperately boring into his clothes. Then a little boy around 5 or 6 years old ran in front of Yi Yuan with a waddle. The child reached his hand out to Yi Yuan and said, Return Treasure Pig to me. Yi Yuan was taken back, grabbed hold of the little pink pig in his bosom, and Pa S said it to the child. The child giggled and reached his hand out to receive the little pink pig. Taking over the little pink pig, it struggled and immediately broke free of the child's arm, boring into Yi Yuan's bosom again. The child was stunned and could not help saying furiously, Treasure Pig, are you trying to rebel? Awoo. That little pink pig clamored in Yi Yuan's bosom and refused to come out. Yi Yuan was also perplexed, uncertain of what was going on. The kid could not help saying angrily when he heard Treasure Pig's cries, What the H? Hell are you doing? A first firmament celestial deity, stinking brat. You actually like him? Did you eat too many medicinal pills and spoiled your head? The child gave no chance to explain and directly reached his arm out to grab Treasure Pig. But Treasure Pig bored into Yi Yuan's bosom desperately and refused to come out. Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration, as if understanding something, and said coolly, You let it go. Let me do it. Who knew that that kid did not bite at all, and said angrily, Brat, who the H? E.L. How do you think you are? Keep being long-winded and Grandpa Tong will immediately kill you. Hurry up and return my Treasure Pig to me. Yi Yuan was stunned. This child talked in a kiddish manner, but had the appearance of a patronizing elder. The feeling that it gave people was extremely weird. But this kid's arrogant appearance also ignited Yi Yuan's anger. His brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Are you letting go or not?" The kid raised his head and said, "I'm not letting go. What can you do to me?" Yi Yuan laughed coldly and reached his hand out to grabbing toward the child. That child similarly laughed coldly, figure immediately becoming illusory. Yi Yuan's grab actually caught nothing. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "Spatial law." The child was proud of himself, as he said, "Merely a first firmament celestial deity, and yet you really take yourself to be somebody noteworthy." This child's strength was very vague. Even by his side, Yi Yuan could not sense his strength too. It was just that this spatial law, it was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing apart from his and cold feathers. Furthermore, this child's spatial law comprehension was not weak. That child was currently being pleased with himself when a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, reaching his hand out to grab at him once more. The child chuckled and said, "It's no use, your bit of ability isn't even fit to carry shoes for your grandpa Tong." This time, he still wanted to avoid Yi Yuan's grab through spatial law. It was just a pity that Yi Yuan's grab trailed closely behind like a shadow. Inside the void, Yi Yuan grabbed hold of the child's arm. The child turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, "You actually know spatial law, too." Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You wouldn't think that only you know spatial law in this world, right? Really don't know which family's child. So mischievous. Today, I'll discipline you well on behalf of your family's grown-ups." Finished saying, Yi Yuan allowed no explanations and put the child on his legs and smacked his bee. T-tox. Children had thin skin and tender flesh. How could they withstand Yi Yuan's iron palm? With a few slaps, the child burst into tears. Wah, wah, let me go. You stinking brat. I'll definitely kill you. Definitely kill you. By the side, Zhuan looked at this scene, a gloating look on his face. The evil that people brought on themselves is the hardest to bear. Su Yan's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "What do you mean by this?" Zhuan had a smug look as he said, "That kid has always been following Elder Du Rufeng recently. Elder Du Rufeng listens and does whatever he wants. Their relations, H.I. plus P must be extraordinary. That punk hit Elder Du Rufeng's people now. Do you think his outcome can be good?" The moment these words came out, Su Yan's expression instantly became very ugly. Bailey Qingyan had been watching happily by the side all along. Now, hearing Zhuan say so, she could not resist asking, "Elder Su, who is Elder Du Rufeng?" Su Yan's expression was ugly as he said, "Over 300,000 years ago, he was the #1 alchemist of the Bamboo Groove Void Realm's young generation. That season's Bamboo Groove Martial Conclave. He entered the temple by getting the first place. Presently, he's already a true G.O.D. realm elder." Bailey Qingyan's expression changed drastically. The temple's elder, also an alchemist, this was having provoked an incredible major figure. Zhu, this kind of person, could only be a minor character in the temple. But a rank 6 alchemist that I didn't. 1. Tao was absolutely extraordinary. She hurriedly shouted, "Yi Yuan, stop hitting." Yi Yuan did not listen at all and still beat the child's bee. Talks severely. Right then, a figure swept over here as swift as lightning. An old man had an imposing momentum as he looked at Yi Yuan with a furious look and bellowed loudly. Where did this punk come from to actually dare hit little Tong? Ouch, so painful. My Du Rufeng. Hurry up and save me. Little Tong cried. Yi Yuan really dealt heavy blows. The kid was really in pain right now. Yi Yuan gave Du Rufeng a glance and said coolly, "This is your family's child?" Du Rufeng was taken aback and immediately nodded his head and said, "That's right." Only at this time did Yi Yuan stop. Throwing little Tong to Du Rufeng, he said coolly, "Your family's child, you have to discipline him well." Acting patronizingly like an elder, wanting to kill people at the drop of a hat. This child's talent is pretty good. He mustn't take to evil ways. Du Ruffung had a peculiar expression on his face. Reaching his hand out and beckoning, he caught Little Tong. Little Tong shed tears and mucus, looking extremely pitiful. Du, Grandpa Du, quickly help me take a look. I can't feel my bee. You, T now. Sniff, sniff. As he said, he stuck his little bee. You, T, talks up, almost killing people with cuteness. Du Ruffung had a dark expression. Pulling down Little Tong's pants, he discovered that the bee, talks were bright red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You punk, really ruthless in your blows, huh? Looks like you really want to die." Du Ruffing raised his head, the aura of true D-realm suddenly released. Everyone's faces changed drastically. But when Du Ruffing looked over toward Yuan again, he discovered that he was currently squatting there, Treasure Pig wriggling into Yi Yuan's palm extremely happily. "Awoo, awoo." Treasure Pig's cheerful cries made Du Ruffung have a stunned look. The powerful aura also disappeared into thin air. Du Ruffing looked at Little Tong with a shocked expression as he said, "Little Tong, this..." Little Tong also stopped crying already. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of shock. Hearing Du Ruffing's yell, he nodded his head and said in a solemn voice, "Treasure Pig, he has never bleated so happily before. How did this kid do it?" Grunt, grunt. The pink Treasure Pig baby had a blissful appearance and finally ate all the medicinal pills in Yi Yuan's hand. Then his neck tilted and he collapsed on the ground, falling asleep blissfully. Yi Yuan picked up Treasure Pig and returned it to Little Tong and said coolly, "Little snotty brat, don't yell about killing at every move. This little pig is clearly hungry. Just feed it to its fill, and that would do it."